Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this on the road. It has been quite a while. I do not have any sound right now, so I am a little concerned that I'm going to have to fuck around with sound and probably lose my spot here, because it is a very, very full server. So, anyway, hey Ridiculous, we're about to get rid of that starting up screen, so it's good having you around. Anyway, let's go live. Oh my god, I can hear myself. This is fucking stupid. Why can I hear myself? Also, sock hype. Why can I hear myself? This sounds stupid. How's everyone doing? We're going to have to sit here and fuck around a little bit longer. Why can I fucking hear myself? Oh no. I'm so noob. Okay, there we go. I think I got it. Just snorting stuff with Keith. Yeah, I think... Is that what I said? Yep. Unfortunately, he leaves it up. Hey, what's going on, Chronos Blood? How is everyone doing? Sorry for the late start here. I know the Spitfire's been out for a little while, but I had a really fucked night last night. I got absolutely zero sleep. So, anyway. Also, some changes, as you can see. Camera is in the right-hand side of the screen now. Tell me if you like, dislike, my feet below my head. Just a small change that's probably going to annoy some people that don't like change. But I just wanted to have the cameras here for, I don't know, we'll just see if this works. If it doesn't, I'll move them back to where they were. No big deal. Let me know if you like them where they are. If you don't, whatever. Also, I've been up since 7 AM. Yeah, I didn't go to bed till 10 AM and it wasn't out. I'm running only on caffeine and hype. I am hearing sound, I'm just not hearing in-game sound. So, all I've done, I have not seen the Spitfire, I've not done anything. I've watched the release videos, that's it. Tiny body, huge feet. Chris Cateros, thank you for the follow. I've not loaded up the aircraft. I've just set some bindings for the controls. We've got the eye tracker on. Let's go sit in our Mark 9 Spitfire. And it looks like, I love that, I love how many aircraft they've just fucking jammed in here. It's absolutely wonderful. And everyone, look how many people are sitting in these things. Even the Chuck Owl, the one and only Chuck Owl, who he happily makes a lot of guides for DCS. He's even in the server. I'm kind of hoping I'm going to get to see some explosions on the runway, people taking off ground looping and stuff like that. It's probably going to be me in a little while. But, yeah, haven't flown it, haven't started it up, haven't done anything. But, of course, we are fairly familiar with the ye olde Spitfire. So let's get into the briefing, make this shit happen. Who really cares? It's an aerobatic server. Well, let's go flying and have a look at this bad boy. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, those wings. So I've gone to 512 res cockpit resolution here, and we are having a good. Sounds like a Spitfire out there on the start. Those wings. Well, my ailerons go the right way round, so that's a good start. Oh, what an aeroplane. Feels like home. Ooh! I'm going to do some pop quizzes through here and see what you guys know or can guess, I guess. As I look around the cockpit here, we'll try and give you guys some... I'll try and give you guys some... what do we got? Brake? I need to invert that. Okay, I need to invert my brake lever there. Wheel brakes. No, it's going to be an axes here. Where are we? Wheel brakes, analog, U, and wait, it's axis tune, and let's invert it. Alright. That should work fine now. We should have sufficient brake pressure. Okay, perfect. So, I guess I don't really know where to start. I really don't know where to start. Just, holy fuck, it looks beautiful. I haven't quite got the colour of that right. It's more reflective. It's more, the actual material here is tungsten. It looks like copper, but these pipes here are actually tungsten. So there's a few interesting things that I am going to be interested in seeing, and that is the undercarriage retraction system. It's actually quite complex. What happens to this little window in here, and how the actual handle works. I'm going to be quite interested to see that externally and internally. Will be quite interesting. What else have we got? Do they have the fuel pump? Do they have that down here? Is that you down there? What are you? I feel like that's the fuel pump. So okay, well let's have a look around the cockpit here, and maybe we'll point out some things. There's a lot of people that when you look at a Spitfire, they think that there's shit where it shouldn't be, or it wasn't well thought out. For example, the undercarriage on the right-hand side of the fuselage, which means on takeoff you actually need to switch hands. So for a regular takeoff, you have your right hand on the control and your left hand there is over on the throttles. But to retract the gear, you can't take your hand off the stick. So how do you bring the gear up? Well, you have to take your left hand, take the stick, then come over to the gear handle and lift it up, and then go ahead and transfer back over so you have left and right hands. Now, a lot of people say that that's... Hello. A lot of people think this is an oversight or a bad design. Why is it not a bad design? Why is it not a bad design? Anyone have any theories? I'm going to do this all fucking night. All fucking night. Why is it not a bad idea having this there? And the tip is it has nothing to do with the controls or moving your hands, managing what is your flying hand. It has nothing to do with that at all. Who can guess? Who? I think I've actually talked about it before in a stream, probably 3-4 months ago, a long time ago. But not tungsten, tungsten. Tungsten, yeah, with a G. Cyberdami, like T-U-N-G-U-M. I don't know if that's how it's spelt, but that's how it's pronounced, Tungsten. It is here, Teddy, TS89. The hype is fucking real. Look at him. Or her, I should say. How you going? Ah! Ah! Oh, that's getting me in the giblets. Oh, yes. That's the spot. Oh, yes. I don't really know why the radiators are reflective, but... Gear is identified. Gear coming down. It's a mixture of tin and some other cheap-ass shit, but copper was a very rare mineral in World War II, so copper was very rarely used wherever it was. So it was a mixture of tin and something else. I'd have to search for it. It's not used now. It's not used now in aircraft because copper's more readily available. But at the time in World War II, it was easier to make. But it was a mixture of really cheap materials like tin and stuff like that. Yeah, there you go. Insane base, there you go. It's like some... it was just cheaper version of copper. No! So your right hand is free. No. So the only reason why is everything... Okay, so this goes along the lines of how we're talking about Tungam here. No pun intended, as we're about to talk about lines. But there's two things that are happening here. One, it's wartime, and materials are super, super rare. So having a raw material to create a line like this is a limitation. The other thing is it is a fighter aircraft. It is designed, or it is trying to be as light as possible. All it's trying to be as light as possible. Now, when we have a look at the Spitfire on the outside, the undercarriage retraction system in a Spitfire is really, really, really simple. I wonder if I can get my mouse back. I really wish I could have my mouse so I could show it to you guys. Maybe I'm just going to have to pull up a picture. We'll just go to the DCS website and pull out a... fuck it, we'll just get a regular. I'll just pull out a regular Spitfire Mark 9 picture. Where are we? On the underside of one pulling away. There we go. No, that's shit picture. Jeez, how hard is it to find a picture of a Spitfire? Is it really that hard? Sure, this will be fine. Here's a Spitfire. Here is a Spitfire. The undercarriage retraction system in the Spitfire is really super duper simple. It has one actuator, no, it has two. It has two actuators, but where they are is right in the center line. So typical undercarriage retraction, you'd expect it to be out here in the wing. No, not the Spitfire. That would add weight out to the wing and it would reduce its roll rate and all of these other things. So the undercarriage retraction system is actually buried here in the wing, basically inside the fuselage, under the fuel tanks. There's two actuators and they push rods out like this. Where these retraction units are, however, is that the designers at the time, Mitchell and his team over at Supermarine, of course, well, they figured out that, well, they didn't figure out, is they did the math and they could save a couple of centimeters of this Tungam piping by routing it to the right-hand side of the aircraft, and it would use less material to go to the right than to have the material wrap itself around and come over to the left-hand side so the pilot could use his left-hand side. And this difference in material, it saved them raw material, and it also saved them a little bit of weight. This is the only reason why the undercarriage is on the right-hand side. It was literally to save weight and save raw material because the length of the lines was just going to be a few centimeters shorter rather than running around the other side and having it on the left-hand side for the cockpit. This is the only design philosophy that was built into the Spitfire, and if we take this thought process and look at everything about the Spitfire, you really start to see the beauty of the actual design of the aircraft is that when you think something wasn't thought about, it was thought about. When you think that something was like, well, no, the undercarriage, it's a stupid thing, it's not really ergonomic. Well, at the time of war, it was fuck ergonomics. You're a pilot, learn to fly the fucking airplane. That extra 100 grams of weight that you lost could save your life sometime. It's not like the modern, oh, everything has to be perfect and stuff like that. No, it was nothing like that. It was fly the frickin' airplane, you're a pilot, that's your job. everything is done for a reason, and all of them were manageable. Having the undercarriage here on the right-hand side, it was manageable. Had the standard British spade grip, so you were pretty easily able to transfer grip left to right. But that design philosophy, if you take that idea that everything was designed to be as short as possible or use the least amount of material, you really start getting a look at the Spitfire. Now, there are places where they over-engineered the aircraft, and there are places where it was under-engineered. But the places where it was over-engineered is where its strongest suit, and that was the engine and the wings. And the tail as well, eventually. But the wings in this thing are really strong. We'll talk about the strength of the wings when we get it into the air. But the wings, I keep reading things about people saying the Spitfire wasn't very fast or whatever. Guess what aircraft they used to test early high Mach numbers in? They used a Spitfire Mark 1 and they tested it up to Mach 0.9. There is fucking nothing wrong with this aircraft at high speed. Absolutely nothing wrong. The limitation was actually the prop. When they were testing this thing up to the highest recorded speed was Mach 0.9. And this is not like, oh, a pilot saw it on a fucking instrument gauge. No, it was recorded with correct instrumentation by the RAF, whatever the fuck. You can read the report. They actually had to feather the prop. So, I mean, it wasn't under its own power. It was basically a fucking rocket ship pointing at the ground. They feathered the prop and pointed it at the ground, but they tested the wings. They needed to test the wings for the early jets. And they pushed it right up to Mach 0.9. Absolutely nothing wrong with the wing on this aircraft. And nothing wrong with the aircraft at high speed either. Except the early Mach 1 to Mach 3s. But anyway, I'm digressing. Hello, you pretty little aeroplane, you. Okay, so let's have a look through the rest of the cockpit here. Yeah, so everything about it is, weren't the wings theoretically rated up to... they weren't theoretically rated to anywhere above Mach numbers. They did have, a swap over point, but if you actually read the POH of the aircraft, the actual POH, its V&E speed was actually Mach 0.85 at certain altitudes. And so people still assume that it wasn't a fast aircraft, but its V&E at altitude was Mach 0.85. That's not a slow fucking airplane, and there's nothing wrong with the fuselage or anything. The high-speed stuff that they did, yeah, they did lose some wing fillets and stuff like that, but the wings were fine. How close the gear is to the radiator cowls? Very close. Very, very, very close. A couple of centimeters telling you... Oh, dear. Yeah, I think I'm going to hear that as well, because the sound from inside a cockpit of a Spitfire is... it's hard to describe, but it is not a low-pitched sound. You feel every fucking cylinder. Every individual cylinder that fires, you feel it. It's a roar. It's not a shrill cry. It is a fucking roar inside the cockpit of these things. It's something... I haven't heard this thing from the inside yet, but we'll see. Hey, Camero, what's going on? So, yeah, that's... this is why this is here, why the undercarriage is on the right-hand side. Everything is to be as short a run as possible, to be as efficient as possible, to use the least amount of material, and that's it. That's it. So if you take that into account, you start getting an idea of why the cockpit is laid out the way it is. Why the RPM gauge is on the right-hand side. Well, guess where the RPM pickup is? It's on the right-hand side, back side of the engine there. It's the same as why is the flap lever on the left-hand side of the panel here? Well, guess where the flap... Well, this is actually the actuator, but it has the shortest run for the pneumatic system. The pneumatic system has a little pump on the left-hand side of the... Left or right? I think it's the right-hand side. I think the right-hand... I think it was hydraulic pump on the left. And I can't remember. It's anyway on the top of the banks. It was either the hydraulic pump was on the left-hand side or the pneumatic pump was on the right. I can't remember what way around they are. I'm just trying to visualize it from where I'm sitting here. The other thing is, like, the magnetos. Why are the magnetos there? Why are the magnetos there? This is actually an operational thing. That magneto positioning isn't quite right. Why are the magnetos there? I gave you a hint with the throttle. That sounds like someone crashing. Why are the magnetos there? Floodlights. The fuel pump switch is to be up there. Yeah, that's a flaming wreck. Nav lines, that's not it. Jumpy, just! So you can flick them off with your fingers. That is indeed correct. Jumpy, just, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for support, my friend. I hope you're going to enjoy. The stream about the Spitfire today. Thank you so much for the donation. I tip my hat and thank you very muchly, kind sir. Yeah, someone turned into a lawn dart over there. Yeah, exactly what Sorcerer Dave said. Is that the idea being is so if for any reason you had an engine fire, you're in combat, everything was firewalled, and you needed to shut the engine down, you should just be able to use your 2 fingers there to actually flick the mags straight on and off. So if there was an engine fire, you're at full throttle, something happened in combat, instead of having to take your hand off the throttle, you could kill the engine by just lifting your 2 fingers. And hopefully that would save an engine fire and save yourself as a pilot, so you'd have enough time to go and throw yourself out the side of the aircraft. This is why the mags were there. It's actually really, really handy when you're doing engine runs on the ground, because if you break any of your tie downs, well, you can kill the engine very, very quickly by just raising your 2 fingers. But they're there literally in combat. This is where your throttle is going to be in combat, right? Pretty much firewalled. And if you had any issue whatsoever, you got shot, you had a hole through your supercharger, something like that. You needed to kill the engine quickly to stop a fire. Boom, you were able to kill it with just like raising your 2 fingers. Were they testing high Mach numbers? Yes, they were. That's getting me in the giblet, sealed it for me. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so that's why the mags are there. That is why the mags are there. Well, let's start the fucking thing up. So oh, I do have one other thing. Why we're here in the cockpit. Why do the rudder pedals look like this? This will test your knowledge and stuff. Why do the rudder pedals have this extra thing up top? So regularly your foot would be in there, or if you had your Christmas Canadian socks, you would have your foot there. Why is there this top bit? What is that for? You meant to hook your feet up and under it, kind of like thing? What? Why does it have a two-story rudder? Why does it have a 2-story rudder pedal? It's an interesting. Well, I think it's an interesting story. You guys are probably like, fuck, whatever, just fly the aeroplane. Stop talking. You can prop yourself up to see better. Winter boots? No. Windows found some malware. Good for you, Windows. All right, well, let's get the thing started. Let us get the thing started. So go ahead, we'll bring the prop all the way up. We'll go ahead and set the throttle. You need quite a large amount of throttle opening to get this thing started. So about there. Taxiing while standing up. Nope. Double-decker buses, double-decker rudder pedals. Easy. Okay, so I've got the throttle. We've got the throttle on. We'll go ahead and flick on our mags, and well, let's go ahead and prime the thing. I think I set a button for priming. Did I? I think I set this one. Alright, we'll unlock the primer. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. And there's 5. Ooh, Miss Co-Pilot, you're on the right track, but the reasoning is just a little bit off. They could stand and don't black out so easily. Ooh, you're on the right track. Your first thing was pretty much correct. That's the reasoning behind it. Fuel vent, I don't really care about that. I need to go ahead and get my fuel cock on. Now, I don't know whether this would have primed, but in the real aircraft you can prime without the fuel cock on. But anyway, it's on. Hey, All Good Man 88, what's going on? Okay, so after we've done that, I basically, well, let's just open up the booster coil and starter cover here. Fuel's on. I don't know if this should prime. This priming system's completely devoid. It's its own system from the fuel tank. It's for shorter pilots. Insane base? No. Think F-16. Miss Co-Pilot's on the right track. Think F-16 ergonomics. Throttle, and let's go ahead and fire it up, I guess. So I've primed it. All I should need to do here is hold booster coil. I can see I'm pushing the button and hit the starter. And we should just be able to bring this. It just has a run. Okay, perfect. Alright, well, booster coil, starter. Nope. Okay, so it's reprime. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Alright, let's do it again. Alright, might need ground power for this.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
There we go, Decal 25. There it is there. So it's not so you can stand, it's so actually you change the position of your body. So the F-16 cockpit ergonomics is basically a body or a human can withstand more G's if it's in a, basically if it was in a horizontal position. So if you could lie fully flat, that would be the best position to be to handle the most amount of G's. However, lying straight in an aircraft is not really that applicable. You're going to want a bit of rudder trim. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. So the ideal position for a human body to take sustained G is lying flat down, right? So why I talked about the F-16, the F-16 has a very, very low back where you're basically laying down in the F-16. You got a your seat angle is back like this, and your feet are pointing way out in front of you. It's the body can sustain more G. So the story behind why the rudder pedals are like this is in 1943, I want to say it was, a very, very, very confused German was flying around fighting over France in his Focke-Wulf 190. In the battle, he got disorientated and flew the wrong way across the channel, went and landed his Focke-Wulf 190, and then hopped out and had a bunch of British people saying, "Hello, friend. Thank you for the aeroplane." So he basically got disorientated, flew across the channel, landed at a field that he thought was home, and then hopped out and was, fuck. This isn't where I parked my car, and didn't get shot down or anything. So landed a perfectly functioning Focke-Wulf 190 when all of when basically all the British had to go on at the time was either crashed variants of the Focke-Wulf or reports from pilots in the air. So anyway, this Focke-Wulf 190 ended up on the deck, and well, as soon as it got taken, it went over to Farnborough for all of the Secret Service to go over it and figure it all out. Why the aircraft, the Focke-Wulf 190, was at Farnborough, a few wing commanders and a few test pilots got a chance to fly the Focke-Wulf 190 and compare it to the Spitfire at the time, which at that point was the Mark V. The Mark V, Mark III to Mark V variant was in effect. And so a few of these people got to fly it. Some of the test pilots from Supermarine and a whole heap of these wing commanders. Anyway, one of these wing commanders got to fly the Focke-Wulf and noted that he was able to hold more sustained G in the Focke-Wulf 190 because its seating position was a lot lower or a lot flatter than say, the Spitfire. The Spitfire has a very, very vertical seat, as you can see here. You're very, very upright. You're sitting almost like you're in a chair like this. And so when the new variants, with the new ministry, what do they call them? The ministry documents are saying, hey, develop a new aircraft, were coming out. This wing commander that flew the Focke-Wulf 190 said that the next aircraft, it has to be developed with a lie-down seating position. If it's not a lie-down seating position, I'm not going to order it. We're not going to fly it whatsoever. And, well, as you can... Oh, no. This is on the wrong side. Can I... Yeah, so, I don't know if I can fucking close this door again. I'm going to have to set a bind for it. So he demanded that the next Spitfire variant have its seating position completely changed. So Supermarine were like, are you fucking serious? Like, come on, man. So they tried designing a lay-down seat, and they tested it, and it was next to fucking useless, because the Spitfire has shit vision rearwards as it is. Now try and fly the plane lying down. You couldn't see fucking anything. So they shelved the idea, but this wing commander, I've forgotten his name, was adamant that if the next aircraft wasn't a lie-down seating position, he was not going to sign off on it for the Air Ministry to order the aircraft. So Supermarine came up with another idea, and he accepted it, and that idea was to add a second layer to the rudder pedals. So when you were pulling G, you would raise your feet up, put them through the upper stirrups, which would effectively raise your feet, so your feet were just a little bit higher off the ground, and then that would allow you to have a higher sustained G. Your body will be able to handle a higher sustained G load. When Supermarine gave this and they sent the aircraft over to the wing commander to try it out, he said, sure, he was happy. One of those typical British people that if it wasn't done their way, it was wrong. Kind of reminds me of someone else I know. And so when he flew the aircraft, he was happy that he was able to have his legs elevated a little bit, and then subsequently every other Spitfire that was produced from about the Mark III or the Mark V onwards had these rudder pedals fitted for squadron use, so you could raise your legs and have a higher G load. So Miss Co-Pilot was indeed the winner, but it wasn't so you could stand. It wasn't to elevate your body or anything like that. It was to raise your legs. So your legs, I've got a camera here, so instead of your feet being down here on the rudder pedals, your legs would be up here, and you would be able to have a higher sustained G load. So yes, very, very British design there. Good job. Why do ED never put a cushion on the seat? Because this aircraft never had a cushion. Your cushion was your parachute. So yes, no cushion in this aircraft, same as the Mustang. So when you jumped into the aircraft, your parachute was strapped to your back, but the parachute actually hung below you, and that would fit into the seat here. So your cushion was your parachute, you sat on it. Anyway, I can't close the door, so I need to find a door button. Side door open. What is it? Left shift, left alt. Fuck me, they do this crazy. And C. Oh, is that it? Oh no. Side door toggle. Left shift, left alt plus C. Left control, left alt C. Come on, camera. There we go. Alright, well, let's try and start the thing up then. So, we'll go ahead, we'll have the throttle open here. We've got the mixture off. I think we start with the mixture on. I think we start this thing with the mixture on. Whatever, let's prime it. Alright, let's do it. She is not happy. I'm going to try it with the mixture on, see if that's what they want. It's trying to fire. Why are you not catching? I can try keep it running on the primer here. See if that works. Poor start switch. I think we're gonna need to reload the fucking aeroplane. Alright. Yeah, you put the mixture on once it catches, but it should be able to run on the primer. So, yeah, we'll just run through everything again. This doesn't actually have the big battery switch, and it should. I feel like there's some things missing here. Battery. Oh, it had a battery.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy.
Had a battery.
Ground power is now on.
It had a battery. Alright, we'll go fuel cock on. We've got everything else open here. The fuel tank pressure won't work. I think they have this working. This is something that I think is wrong. This is something, you don't turn it on below 20,000 feet. Anyway, well, let's go ahead and hold the parking brake to on. Okay. And we'll prime it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The mags are on. The throttle is set. The prop is set. So I should be able to go booster. Why aren't you working? Prime it for another 3. And go ahead and try it again. So here it should be working. What have they done? Oh, I'm not impressed. The aircraft should run fine. There's nothing here. The primer is completely separate to the rest of the fuel system. The aircraft should be running here. Booster coil, mags. This just needs a bit more throttle. I need to fucking fix my poor Cytec controller. Read the chat. There's a fuel toggle switch 4 under the trim wheel left side. Battery is off the throttle. It should need the fuel boost pump on. It shouldn't need the fuel boost pump on. You're saying the battery is off the throttle. Yeah, it does have a wobble pump, but again, it doesn't need it, like, ever. Like, you shouldn't... the 16 that I was working on, you never needed the boost pump, you never needed anything like that, because the fuel pickup's so low, there's enough head pressure on the fuel tank that this was only for real emergency situations, but... Whatever, we'll give it a go. We got the brakes, we got everything else set. Well, let's go and prime it again. It should just run off the primer, even if I have the fuel cutoff off. So if I go ahead and pull the fuel cutoff off, I should still be able to start the aircraft off the primer, because the primer is its own line direct to the aircraft. Okay, it is running now. Yeah, that's not quite right. The I'm not hearing anything. That's not right. The primer system here has its own pickup from the fuel tank. It has its own pickup from the fuel tank, and this is basically a plunger that just pushes fuel, and the fuel goes directly to the top of the engine through its own fuel lines. So it doesn't actually go even through the carburetor. So even if I have the fuel cutoff off, I don't have a fuel pump on or anything like that, the engine should still run just off the primer there. I should just be able to sit there and pump away on the primer and keep the engine running. And it wasn't doing that, but we'll have to do some more testing on it later. I can't hear anything except the outside aircraft sounds right now. Let's go ahead and close up the canopy. Okay, I can hear the aircraft now. It's just very, very quiet. Yeah, so we'll have to do some more tests on the engine there, but now it's better. Yeah, so this system is completely off on its own, so even if the rest of the fuel system isn't running, it should still work. Anyway. Maybe the guy that always did the wobble pump before startup. Yeah, it could be... Wait, what was this? When you nudge the throttle, it turns on the battery, yeah. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. It's not different SOPs. It's the actual system of the aircraft. The way the fuel system is the fuel pickup is directly below the two fuel tanks. So it's not like you're trying to draw fuel from the wings and have it pushed into the engine. There's enough head pressure. When you've got a full tank of fuel in this thing, there's enough head pressure just in the fuel tanks. You don't need the electric fuel pump. You don't even need the wobble pump to get the thing started. So I'll have to do another test here once we go. Oh, there's a pancake. Oh, maybe it's a server issue. Yeah, we'll have to do some more testing here. But yeah, it won't be different SOPs because the aircraft systems are the same from a Mark 16 to a Mark 9 to everything else. The advent of the wobble pump, yeah, you might wobble it a few times, but again, it still doesn't change that the the primer here should work without any issues, and the engine should just run off it. And our aircraft, the Mark 16, had a great big battery, a battery switch down there, and yeah, had a great big battery switch down there. I don't think that just must be, I don't know, something to get them out of trouble. All right, well, let's go taxi on out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Shut up, dude. No one cares. That looks like a broken Spitfire. Oh, we're going to ground loop already. Whatever, we'll just accept it. I think I need a better brake system than this, because I can't hold the brakes and the stick fully aft at the same time. Oh, Mirage, really? I'm like fucking stuck now. Yeah, I'm going to need a better brake system. I think I'm going to try... I'll go ahead and pull up the brake here for a second. Alright, adjust controls. I think I'm going to have to use this. Brakes, analog, clear. And we'll make it probably this. Yeah, this should work now. Yeah, now I can hold the stick where it needs to be, and we can do taxiing things. It's so much more natural in the real aircraft having the handle there. So it's kind of... Oh fuck, there's Spitfires everywhere. Oh my god, I think I'm having server issues, or someone else is. Alright, I think we're working it out now. They've added the little sound, I guess, for yeah, I don't know if my sound's balked right now or what, but I know there is a Spitfire just off my nose here somewhere, so I'm going to try and not run into him. What's with that sound? That's the world's biggest fucking tailwind as well. I'm not taking off in that. Yeah, I'm not feeling very confident here with the taxiing, so it's going to be an interesting first takeoff. I guess everyone else is taking off with the tailwind. I'm not. Alright, I'm going to park myself in the middle of the fucking runway and taxi to the other end and turn around. Yeah, the brake system in reality is a little bit easier to manage than this. Like, really? But I'm using... Oh, the guy has no wing. Yeah, the reality is it makes more sense having it on the handle, but here trying to use a like slider to set my brake pressure is a little bit silly. Oh yeah. Really? I feel like I should just track with just a little bit of brake. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do. No, I'm not. This is really difficult to deal with, this brake system. I'm not confident whatsoever. And you need the progressive nature of a slider or an axis here. Whatever. Fuck, I'm in the middle of the runway now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck my life. This is fucking stupid. God damn it. There has to be a better fucking way of doing this. I'm already fucking frustrated. In real life, you just have a handle here. So you're holding the stick back, you've got the handle, and then you're just using your feet. But here I'm trying to use my fucking twist knob thing here, and it's just not working. It's it doesn't give me any control whatsoever, and it wants to ground loop a little bit too easy. But whatever. Those canopies, it's not so fucking loud. There has to be a better way, and the limitation is my controllers here. I don't have. I could cheat, but it's going to, like, I can cheat and just add my pedal brake axes here, but and it's really, really cheating. I'm going to have to, because it's the only way it's going to work. I can't use the twist knob. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to my brain. Wheel brakes. I'm going to clear it. That's the wrong spot. So this is going to be cheating, but that's what we're going to have to do. So all I'm doing is just setting it like a regular aircraft, where I'm going to be able to use the brakes on my pedals. The real Spitfire didn't have that, but I'm going to have to do it. I physically don't have the controls to make it work, so that's what we're going to have to do. That's what we're going to have to do. Alright, well, let's fire the thing up again. And we'll taxi the long way. We'll find a better way of taxiing. Okay, so when we come out, we'll make a right, and yeah, we're not going to need all that runway. We'll just go right, left, follow it down, then another right. Alright, that'll work out. Okay, so let's start it again. Frustrated by my lack of control. So there we go. Go ahead and open up the throttle there a little bit. We'll get the mags on, and we'll unscrew the primer here. Go ahead and go. There's one. There's two. There's three. There's four. There's five. Apparently it wants the fuel boost pump on for some reason, but so we'll go ahead and turn that on. Wobble pump, whatever, even though the fuel pump's on, doesn't really matter. And then we just go... sense. Okay, so we're going to have to use our feet this time, and hopefully that will make a little bit more sense, because it just wasn't making sense with the slider. Let's get out of here. Close that up, close that up, close you up. And what else? I want to go ahead and open up the radiators here on the ground. Open the rads all the way. There you go, full tank of fuel. Alright, let's go. This makes a lot more sense. Okay, this is where we're going to be turning to the left. Wait for that other aircraft first. These Russian airfields aren't really designed for an aircraft like this, but whatever. Yeah, okay, these break the... Now we can actually fucking taxi in a straight line. Doesn't feel like we're fighting the aircraft the whole time. Makes more sense to my brain. The twisty, turny knob thing just was not... Fucking GG. Why is everyone trying to fucking taxi to the wrong runway? Frustration's building. Like, this is the wrong runway. Why are people taxiing to this runway? Look at the fucking windsock. Why are people taxiing to this runway? Whatever. It is the aerobatic server, I guess, so I shouldn't be asking too much. Open the throttle, open the prop, let's do all this fucking shit again. I mean, obviously that's partly my fault because I didn't see him. Two aircraft like this running at each other, yeah, we're always going to hit each other, but he's taxiing the wrong way. Set it to this. Alright, fuel pump on. Go through it all again. Fuel cock's on. Blah 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 blah. We've already unlocked it. Prime it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Max, canopy, booster, starter. Alright, let's see if we can run into someone again. We'll go and close these up. We'll go ahead and close this up. And eventually we're actually going to get fucking flying. But we will see. This lever here is a seat adjustment as well, so if you want to raise the seat up and down, that's what this is for here. It doesn't look like they've modelled it yet. So you can adjust the height for different size pilots. Oh right, what else? That's it, let's try it again. Someone else is going ahead of us, so we'll let them run into everyone else this time. Well, lesson learned. I see what you mean by the sound sorcerer, Dave. I'm not really sure what they're going for. Like, I can't hear, like... They've tried to make the sound a little bit different to the Mustang, but I don't think they've done enough. Like, it's just got this weird sort of tinny sound to it at the moment. Oh, we need the Normandy map. The most I've ever seen piston engine aircraft in a DCS server. Well, maybe when the Focke-Wulf 190 came out, it wasn't. It was like this, but it's good to see so many people at least in piston pounders. Better off just going across the fucking grass. This is stupid. Someone is trying to chat with you on YouTube. Oh, sorry, friend. I will just load up the YouTube channel. Oh, fuck my life. I forget every time I come out of DCS. Magic Zach, sorry man, yeah, I didn't have my my channel thing up there, and every time I jump out of DCS here, it I lose control like that. Like it stops. I don't know why DCS does it, but you lose. For some reason, you lose, how do you say, any of my controls on the rudders or anything like that, I lose as soon as I drop out and Alt-Tab. So Alt-Tabbing is never good in DCS. It never works for me for some reason. Oh, there's another aircraft up here ahead of me. Just doing circles. Okay, it's that Mustang again. At least he's figured out we're going the right way this time. just not guess that they are still heading in the right direction. Also, guys, what's the sound levels like at the moment? If someone could tell me if the in-game sound versus my voice is okay, I would appreciate it. Yeah, there's a Mustang. He's figured out. It's going the right way now. Still can't see fucking anything. The taxiway's not wide enough to actually S-turn. Let the Mustang go. Alright, it's only taken us like fucking an hour to get here. And that Mustang's coming back at us for some reason. Don't do it, Mustang. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to probably trundle off over the grass here. And that Mustang's just doing circles over there. Where'd the Mustang go? There's a Mustang under the nose here somewhere. He's still pointing the wrong way. There's a Honda. Alright, sorry, I'll just check chat here now. What were the questions? Someone was asking me a question way back here. Check the chat, man. Yes, we are. How does it compare to the Mustang? I don't know. We're about to fly it right now, Magic Zach. Yeah, I'm on the aerobatics, Magic Zach. The fuck is going on with my sleep schedule? I have no idea, Evil Nando. Absolutely none. Is that Mustang just sitting in front of me again? No. Yeah, my sleep schedule's fucked right now, that's all I know. Alright, well, I guess... You're not, oh, anyway, alright, let's check our T's and P's. Oil temperature is fine, our rad temp is under 100, we should be off. We need to be in the air before then. Before we get to anywhere near 115. Radiator flaps, let's go ahead and open them up. Heat on for some reason. Why the hell not? Normal intake, everything else, and we'll go ahead and set a little bit of rudder trim here. We're meant to put about one full turn rudder to the, I think it's, yeah, to the right. Whatever, we'll put in some rudder trim to just handle the torque. Now, taking off a Spitfire. I'm going to try and work through real-world Spitfire takeoff here, which is we take off in a 3-point attitude, which is stick full aft, a little bit of left aileron or right aileron. I think it'll be a little bit of left aileron. I think it's a little bit of left aileron. I don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out whatever way it torques when we get in the air. So go ahead, we'll hold stick full aft, we'll take off in a 3-point attitude, we'll continue to climb, we'll pull full power here at 3,000 RPM. I'm probably only going to pull about 4 inches of boost, just so I don't need stupid amounts of rudder to deal with the aircraft. And everyone's been patiently waiting. Here comes our other friendly Spitfire. Yeah, we'll see how the thing flies. We'll go up, we'll do a test flight of the thing. We'll put it through its paces, high speed, low speed, do all that crap, and see what it's like. Obviously, the flaps need to stay up for takeoff in this thing. Now, we should be airborne at around 80 mile an hour. Thereabouts is when we should go wheels up, 80 to 90. Just because how much power we're pulling, and we just keep that 3-point attitude. We'll get the gear up. And actually, I'm going to hold the gear. I'm going to hold the gear down just so I can watch the cycle here and see what happens. Because there's a chance I'll be impressed. There's a chance I won't be. So we'll just see what happens here with the chassis selector, as the British like to call it. So that's a pretty looking Spitfire there, friend. I approve of your livery. I like it. We're in the blue sort of PR style of the... I don't know why. This is meant to be a LF, but they've given us a blue one. Alright, let's go take the runway. Let's take the runway. Alright, we're clear to the left. A bit of luck, we'll be clear to the right as well. Somebody's trying to fly into us. Oh yeah, I'm nervous. Okay, so just like the Mustang, we'll go ahead and slowly advance power, stick full aft here, try and get that tail wheel straight, and let's give it a go. So heels are on the floor, although I might need some brake, but we'll see, so I'm actually going to keep my feet up. So let's go ahead and do it. Sticks full aft. Here we go. A bit more right rudder. A little bit more right rudder. Alright, as the power's coming in, I'm going to slowly reduce that back pressure. Keep bringing the power in, slowly reduce the back pressure. Keep bringing the power in, and we're in the air. When we get off the deck at? We used 6 pounds of boost. Alright, we'll enter the climb and we'll start bringing off this rudder trim. Alright, 140 mile an hour here. Let's go ahead and retract the gear and watch the cycle. Oh, I'm impressed. I am impressed. It did the full gear cycle correctly. Alright, now it's starting to accelerate. Let's go ahead and bring the prop back. The sounds are definitely not right. Alright, I'll just bring the prop back to 2700. We'll just go ahead and sit it down there on, what is that, 8 boost? Start winding off that excess rudder that I've got in there. Let's start the turn. There's someone right on my wing, and there is. Several aircraft here right on my wing. Very, very cool. We'll just stay in this orbiting turn here, just get a feel for the aircraft. Oh, the roar I can hear behind me. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I've been wanting to see that for so long. Spitfire wing with a Spitfire off your wing. Nice flying, friend. 2 Spitfires off the wing. A little bit of netcode issue there, but... oh, doesn't that make you happy? Look how good that looks. Ah. Oh, that looks fucking amazing. Anyway, I should be looking out the front here. Yeah, I don't think the sound's quite right. One, you would not hear an aircraft. Or maybe you'd hear that drum that you hear there, but the sound of my engine should just about be drowning out all of these other sounds. But hey, it's a first release of the aircraft. I hope they're going to do more with the sound. And there was a guy as well in DCS that actually did a sound mod for the Mustang, and it turned out amazing. Sorry I'm so all over the place here, guys. God, that looks good. You can see there's a little bit of netcode issue there, but nothing too crazy. Alright, let's go ahead and roll the aircraft wings level. I'm going to do it gently because there are a lot of aircraft around us. And why don't we go straight into a level speed run here. A little bit of nose down trim. Guess I'm not fighting with the aircraft so much. It's very, very pitch sensitive. I'm really struggling to actually hold a pitch attitude here. Friendly Mustang. Oh, look at that guy. Baller, canopy open, arms out the window, no big deal. It's really hard right now to actually, it's very pitch sensitive. So, alright, let's go ahead and run it through some maneuvers here. We're going to try and break from these guys so we have a little bit of room around us, and we'll go from there. I'll just clear around me first. And I'm going to pull up and to the right if there's no one here beside me. No one here beside me. So, alright, let's go ahead and we'll pull into a break. And why don't we go ahead and see how it handles high speed. Let's go ahead, we'll put it down into a dive and see how the controls are at full speed. So there we go, we're through 320 mile an hour. Go ahead and check the roll rate. And it's really starting to lock up as we go faster and faster. Check the pitch rate. Oh, Jesus. Okay, the pitch rate is still super sensitive. I'm going to have to change my control sensitivity there. Alright, see how it retains its energy. Pretty well, it seems. I'll throw it over the top with left rudder. Didn't like that at all. Okay, well, while we're at slow speed here, let's go ahead and put it into a power off stall. Quite a bit of left rudder here to get the thing pointing straight. We should be able to hold this thing in a stall and have full aileron control, just about full aileron control. We'll go down at 80 mile an hour. I've still got aileron control. We'll see what happens. There we go. There's the stall. There's the buffet. And yep, I've still got aileron control. Flight model is looking fucking fantastic. So we're definitely in a stalled state, but my ailerons are still fully effective. Why are the ailerons fully effective? Well, the wing on the Spitfire has a 2.5 degree washout. So at the wing root, there is a positive 2 degree incidence. Then way out at the wingtip there is a minus 0.5 of wing incidence. So out at the wingtip, the wing is actually pointing down 0.5 degrees compared to the root. So when the aircraft actually enters a stall, the ailerons are still effective due to the lower angle of attack out on the outboard part of the wings. So that felt good. We had full aileron control there through the stall. That was quite nice. Yeah, I'm going to have to change that the control sensitivity here in pitch. It's just a little bit too sensitive. You can see we blacked out just when I started using some control inputs there. Alright, so we're about at a mid-range speed here, about 200 mile an hour. Let's go ahead and check the roll rate. It's faster than the Mustang by about, that was probably about 10 degrees a second there. That was to the left. We'll go ahead and do one around to the right. Doesn't like it around to the right, but still just about the same. Doesn't have that much adverse yaw. Let's go ahead and trim this nose down. Should be trimming nose down. Why is it not trimming? God damn it. My trim buttons aren't working. Alright, so we still have some controls here to do. We're getting mad netcode issues here. Someone just lawn darted. Oh, what a beautiful aeroplane. Alright, so yeah, I need to get some pitch trim happening here because that really isn't helping us out. Prop looks fine. We're still only burning 4 inches of boost. Alright, well the next thing will be let's punch up to altitude, but to do that I'm going to have to go into the controls. Uh-oh. There we go. So we're going to have to do these individually, I guess. So you start adjusting the controls. Search, trim, nose down, done. Alright, well I'm going to set this thing up into a climb here. We'll set 2700 RPM and I'll go ahead and bring the boost all the way up. Come on, man. Maybe I'll do this offline. Oh, the people on the internet are mad. Good for them. Good for them. Alright, let's try it again. If you try wobbling them off, you're going to get... whatever. People on the internet can go fuck themselves. Okay, well let's continue. Let's just try and finish getting these controls adjusted so we can actually go and do a time to climb test and all that other crap. So what do I need? I had trim set. What was the other thing I needed? Radiators, they were done. What else? What else? We had gear, we had fuel, we got the pressurization thing. I don't need anything else, I think. I just need trim, some rudder trim. That should be set already. I think I have. Adjust controls, blah, 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 blah. Axes. I'm pretty sure I had rudder trim. Yeah, I don't have an elevator trim in an axis, but I've got the rudder trim here with a twist knob. That is fine. What else? Oh, sensitivity. That was the other thing. Thank you. Pitch sensitivity. Let's go ahead and tune that. Yeah, I had a curvature at 5. I'm going to bring this up to like... I don't know, it was really sensitive. I'll add a little bit more of a dead zone. Go curvature of 15. I'll do the same with the roll, I think. Yeah, go slightly higher dead zone. Actually, I was kind of okay with the ailerons where they were. Rudder, do they have anything for that? A bit more of a dead zone. Okay, so that's going to have our sensitivity set. That's going to make things a little bit easier for us. I've got pitch trim, rudder trim, radiators. Auto. I think that's what I've got for this one here. So auto's up, radiator open is down. Right, that's perfect. Because of canopy, so I can shut out some of that outside noise. Okay. Let's run through it again. Maybe this time we'll actually sit here and do an engine run and see. Yeah, I'm going to try and start it here on just the primer. And like I was explaining before, this primer here should work. So even if I have everything else off, the aircraft should fire on the primer. It should just run fine. It's its own complete separate system. If we go ahead and pull up the schematics, which I probably can, but I don't know if I'll do. I just want to fly the plane and actually do some tests and not actually get fucking flown into. I'll go fuel pump on, and the fuel cock on, and we'll get that pressurization on once we go through altitude. That's fine. You know what else is missing on here? It's a supercharger indicator. Is this it here? There it is. Okay. On our aircraft, the supercharger indicator is over here. So, from what I understand, they modeled this aircraft off one of the what's-a-majigget, the flying, whoever the hell they are. Whoever Eagle Dynamics is associated with, I think they modeled it off their Mark 9. But the Mark 16, it had this over here. It had the supercharger control panel over on the left-hand side, kind of in here. This clock wasn't there. Again, it was near the engine controls, so you could just flick the magnetos off and have at it. It's just a different spot for it, but the Spitfires are like that. There were so many changes and things that were moved around. I mean, the Mark 5 was a Mark 1 fuselage with a different engine, but then the initial production was converting Mark 1s to Mark 5s, but then once the Mark 5 production line started rolling, then they were produced completely separate. So all these little changes, even if they are in the wrong position, it's probably for a reason, and I don't doubt it whatsoever why that's there. I'm sure some aircraft had that there. There's little things as well, like just the fuel tank indicators. Some aircraft had two tank indicators here, where it would show the top tank and the bottom tank, but then as the Marks continued, they actually ended up only putting the fuel tank gauge in the lower tank. So you wouldn't actually know whether you're low on fuel until you started seeing indication here that your fuel was low. Yeah, so some had two indicators, and in fact, even on our aircraft, the Mark 16, the top fuel tank had the hole cut out for it, ready for the fuel sender to go into the tank, but it didn't have the fuel thing there. So when they started emitting things from the aircraft as the Marks continued, they didn't change the design. All they did was just they just put a plaque over it, fucking screwed it up and said good to go. They didn't reinvent the wheel with anything with this aircraft as the Marks progressed from the 1 all the way up to the 24, I think it was they ended at, or 22, whatever the hell it was. But they were different aircraft, different wings, all that other stuff. Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and run it up again? I do question this battery thing, though. I really do question this battery thing. Most aircraft, have a good night, SF Rexon. Let me go ahead and find a, let me stop this camera moving around. I'll go ahead and find the manual here. Documents. Where is it? I think it's probably in this hard drive here. Storage, hard drive. I think it's in here. New folder. I've got a really fucking good book here. Here it is here. It's a book called Spitfire Engineered, and it's one of the best pieces of nerd equipment. Sorcerer Dave, if you're watching, I recommend you own this book. It's a very unknown book. It's 400 and something fucking pages, 430 pages, and you can buy it as a PDF or as an actual book. But why it's so good is literally everything about the Spitfire is detailed. So I know this is like nerd central here, like looking at the actual, there's an entry door there, like who the fuck cares? But the interesting things about it is every little detail is not only photographed, but it's then also put into schematic drawings like this. It's just an unreal resource, absolutely unreal. And actually, why it's so good is this is my old aircraft. There it is there, AUJ, Spitfire Mark 16. This is, so the guy that wrote this book is he used our Spitfire, the Mark 16, and he also used the Mark 9, which was down in Niagara Falls. There was a Niagara Falls Spitfire down there, which was a Mark 9. Then he used those two aircraft, did all of these drawings and all of this other bullshit to basically get the aircraft perfectly. Every individual little detail. Hello, friend. This is my old aircraft there. And what's interesting is that we can see all of these things. Then we can compare a 16 to a 9. But also, here we go, cockpit. We can have a look at some of the differences between the cockpits here. Let me see if we can zoom in a little bit. You can see some of the differences in the cockpit. I want to say this is our aircraft, AUJ. Yeah. No, it's got the cutout there. No, this is the Mark 9. We still had the gun sight, but we had the bottom taken off. We still had the gun sight there, but we didn't. We actually had a GPS put in there. There's a supercharger control there, brake lever. Yeah, this isn't ours. Yeah, that's the Mark 9. This is the 16. That's not our 16. This is really old. This is a non-flying aircraft, that picture there. This looks like ours. No, it's not. So we had, so what I'm looking for is down here is where we had our battery switch. It was a great big shut-off lever down here, a great big throw switch, and I'm almost certain just about every Spitfire had it down here, right down here, but I can't see in this image here. Yeah, this is ours. Yeah, this is SL721. So we put the radios in down the left-hand side here, threw them in there, and we have a GPS up the front there. But there's this battery switch down here. I'm trying to see if we can get a picture of it, rather than going through all my photos. It'll show us the left-hand side. It's got to show us the left-hand side. Maybe it doesn't. Not ours. Flap lever, nav lights, yes. Oxygen regulator, don't really care about. You can see how, like, every individual item that's in the cockpit here is imaged, photos taken, everything about it. It's really cool. So I'm hoping it's going to have this great big throw switch, and it's a really difficult spot because it's right down where the seat is. It's right down beside the seat there, but I'm interested to know whether the 9 had it. Fuel cut off, that's fine. This is our aircraft. This is snapped off though now. Compass. There's the back side of the gauge. The back side of the panel's a fucking mess. There's the gun side I don't care about. Let's just go back to full size just so we can scroll through. Starboard cockpit wall. I want the port cockpit wall, right? Here's where it should be. God damn it. The problem is this kills fucking Adobe because it's a 500 megabyte PDF. And it just kills the computer no matter what happens. Alright, let's go port cockpit wall. Why don't we see it? There's the pilot seat. That's not going to help me with anything. There's the throttle quadrants. This is our throttle quadrant. Now you can see there's even different throttle quadrants saying this was an early 9, and then this is after the 9 they went to this throttle quadrant here. Yeah, they're even saying it's a late model throttle quadrant. Oxygen, yeah, it's about to die again. Why do they have no pictures? Why they have no pictures? I think the only thing I can do here is zoom in and look for the fucking thing. So the electrical system hasn't been finished. You can see by all of the wires just hanging out. And this looks like a 9. Yeah, it is a 9. Could just read the fucking data here. This is where you'd see it. Fuel transfer. This is an aftermarket thing. Where the aircraft had an auxiliary fuel tank put out in the wings. Yeah, it's still not showing enough. The battery throw switch is down here. It's like just not showing it. It's like really, really close to the seat. It's like here behind you, like down and to the left. You still can't see. It's like down here. Maybe. Battery hatch. Battery hatch. Out of memory. Yeah. GG. Battery hatch. Battery hatch. Battery hatch. I don't care about the hatch. I care about the switch. It's not going to show it. How very weird. Maybe that's why they don't have the battery. Maybe that's why they don't have the battery thing in there, is because they couldn't find a picture of it. But I know it's there. It's right here. It's in this really, really shitty position that you jump in the aircraft, and if you're trying to start the thing, you go, "Fuck! I've forgotten where the battery switch is." Was even what a software hipster you are. No, there's not. So there's a major battery cutoff switch. So there's this thing here, right? But this shouldn't be. Yeah, this isn't the battery switch. This isn't the battery switch. What this is like a undercarriage indicator switch. So that isn't the battery switch. That's just purely used to show the gear here, so you can turn it off in flight. And the real it's down here. Let me see if I can find a picture online. I know it's there. Like, it's such a fucking great big throw thing. It's you know where? No, I don't even think it'll show it there. What'd you call it? Like, surely someone has a 360-degree view of the thing. Interactive panorama. That sounds like a good thing. It's only 360, but... You still can't see it. Even here, like, it's down here. Like, but down beside the seat. Every fucking picture has it, like, hidden. It's, like, down here. Why are you so hidden, battery? Like, it's down there. I can't find anything that has a fucking picture of it. That's kind of crazy. I'd probably have to look through the manuals. I can't even believe Spitfire Engineer doesn't have it. That's, Anyway, it's meant to be there, which is confusing. It's probably... I don't know. If I can't find it just with some super quick Googling, I could see why, but it was retrofitted in... as soon as the Spitfire started carrying batteries, or accumulators, as they like to call them in the British... no, the British Air Force, RAF, down here, a little flicky flick switch there. It's quite a large switch. It's a big it's a big 60 amp throw switch. It's huge. I feel like there's no other battery switch, right? Like this thing here, that's not the battery switch. It might look like it because that comes on, but no, it's the undercarriage indicator switch. Idea being is, so as you advance the throttle here, it comes on. So it's just something you don't have to... Again, one of those other little things that the Spitfire design is great, is that something you don't have to think about in a pre-takeoff, is that as soon as you start advancing the throttle, you can turn these lights on so you can see your gear position. But then once you're in the air, you can go ahead and turn it off so you don't have any extra light in the cockpit if you're flying at night. Just another one of those little things that it just uses the tab at the bottom of the throttle there to flick it into position as you pass it. And it's the same in the real aircraft. You can turn it on and off as you want, but just another simple design thing where it's a physical switch, but it's bumped by something mechanical. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I still... Because, like, why is the battery on right now? Like, this shouldn't be on. It wasn't... the battery shouldn't be on here. It's going to fucking annoy me until I can find this thing down there. It's going to really, really annoy me. It's such in a shit position that when you're sitting on the... when you're sitting on... the parachute straps has got a great big webbing thing there, and the webbing thing, whenever you sat in the thing, you'd throw the straps off to the side, right? And it would always cover the battery switch. So the first time I got in the plane, I was like, what the fuck is a battery switch? This is stupid. I feel like a noob. I was a noob. But yeah, the webbing always covered it down here. Almost certain. Like... And by almost certain, I mean 99%. That's where the frickin' battery switch was. All right, well, let's go flying again. There are 9 planes. Is it really? Holy shit! Okay, screen capping that. Holy crap. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna taxi out and like spin into someone. Holy shit. Get out of the way, F-15. You're not wanted here. Maybe you are. That's so cool. Look at that. Alright, I need to get my screen capping stuff out. That's fucking so cool. Oh, we got another one coming. The F-15's like, oh whatever, I don't even know. The Spitfire. Are you shoe shy? Oh, he's got a cool looking one. This is crazy. We got a 109, Mustangs, Spitfires. Oh, that's so cool. Some dude ejected. That's so cool. I'm trying to get the one on the end. Typos here. Can't taxis here. Snappage is here. That's... Oh, wow. Lawn darts here. That's so cool. You guys are awesome. Look at that. Ugh. I'll even get a Mirage in the picture. Why the hell not? It's gonna be chaos. Everyone's gonna be trying to take off. Hey, we should try and do that. Can someone, I don't read chat often, no. What are you on? What TeamSpeak? Just join my Discord. Discord's easier for me at the moment. Look at that. Code Fox. Alright, I'll come over into TeamSpeak then. All the people parked outside. Alright, I'm coming. If there is a spare, can you whisper me the details? Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. All of the other aircraft are like, I just want a taxi here. You're not welcome here, F-15. Get out of it. That's so cool. Does TeamSpeak reveal your IP? I don't think so. Join the TeamSpeak, codefox.me. I guess that's it. So, is that what you're on? You're on the TeamSpeak 3 Virtual Aerobatics. Is that what you're on? It is a Warbird fanatic. Have you joined the TeamSpeak, codefox.me? Jay Nelson? No. I don't know. Is that just what your server is? Was that just what the server is codefox.me? I'll see in a second. Hey, P3 Rodden, what's going on, man? Trying to resolve hostname, codefox.me. Trying to connect. Alright, apparently I'm here.
Hello?
Bush.
Yo, I think I have everything set up here. What's going on?
Oh, sick. Hello. Hello.
Is this the Twitch guy? Hello.
That's me. Apparently, all you guys are parked out front of my hangar.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
Looks so cool.
We were just like, what can we do? And then
Yeah.
we all thought, yeah, we're gonna park outside this hangar.
I figured we'd give you a
Look at the
grand
manuals.
opening welcome to the Aerobatics Online.
I really like that F-15 that was taxiing. Like, he, like, stopped and was like, I don't know, what? And then, like, just taxied around everyone and then just continued. You could see there was, like, the pause in thinking, like, what the hell is happening? I don't even know.
Right, the majority of us are in the Caucus 1.5 channel, so I think we're all gonna head back down there. Do you want me to drag you?
Yeah, sure, just bring me down, yep.
User left
Okay,
your
cool.
channel. User joined your channel.
Alright, I'm gonna just get the audio set up here. Playback
User
devices,
joined
no.
your channel.
Is it time for a mass formation crash?
A lot of people joined.
I know, right?
Yeah, definitely a mass formation time.
We can only have so many airplanes in close proximity without the crash, okay?
Yeah, we need like loose formation.
Yeah, loose. Definitely.
Somebody needs to say that in chat, please.
Forget
Loose
it's
formation.
not
Yeah.
gonna work. We've tried this before, man.
Yeah, I know, but if there's gonna be a formation,
Alright, I'm gonna get started up.
There,
F-15 over there, that's pretty hilarious.
The F-15 can't get past.
It's a slight light. Oh, okay. And the Mirage as well. Alright, well, I'm going to fire up and taxi down the other end of the runway.
Join you.
Shadowfrost jumped the gun on the
Master,
startup,
you
bro.
have something to say?
Hey, I saw
a countdown.
Oh yeah, now I can formally apologize for hitting you on the taxiway. That was me. Really sorry. I
That was...
set that whole thing up for you.
No, that was me. I was just like, oh no, I won't need an S-turn. There's no one coming this way. And then just bang, I was like,
No,
it's
he
my
was in the
fault.
air. He wasn't on the ground.
No, I was on the ground.
No, he was
Oh, was he
taxiing,
on the
yeah.
ground?
Yeah. I should have been turning a little bit, but
I was doing the same thing. I wasn't even thinking. But these taxis, they're too small. Like, you can't S-turn. Like, I could not see shit. Even when I S-turn, I can see a little bit. It's just the Russian
It's one of the
taxiways.
reasons that everyone's using the downwind and it's the way we've got the dynamic weather set up to have bad weather up north. The wind is currently like in the wrong direction for that runway, which is a bit of a pain in the ass because the dynamic weather is so difficult to fuck around with.
Yeah, I can't even turn right here, so we'll taxi to the other end and take off.
Taking your downwind isn't so problem, really.
The cross
See how many
was
people-
pretty difficult.
we'll have a nice conga line, hopefully doing.
Oh my god, this is so awesome.
I think I blew my radiator or some shit, so I'll have to get a new
We got
plane
people
when we
starting
get started.
engines, I guess it's just gonna happen now.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'm actually be able to start this thing.
It's going and we can't stop.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy.
I've got a minute and a half to wait for repairs.
Oh my god, all the fucking mermaids.
Ground power is now on.
Oh, it's starting to get really
Oh,
laggy.
super lag.
Oh,
Let it be okay, let it be okay. Oh, it's not okay, it's not okay. Somebody got fucked.
Oh, it's...
Oh, Jesus.
The line crumbles in front of our eyes.
Please, it wasn't me. Okay, I'm sorry, but you guys wouldn't hate me if I just got the fuck out of here right now, would you?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Could be an accident.
User joined your channel.
Yeah, someone. I don't
Someone
know
just go
if
the
I can
other
even
way.
taxi in a fucking straight line here. Anyway, all right, let's.
Fuck you. I
Tyler
have
Frost, you got me
to
pinned in
say
here, bro.
God damn it! I keep fucking missing it.
Alright, I don't fly shitty airplanes.
This is officially the mass formation channel now, I see.
Yeah.
I just got back here, there's a lot more people.
Hey, so we're going
Oh,
down
we
to the
started
other end of the runway,
Why are
right?
you not starting aeroplane?
Yeah, but you don't need much runway, so I'm just going like
Oh,
right
I know
the fuck
why.
over here.
It will definitely be safer.
I know why. What did we set this button to? I think it was this one.
Nah,
Yeah.
doesn't
This
make
is-
sense.
Yeah, there's some issues here. It shouldn't need the fuel pump running here. I don't know why there's one, there's two, there's three. I don't need to do all this shit to start the
Oh, it
aircraft
sounds
up.
like you guys crashed because you guys suck.
We're on the ground
No.
as well.
There's flaming wrecks everywhere.
What what happened? Did
All right,
you
let's
see
do
what
it.
happened?
It's lagged. It's lagged.
Oh,
On.
If I
Fuel's
do
on,
this,
everything
it's
else is
even up
on.
to
Yeah, it
date.
should be fine.
yeah, there was another 2 updates just today.
Probably like,
so,
probably like fucking
we
15
go.
gigs of updates.
yeah,
Someone just hit that prop on the ground over there.
which wasn't.
All right, well, at least we're running, so that's a good start. Let's go ahead and open up our radiators all
This
the way.
download rate, holy shit.
Here you go, teaser, if you want to watch the carnage early. You have a streamer.
That's
All right, let's do it. Let's head out.
Something
Oh,
kind
that's
of
a
epic.
lot of wrecks.
Hey, what are you doing?
That is a lot. It went from looking really good to terrible.
Yeah. Our new friend here was
so.
Twitch streaming, we noticed, and then we all ended up forming up on the ground in front of his hangar in like a corridor. It's
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
It was amazing. There was like 10, 12 planes.
There's fucking explosions everywhere. I don't think this is going. Did you guys?
You got 109 off your right.
Yeah, did you guys?
doing-
What runway are
doing
you
a start.
taxiing to? Like, are you doing a tailwind takeoff or
What do you
another one?
prefer?
I did
It's
it.
up to you. There seems to be about 3 aircraft taxiing down to the other end of the runway.
Alright, I'll go down the other end of the runway and do it properly.
You probably
Yeah, I
need,
just went
you
ahead
probably
and got airborne.
you gotta be cautious. There's a lot of debris halfway down the runway. There's not really a viable path through it.
Now, if you get down to the first exit, you'll be alright. The clear room.
I think we should land there.
User joined your channel.
I mean, it would be great group photo of like.
Alright, well, anyone else in watching the stream, of course, if you're on the server, come along to the. They posted the.
Yeah, they need to have that in the chat.
They posted the. Yeah, all those screen caps we got of you guys out the front. You should put that on like the front of your briefing page or something like that sometime.
Yeah, they're going on the Hoggett for sure as well. Did anyone
Yeah,
get any good, because I'm in VR right now, did anyone get any good high res?
I took some screen
one,
caps.
Yeah. I got one from like looking into the hangar view.
Nice.
I got a shitload.
I should probably
Yeah, so they
paste
posted the
just planted it.
TeamSpeak thing up there.
No,
So
you're
once we
still
get in the
right,
air, I'm kind of
just doing,
hoping
like,
that
a pretty
we'll.
much 90-degree turns, probably like 85 or whatever. Anyway, and there's no rudder input, it's just perfectly coordinated.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You only really get half this fuel.
Well, at least we made some friends, hey? Sorry I can't see chat, guys. It's really fucking hard in game when
Continuous circle over everyone here.
it's probably
Yeah,
kind of
it's all
annoying hearing all these voices as well.
Can
So
really
hopefully
get
they'll
those,
quieten down.
Oh, I don't have it.
One of you guys said you're in VR. What's the Spitfire like in VR?
Fucking awesome. You're quite squished up to the front, if you know what I mean. So like you're very close to the gun sight, whereas in the P51 it's much more like opened up. So you're sitting quite far away from the gun sight, and it's slightly larger Americans.
Oh, no.
That's slightly groomier.
It's not exactly a giant cockpit.
Fuck this, I'm taking the grass.
Yeah, but it is slightly different.
The P-47, now that's the one for the larger Americans, so...
Yeah. It's really awesome. It's got lots of like 3D objects, which always make cockpits look like.
Yeah, so just your eye point's just a little bit too far forward, kind of like thing.
You're gonna
I
take
wouldn't say
off,
it's too
bro.
far forward, it's in the right place, but it's just that compared to like other airplanes that feels like it's way forward.
Take off. I dare you.
You just have a lot of stuff in your face. Of course, being a friend, it's fucking perfect.
So are the MFG crosswinds worth it?
Oh fuck yeah! Like you'll buy them and they're the last rudder pedals you'll own. They really are that good.
Yeah, I'd love to have some.
I kick the shit out of mine, and I'm never worried about them whatsoever.
What are yours called again, Nelson?
Slaw RX 5 pedals.
Sounds insane. I'm afraid with the current state of the server, I don't think we can manage a loose formation.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty
bad.
sporadic, to say the least.
Yeah, it got to that point of no return.
Oh yeah. I love the way this thing drives on the ground. So fucking cool.
Yeah.
I'm just being a smartass, really.
You guys
Waiting
still on
for
the
it to
ground?
take off.
Well, I mean, to be a smart ass, you actually have to be smart, but...
Well, to be honest, though, Teens, it is interesting because I've been watching people all day trying to drive this thing off the ground. It's been fun to watch.
A colossal nightmare.
I mean, the problem is the controllers. Like in the real aircraft, the hand switch thing actually makes sense, like a little hand lever there. But like I got nothing. Like I tried using a twist knob on my X55 throttle quadrant, and it just was not making sense. I couldn't fucking taxi in a straight line. It was stupid. So I'm having to use rudder pedal brakes here. But I think that's the problem. Is it just doesn't make sense with like regular axes that you have on a regular controller setup.
It's set up practically like all the Russian airplanes. And it's just not geared up for the modern sort of toe brake aircraft.
Just takes a little practice.
Honestly, I kind of like this system a little bit more than with Benko
Pretty much any plane.
Have you
There's less
noticed
to worry about.
this one bug with this aircraft already though? It has no, well, it can fly indefinitely upside down.
So
I've
striker,
done,
how you
Yeah.
I've done several inverted loops in this thing, and yeah,
Oh,
that just
fly a
never quits.
Spitfire.
Yeah,
We
it
got one guy
doesn't
here,
have an inverted
fly
fuel
on switch.
system.
No, it definitely
No,
should not
it
be
shouldn't
sustainable.
be like this, yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
a bone or fuel.
I bet you it's just something
It
they
should
haven't
be
implemented yet.
stuttering when you push it into anything.
It's
that
not
goes
even a
up.
pressure car like the T51, it's a regular float car, if I remember correctly.
No,
So
no,
it should-
Yeah,
no, it's
so
a
it
pressure
should
cub.
stutter as
Oh,
you
oh,
push
is it?
it.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. So it should be similar to T51 then.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Alright, I'm on the active.
Saw somebody light on fire in the air.
Am I the only one who notices the F10 map is now laggier than even the game is?
Yep.
Oh my god! I saw the F-15 flying above the runway, like nose down, looking at the runway.
You know, standard DCS.
Yeah.
Guys got some balls, that's for sure.
That's like a rubber.
Alright, it's actually not too bad to take off. I mean, you can see I just get quiet when I'm taking it off because there's a little bit of brain power required there to keep the thing
Yeah.
pointing straight, but it's really not that bad.
The length of the runway.
It definitely gets off the deck faster than the Mustang, which it should.
Well, it's more service can't cope with many factory crashes.
Yeah.
Alright, let's try and trim the thing out this time around.
And just horrifically crashing.
Alright, bring our rudder trim back. Sounds like we've already got someone starting to form up, so we'll go ahead and just do some gradual turns here. And do you guys want to try and do a mass formation?
We'd have to do
Yeah. I definitely down. So might be starting in 15 minutes, I think.
Ah, okay.
But at the moment,
Oh, that looks pretty.
3 hours down. 4. Does that mean it's not restarting for another hour?
We're gonna have to try and do another fucking audio options thing here.
We'll just restart at the top of the hour. You'll give it an hour, and then it will go go for 4 hours. It should hopefully calm down. It should be alright.
We're gonna have to manually do it also.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I will enjoy trimming some trees for the next 13 minutes.
Have you tried landing it on the?
Alright, let's just go eye tracker off here so I can actually come into chat and actually say hello. 51.8, shit. So sorry guys, I have not seen chat in a million years. That's for just about everything. There's no one on YouTube anymore, so that's okay. Hey 727 Freak. So yes, if you had any questions for me, please ask away now while I'm stooching around here down low. I've got the eye tracker off so I can actually look at you guys, look at the chat and do all that other stuff. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask right now.
Yeah, for now, chat. Enjoy the scenery and just restart it. Yeah.
You can do some carry landing stuff.
I think I'm try and land on the building.
Plenty of
Oh god, it's so pretty.
Well, yeah, with a stall speed of like 60 miles an hour.
You find a building near.
I'm just the. And this way.
God, it's pretty.
If I die here, I'll
There's
go over
a pretty good, like rectangular building over here. Just
Yeah, there's one building in the game which is 150 meters from corner to corner, and it looks like the one that I'm about to land on. And the wind's actually from.
It's pretty, it flies nice, it feels nice. Sound probably has a little bit of work to go, but anyway. Eye tracker, yeah, get up to 25. That's a good point. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and do a performance climb. We'll go ahead and pull 12 inches of boost. Even bring the throttle up there a little bit more.
Yeah, for some reason today I
Let's go start the climb.
And right now I have more fuel than I think I tried to have full tank. So I don't think that's gonna happen for me.
Go ahead and turn the radiators to auto as well. I'll set our maximum climb rate about 160 mile an hour.
Oh, that's down a little late there, Nelson.
Yeah.
A little bit more right rudder there.
Ah, better safe though. Better than coming up short.
That is a small building.
Yeah, it's literally 150 meters from car length.
I got to 20 and then ran out of fuel.
Not long at all. Half the length.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be happening. You probably didn't run out of fuel, Gracie. Did you turn your fuel pressurization on?
Too bad they don't have.
If you don't turn that on, they've probably modeled it a little incorrectly. But you should turn this guy on, and then you should be fine. That fuel pressure. It's actually not required. It's only really above 25,000 feet. It makes a difference. But if you don't have the pressurization on, the fuel can freeze. It's something else it does. I have to read the manual to try and remember what the fuck it does, but you probably didn't run out of fuel. You probably just didn't have that on. Yeah, I'm only through 7,000 feet right now, so it's going to take a little while to climb up there. Only a few minutes. My artificial horizon isn't fucking working at all. I think there must be a reset button there that I just can't see under the gun sight. Oh, that view, but
Other corner, you said?
Yeah. Oh. Stop. I did it.
Nice. Oh, nice anyway.
I think I could have done it if my cock if I didn't slam my nose in.
I'm gonna try the other way here.
That's the preferable way to win. So I just did.
Oh, except the little buildings in the way.
The
there we
buildings
go.
are in the
Through
way.
10.
Got it.
Gotta curve into it, I see.
Yeah, I just kind of went more across the building.
Oh, we're
because it's
15.
So much distance that way. But
I don't know how he's so slow, but
too late, go around. You know, like touching right on the edge.
yeah.
Oh Jesus.
So tricky, but
Yeah, I'm pretty heavy.
So hard to get
180. So it's going to take a while. It might help if I was actually holding boost as well.
Wait, you guys are at the building at 2 million?
No, Tasi or Sanaki.
We're actually losing a lot of boost here. We should at least be able to maintain. Oh, yeah, maybe this is okay.
yeah.
We should be able to maintain a fair amount of boost here. I mean, it is the LF, but we're only at 13,000 feet. Sorry, friend, he was trying to follow me.
Oh well, it was an attempt at
No.
engine not landing.
Look at where I landed.
I can go ahead and go supercharger high here pretty soon. Actually, I'll just check this. He's still there. Alright, I'll go ahead and just start a slow left-hand turn just to point us back towards the field. There we go. Now we got superchargers just gone to high. Just went through automatically, and I'll just bring the boost back to 12 inches.
Oh god.
P50. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, nice.
I was like looking at the silos and I'm like, oh wait a minute, I'm a little bit slow right now.
We're gonna restart it right now.
I still hear that F-15 around us. But alright, we've got supercharger high. I got 12 inches of boost. Let that speed start building back up to 160 mile an hour, and we'll start to climb again. We're at 16,000 feet. So I pick up speed pretty rapidly.
How much is the clock? Oh, okay,
Up
I'm
we go.
leaving, I think. Yeah, see you guys.
Yeah.
It's got quite a bit of right rudder pressure in here. I could trim it out, but I'm just being lazy pants. Anyway, while we're still here in the climb, let's check chat for a change. I got to 20, ran out of fuel. Should be able to get even this thing should be able to get up to about 38,000, 36,000 feet.
User disconnected from your channel.
I should be able to get there from memory in about 17 minutes. But this is this aircraft is the low altitude version, so its supercharger was tuned for power down low, but even then it still should be able to get up to about 35,000 feet. Well, its service ceiling would be at about 35. Alright, we didn't quite get there. We'll have to do that this next one. We still haven't landed the fucking thing. Anyway. 50, right, now on my way to Batumi. Oh, you're flying for a while. Okay, I see.
It looks like the fucking server just crashed.
Yeah, what Jarpy said, if this was questions about the MFGs, they're great. Let's do it again. Yeah. Med and fast doesn't have 2 gears. Yeah. So it has 2 gears. So even though it was designed for the low altitude, what it meant is that it was designed to fly. They had the supercharger would provide max horsepower between 0 feet and about 25,000 feet. So in the later parts of the war, in the later parts of World War II, what was initially happening is the fights were getting higher and higher and higher, where aircraft would be meeting at 35,000 feet up to about that point. But then at some point during the war, basically after the Battle of Britain and the fight started pushing towards France, is the battle started to get lower and lower. And what that meant is there was a gap. So the early Mark 9s, there was a gap in altitude where at that 25,000 foot range, the non-LF or the non-low altitude fighters, they had a performance gap where the Focke-Wulf 190 actually had a little bit more performance than it. So in the later parts of the war, Rolls-Royce shifted the engine, the Merlin, the 66s, to have either the ability to fly at high altitude or low altitude with just a subtle change of the supercharger. And with that slight change, the aircraft was either designated the LF or HF, I want to say. Whatever it was. Anyway, the airframe was exactly the same. There was no other differences to the aircraft, but just the supercharger gearing was just a little bit better to allow the low altitude aircraft to fill that performance gap with the Focke-Wulf 190s. But again, this was in the later part of the war. RAF standard. Do they have other ones? No, that's it. So, it's rooting in the air. So, yeah, so even though it still had the same two-stage supercharger between the high altitude or the low altitude, it was just the gearing that changed because they wanted to have the fights at that lower altitude. Because at the start of the war, Battle of Britain, everything was done in the air, right? Started at high altitude against high altitude bombers. However, the role of the Spitfire changed when they started progressing into France, where it would do reese attacks, low altitude, ground strafing, all of these other things. So the notion that the Spitfire was just an air-to-air fighter really changed once the war went on. I mean, it used to carry 3 bombs, like it would do a whole heap of shit over in France that you just wouldn't expect a Spitfire to do. Funny, I thought they had 2 upper gears. No, not all of them. So from about the Mark 5 Spitfire, they had, they did have 2 speed superchargers, but here's the confusion, right? Is there's 2 stage, and then there were 2 speed superchargers. So the early Mark 5 just had a single supercharger impeller, but it had a gear, so it would change once it went through about 14 to 16,000 feet. How much boost do we got here? We should see this happen here once we start this climb again. So the earlier Spitfires, they just had a single impeller. These aircraft had 2 impellers, so 2 supercharger stages. They were directly driven. There was no like, oh, I'll send air to the first stage and then the second stage, like there'd be 4 gears. There was nothing like that. It was one supercharger fed the second supercharger, then that would go through to the engine. The speed system was purely a gearbox, a planetary gearbox that would drive the speed of the supercharger. So the supercharger would spin in high gear from memory 16,800 RPM. In low gear, I think it was like 13.6 or something like that. But those were the different speeds. But yeah, it just so it had a low gear for low altitude, high gear for high altitude.
The fuck? There's Conquest now?
Yeah, this is quite weird. If this is the LF coming through 15,000 feet, I should. I mean, technically I could hit the boost control myself, but I don't believe this boost control set up here.
Yeah.
Like Battlefield.
There we go, it just shifted then. Shifted at 15,000. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe this supercharger rate. I don't know if it drops down to 8. I'll need to have a read of that. We'll go up to altitude anyway. We don't have far to get up to, say, 25. Yeah, because the thing's top speed, the LF's top speed was quite a low altitude. We'll find out. We'll just keep flying the thing and give it a run.
What was the best time to be on Spitfire?
About 160 mile an hour indicated.
Cool. Thank you.
Right, yeah, we're through 20,000 feet.
Oh, you guys are already up and out.
Yeah, it's all scramble now.
Oh, it's just you two. Where are you going? Down south?
Yeah, we're going to find our streamer friend and form up on him.
I can go somewhere. I can go somewhere for you guys to find me. I'm just trying to climb up to altitude and do a performance check at 25k.
Yeah, you're heading our way and we're climbing altitude as well, so should we?
Okay, cool. You want to come down to a lower altitude, say 15k, after I've gone up to 25 and find you?
Sure, whatever. Holy shit, this thing climbed there.
Or am I just dead?
Yeah, of course we'll move it that way. Still.
At some point when I've got nothing to do, I'm going to do all the time to climb tests and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure their flight model, they've already vetted all that, but I like to go through it anyway and just confirm it. It should be like a 17-minute time to climb from memory to about 35,000 feet, which is pretty fucking amazing for a piston
Yeah,
engine
that's
aircraft.
incredible.
Alright, through 23k. So as we...
Is that you or somewhere?
Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Are we whacked him now?
What'd you guys say the best line to? What's 160?
160 apparently.
How much power?
I'm just running like
So
20
like VY.
5 boost.
How much boost?
Like 8 boost.
They used to have the VX and VY for the D1. I don't know when I did that little sheet.
The only real limitation is prop RPM. If you're running 3,000 RPM, you're going to blow the engine up, but you can run 12 inches of boost at 2,700, 2,800 RPM all day. That's your only real limitation. Well, yeah, cruise speed. That's the beauty. The funny thing is, we'll go ahead and get set up here, and we should see an indicated. Oh, I don't know. We should true out at about 350, 360 mile an hour, which is pretty fucking quick. Let's turn away from the sun here. It's a little bit annoying.
I was the one taking off from the opposite
The
direction.
other way, yeah. I was watching that guy in front, you know, let's slow down.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and
Yeah,
set
we're
8 inches of boost up here. The real cruise speed would be back at around 4, just to save as much fuel as possible, but we can go ahead and do some math here and figure out what we're actually tazzing at.
Should be able to make it over there for a little bit.
We'll see what we level out at, so I can
Yeah,
get
the
the...
boost just kicked in. Supercharged.
Gotta love my trim.
So I'm indicating 240. If someone actually,
Beautiful thing.
if you just Google true airspeed calculator, this will give you a rough idea of how fast we're going.
Yeah, aileron?
8 inches of
Not
boost.
this rudder and out of
I'll
there.
bring the prop back a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think the earlier ones we flew on.
No, they have
rudder.
rudder.
Do they have rudder trim?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could ever. Or if I ever had it now. I was always.
I
I
do
got 26, 6 inches of boost. It's a pretty typical cruise speed.
Some weird thing with like the buttons. There's like 1, 2, and 3 levels of rudder. Or maybe that was the 109. I was
Indicating
thinking
what,
of.
about
Trim to get it
255?
half trim.
255 mile an hour, and I'll go ahead and get our altitude here in a second at 25,000 feet. 250 mile an hour indicated at 25,000 feet. If someone can go ahead and do a true
Yeah, what do you
airspeed
guys
calculation of
find out
that. Formation that could... uh-oh. Why has the engine just died?
I think I can only really get
Uh-oh.
like 2,000.
Just blow my-
Yeah. Oh dear. I think they, I don't know. What did you guys set the fuel state for the air starts here?
Air start's going to be low.
Pretty
because
low.
They're
Okay.
race packs, so they're for the race courses.
Okay, yeah.
We just run out of fuel.
Yeah, you may have
Yeah.
to dead stick that thing in and grab some fuel. You're gonna be doing a forced landing, your first one.
Oh, you got shitloads of room there. Make use of that gigantic fucking rudder.
Is there an airfield nearby?
I'm getting really weird behaviour from the engine.
Oh yeah,
Plus this
yeah. You
airfield
head
would be back the way you came.
south there, Rush. There's an airfield. It's probably the closest one for you.
Yeah, it's about
Ah, you'll
So
make
you got
that.
23,000 feet.
10
right
kilometers.
there.
7,000 meters and 10 kilometers.
We're gonna do a little
Tough
landing over there.
altitude.
Alright, guys. I'll leave you
All right.
to
Well,
it.
our first landing is going to be a dead stick, so
That's my bedtime.
that's going to be fun. I mean, we're doing a fucking speed test here as well. We're at 440 mile
We
an
run out
hour.
of,
No, we're not.
fuel there, Rush.
Yeah, I think the air start aircraft. I was just I was holding a lot of boost and climbing up to altitude, but yeah,
I think I put 30% in there, so it's quite quick. It's run out already.
30%. That's like, fuck. It's probably only like 30 gallons, 40 gallons in this thing. So yeah, it's like 15 minutes. 15 minutes of fuel.
Shit.
What's the boost you talking about?
It's the charger. It's,
Dead stick landing hype. Let's see if we can stick it.
No,
how
no,
you
he's
control
So
it?
I feathered the prop. It's not a fully feathering
talking
prop,
about
but at
the
least I've
boost
made it
range
have as least
Yeah.
drag as possible. So I guess I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and see if we can do a brake approach with no engine. So we should be able to. I don't know if I'm going to get the gear out, and the emergency extension is back here. So if I do need to pull it, it's going to be a little bit busy in the brake there, but I'm sure we'll be able to make it happen.
We believe in you, Rush.
I believe as well.
The power of the side slip guide you in.
I made a little video actually last night. Some guy was asking about crosswind landings, and so I made the statement there saying you can do this approach no matter what, even if you've lost an engine. So I was just saying in chat there that I'm like, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is and see if my approach works with even an engine out. So we'll see.
I don't know what I've done. My fucking engine keeps on going over 3,000 RPM. Really weird. I like put throttle on, it goes way over 3,000 RPM.
Yeah, they've
Sometimes the Mustang does that too.
Yeah, but it's like and then it becomes really sporadic and it starts dropping down and things. Like it goes down to 2,000 RPM, cuts out. Super
So
weird.
I'm basically
What's
just going to
on?
orbit here and
Could it be that?
wait until I'm at an altitude where I can make a
What's the
dive for the
too high?
field, and then when I make a dive for the field, I'll try and carry as much speed as I can into the brake
Maximum
and
speed for this
see what we can do.
aircraft.
When you start losing fabric on the control surfaces.
Don't they have a VNE line on the airspeed?
No.
They don't have a VNE.
No, it just goes to 480 and then.
Yeah, it's
And
just
then
a,
it stops. It doesn't tell you how fast your death speed is.
Yeah, you've got to look
I've already
out.
got to 450 on the gauge once already.
I think it's just kind of like a good luck gauge. Like whatever you're doing, if you go faster than that, like
Yeah,
just
good
good
luck
luck,
with that,
man.
Yeah, if you start hearing like fucking fabric peeling off the elevators, you know you're a business.
Bleed off some of this speed.
All right,
here.
let's empathise with fucking Rush here. Everyone turn their engines off and dead stick it in. Mags off.
But then I have to 3-point it. Damn. This is an American plane flying here.
You can 2-point it with the dead stick. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just can't. I'm on like medium final. Not quite short yet, but about there. I'm over the lights, I think.
All right, let's go.
I'm at like 12,000 feet above the ground.
Why not do some arrows when we're dead stick?
Yeah, what are we at? 1400.
Alright, so I'm going to have quite a bit of excess energy there at 350 mile an hour.
Yeah, I really
So,
don't like too much flaps and anything. I land, probably wear out the tires faster.
Go on, Rush, let's see a dead stick aerobatic routine like Bob Beaver.
Alright, yeah, we've got plenty of energy here. We'll go ahead, convert all this though, and let's go ahead and start the break.
Oh, yeah. I think he sees me. He's not pulling onto the runway. It's a good sign.
Alright, speed's looking good. I don't want to get the gear out just yet. Oh my god, that lighting though. Alright, I'm going to get the gear.
Who's on the runway?
That would be me. I just touched down.
Damn it.
Flaps are a little bit high, but we're going to need them. We're going to use a lot of runway here, but whatever. Oh my god, there's someone in the middle of the fucking runway. Of course there is. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on, baby. No, 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 no. You got this. Yeah, we don't got this. I don't think... I must have only got one gear out. Yeah. I think we ran out of hydraulic pressure. No. Well, we still recovered the aircraft. Well, it still recovered the aircraft. It didn't break a wing off, so I mean, I'll call that a win.
That's pretty good. Just
Hey,
free-flying in solidarity with my engine off for you.
Already got your gear out.
Wow, the top really almost feathers.
Yeah, that's what I just saw there. I'm like, I don't think it really feathers that much. Oh my god, that rudder turn. You're flying at like 45 degrees.
I just sort of briskly rolled over a taxiway and kicked my tail up considerably.
Is that coming down?
Not even a scratch.
The same, man. Spitfire.
382 true speed. Ham I am, thanks for that.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Turns pretty damn good in combat, like you would expect as well.
Yeah.
Hey, kind of, if you don't wing tip stall it, you know, accelerated stall, then it sort of locks in, sort of like cliffs of
Pix Dynasty? No, we're just in the Aerobatics online server. The guys you're hearing in the background, this is their team speak, so they're running the server.
Yeah, you basically need no rudder like counter the adverse as well.
Oh. Crash is imminent. There's someone in the middle of the runway as well for you.
Oh, Spitfire coming in the opposite direction.
What a surprise.
take off so quick. You can pull out from where they spawn and then take off easily to the end of the
Oh! This is what I did. Oh! Oh! You got it! You got it!
Right. Should we get a mass formation going then?
I'd call that a win.
I was hoping it was already going, but...
No, we were all too busy
better that it
crashing.
wasn't.
Alright, let's rearm, refuel. Full fuel, please.
I've noticed that the left nav light and the middle red, yellow,
Request
white light
rearming.
show even when the
Unable to comply.
they show on the ground even when they're not on.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that.
Oh, I see.
Bit weird.
if I lose it.
I want to grab a race bat and fly up.
That's so funny. I just heard you pull your flaps up. It sounded electric, not really pneumatic from the outside.
The gear makes that weird noise. Flaps makes, at least from the on my side, it seems to make a pneumatic noise.
I don't know. I guess I've never heard pneumatic flaps, so.
It sounds, yeah, I don't know. In real life, it sounds more bassy. It doesn't sound like psst, like someone blowing through a straw. It's
Well, for me, it almost sounded like the F-15
Classic
flaps
ED
coming
sound
out.
on point, yeah.
But yeah.
God, it
I
looks
love how
pretty
Piper
though.
decided to arc in the middle of the
Does he actually like stop?
Yeah.
Hey, how do you turn off the crosshairs to the HUD?
It switches on the left side of the behind, kind of to the left of the sight itself.
We'll see Spitfire vs 51. Hey, Horizon, Emma, what's going on? Hey, J Cruz, I'm doing good, man. My poor sleep schedule's fucked, but I'm doing okay. Had a good night's sleep, and well, we got a Spitfire here, so it's kind of hard to not be happy.
Once I found that, I was like,
Oh, should have full tank of fuel
makes it
now.
much easier to start.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Oh my fucking god, I can't do anything in Riley right now. Fucking
User joined your
Can't do
channel.
anything.
We'll go ahead and open up the throttle. Yeah, everything else running. The fuel boost pump's already on. We'll go ahead and prime the thing. There's one.
My big man.
There's two. There's three. We'll go ahead and turn the fuel tank
Um,
pressurization off.
Are you up
Wobble
for
this
a,
because it
formation
wants it.
flight now then, Rush?
Sure am. I'm just getting fired up right now.
Is your name Rush because you love the band Rush, the Canadian rock band?
Or is it rush because you have no patience?
It's probably a combination of all of the above.
Nice.
Nice. I like that character.
I do.
You know, the one that broke back mountain with the built tent in the bush.
Oh my
No.
What?
No.
What? Alright, open,
Sorry.
open.
I guess you guys are a little sensitive to that, eh?
Alright, we're running. No, we're not.
So how do you taxi this thing? You just use wheel brake or is
Full
there
throttle.
Use
I don't think it
brakes.
has individual brakes.
Just go
I'm not
full
sure
left
what
and
it
right rudder, and full throttle, and just hold the brakes.
I have no confidence in your answer, so fuck
This thing does
you.
not like for the G's.
Yeah,
Blackout too
it
easy.
likes to
Chief,
get
turn on the
going
ground power.
straight. So keep it straight till it's going, and then gently
Copy.
add power. Try not to add too much power right away.
Alright,
then you
we'll wait
can
for
add
this ground
RT once
power
it's rolling
as
straight.
we're running out of
Yeah,
battery.
when you hold brakes down, it helps you steer. So it I think when you hold the brakes down and turn, it automatically, whichever way you're turning, it automatically locks that wheel.
Yeah, it's like the Russian style.
Fuck. Alright.
But I mean, you should only need brakes if something horribly wrong. Because honestly, you can just do it with just a little right rudder and then let it go straight.
That'll do it.
Once the speed comes on.
Alright, go ahead and lock up the fuel. We got everything else set up, and just keep an eye on our rad temperature. It's quite low here at the moment, so go ahead and open up the rads all the way while we're here on the deck anyway. We'll make sure the flaps are up. We do have sufficient pneumatic pressure anyway. Let's go ahead and retrim the aircraft to... yeah, I just want to have it... I think I want just a little bit nose down. Alright.
my fucking god, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Pixex Dynasty, how have I been liking the MFGs? Really like the MFGs. They're so robust, they're so strong. I mean, everyone's probably bored of me talking about it by now, but they really are sensational fucking pedals. They are really strong. I can do whatever the hell I want with them. You'll see here when we take off.
Just print screen.
Oh, look at this.
Oh yeah. We're getting it a nice little
God damn it, why can't
jet
they just make it
flyby.
easy? Oh, nice one.
They could have just like.
They're not
put it
going
on
real
green
fast.
screen.
Just join him for a sec.
Alright, so who's leading and what do we want to do?
It's up to you.
I'm still on the way.
I can get us up in the air, but I don't think I'll be around for too long, so someone's gonna have to take over.
If you want to lead there, Rush, you can get all the pretty pictures. Then for your stream.
Yeah, if I'm leading, I'm pretty much going to be looking straight out front. I'm not going to be able to see you guys, so if I can sit off someone's wing, I think that'd be a little bit better.
Alright, go on then, Bush.
Well, when I get over there,
You want to lead, Fly Guy?
when I get over there, I'll lead. But I'm on a race bet, so I'm gonna need fuel. That's my only issue.
Yeah. Well, why don't we
Taking
just
it
go up
takes too
and
long,
try and do
really.
a 2 or a 3 ship, and just do like a Vic 3 ship, and
Yeah.
just take off individually and just enter into like a slow right-hand orbit or left-hand orbit of the field, and we'll just try and slot into each other that way.
Yeah, if we just put a slight stagger in our takeoffs, we can do it without
Yeah.
too much.
Am I invited? Am I allowed to join in?
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, who's in the Mustang?
That's Bushmaster. He's
Okay.
And I have to go.
You're not allowed to not join in.
So,
What
part
am
of
I?
my objective here, shut it down, try to catch up with you guys in a bit if you're still around.
Well, Fly Guy will be here in a couple of minutes, so we're going to fly up Fly Guy. What's your fuel state, Fly Guy?
Excuses. That's what
Press the
excuses
little button.
I'll be back.
The
I
little
press
button
the
never does it.
It doesn't do
It
it.
does.
You gotta press and hold it.
No, it always shows full.
Not
Some-
me. I
someone
just did an L check
who's
and it
trying to
works
taxi
fine.
right now.
I'm pretty low, dude.
That's what she said. What?
Yeah, I flew an L check and it drained properly.
Yeah, mine,
Said I
I've got
had,
58% fuel and it says I've got full when I press show fuel content.
Mostly.
Yeah, when I went to L check, I had less than 5. It said on the gauge. It said something like.
That's all you do, you just press the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working for me, it says I've got full tanks.
Are you
Couldn't
on the
press
ground
it,
not
hold it.
moving?
That fuel
Alright.
tank gauge
I
down
wonder if that
there,
has
it
something to do with it.
only shows you fuel in the bottom tank. So it actually has 2 fuel tanks. The top tank doesn't actually have an indicator, so the only time you'll actually indicate anything less than fuel is when you've basically got half a tank left.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Alright, well, I'm inbound on
Okay.
final here, turning base.
Cool. Well, there's no need to land, unless you've not got much, have you?
No.
What did it say when you held the button?
Land. That's what it said.
Pretty incredible.
I'm up. See you guys later.
Digital readout.
Oh my god.
User disconnected from the
It's got
channel.
the Garmin 1000 and his Spitfire.
Well, why don't we go up and just do a 2 ship? The other Spitfire
Yeah.
that's just sitting here, we'll go up and do that, and I'll follow you if you like.
Alright, if not, we'll whack Fly Guy.
Who's in the?
Let's try to avoid having to lead or whatever. Hang on, there's a jet taking off. Let's just wait for that tracker. And this
Oh,
teacher
oh,
going to taxi
oh.
into me.
Oh! Oh!
Christ of a bike. Alright.
I didn't intend to exit that runway that early.
Exit with rather sharp ground move.
Get it?
My
It's
rudder
almost
pad
like,
just got really squeaky all of a sudden.
I almost feel like that's not realistic, but I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know.
What,
No,
ground
it
move?
is. It's
Like
super
that?
easy to stop it from
Yeah,
happening.
you get on a
Just-
wheel while you're fucked. You got one wheel.
Just if it starts to go one way, add a little rudder the opposite direction and tap the brakes until it goes straight again.
Alright.
And then once
Let's
it's going
get,
straight,
let's
it
get
should pretty much
regular.
go straight.
We're gonna get fucked otherwise. Okay, I'm rolling now.
User disconnected from the channel.
Oh, is that you in the runway now? Okay, you win. Fuck.
Oh, the tail wheel wasn't
Oh,
straight.
I'm zigzagging above.
Alright, we'll hang around here, Fly Guy, because he's gonna take lead once.
I mean,
high at 10%. I didn't have that much. What are you feeling now?
So I'm going to pull it off to about
It didn't kill the engine or refuel.
8 boost. So we'll go 9 boost and 2700 RPM.
Nice.
Are you still flying straight out from the runway?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of behind him here.
I'm going to start left orbit. With about a 45-degree left-hand brake right now.
Just about over the coast?
Yeah, we're literally just turning over a lake right now.
Is there only 2 settings for flaps, up and down?
Yep.
That is crazy.
No,
You guys
because
are
you can
nuts.
fly extremely slow with no flaps at all. You really only need it for landing it.
You can say
And
that
if you have
to
a long runway, you don't even need it for that. But
you can say that to a Python car.
Is this too
Yeah.
fast, guys?
no, I'm pitching it to you.
Oh,
We're gonna
yeah,
back
you've
to
got a
8.
daisy chain of, there's about 4 of us here.
I'm on the right.
I've brought it back to 8 boost, just so we're not falling too much out.
I think max continuous says high is +7 at 2650.
Alright, okay, we'll go +7 then. And 2700 up. Shit.
User disconnected from the channel.
My controller's starting to break. I think it's having this.
I'm gonna go back to mouse and keyboard.
You got vision on this,
Honestly, wouldn't have a problem with it because I played some
Rush?
Yeah, I'm just forming on someone's wing now who's got nav lights on. I don't know who it is, but they're trying to
we're
form.
gonna be low near the lake, squarish lake.
Yeah.
Super low.
Yeah, we're pretty low right now.
Continuous left hand.
Yeah, we're gonna continuously.
Oh, you're really low? Okay, well, this guy's following someone else then.
Yeah.
When you say really low, like 500 feet low, or?
Yeah, 500 feet from the ground, orbiting the square lake.
Nothing quite like having a square leg to hold it.
Right, yeah, I'm just on the right-hand side of the square lake now. I can't see anyone. I was following
Also,
someone.
But we can easily do a turn in the red is
Hang on, if you look off to your 11 o'clock, you should see us. Low 12 now. If you roll and point your nose down, we're right on your nose. You see?
Ah, yeah, I see.
Across our front.
Yeah, I thought that other aircraft was going to follow you guys, but he just headed off into the sunset somewhere else.
Is it?
It's someone tight who's not close to the formation that we're doing a mass formation. Yeah.
I don't know, that's a good idea.
This is so easy if they aren't tight, right?
Sorry, I'm just adjusting myself. Blanking out. I could fight, but I don't want to do that because we'll just attract fucking morons.
Like teeth.
What?
What?
What did you say on me?
Fucking look that glorious Spitfire.
Yeah, it's amazing. The wing shape is beautiful.
It's alright. I've seen better airplane. Chinese, Dongfang, KI-27.
I'm fucking
This is the
relaxing
LA.
too much here.
Yeah, why did why did the Spitfire talk in the F-1B? Nelson, how do you explain that?
Are you catching up to us there, okay?
Yeah, just slowly creeping up.
How much formation have you done?
Ah, a little bit. I used to do a lot of flying over on the Dogs of War server where they still had it up.
Do you fly formation doing it? Trail.
Actually, I have done that. So
Yeah, I did it a lot.
you just get a nice shot lined up.
I just outdo it because I
Really
can't get a
late.
shot.
Closure rate here is pretty slow, but I don't just want to run up the bum of them.
That's the guy, hey, you want to form a club, and then you shoot him. Yep.
I wish you could weaponize air words or aromatic because guns only.
It happened a bit.
What a nightmare it would be. Imagine like a formation of 10 agents.
We should do clusterfuck later. How are you in Rush, how are you in guns combat?
Wow.
Not too bad, but it's been a while since I've tried shooting at people and the piston stuff.
You should have a go. Basically, what we do is put up a server with basically all air starts, all different types of aircraft, like F-15, P-51, sort of takeout, that sort of thing. And then it's just a massive deathmatch. Everyone kills everyone else, like labels and everything.
Well,
It's all air starts. Just try and
Have
kill
you
as
ever
many people
done-
as you can. It's a lot of fun.
You ever dogfight in a helicopter?
Yes.
Semi-8?
Or Huey versus Huey, or K versus
sloppy.
Yeah, it's amazing. K versus K is really fun.
I'm still fighting with the controls, trying to get used to the control authority of the aircraft here. It's very, very sensitive compared to the Mustang, where the Mustang you can add quite large control inputs to the aircraft. This one here really, really is taking quite a deft touch, and you can see my nose is bobbling around everywhere. I just don't quite have the
Yeah, on that side.
I'm going to roll that and head over to the airfield.
So that would be like in real life.
Yeah, and also
I
on
just
the
don't
turns,
quite
too.
have the confidence here to really
Right.
lock in.
Rolling out. Ready now.
What do you mean, like on a turn? The helicopter would turn?
Turns to the target, yeah.
Wow. You said Apache was advanced.
Like that. It's bobbling around all over the place. It's
The thing you
really
do with
quite
the K
hard.
is, like, program waypoints in and fly out southern waypoints.
Probably doesn't help there's a netcode issue there, but
Why is this thing so damn why is it no armrest or something? Can you explain this shit?
I didn't even realise there's a cockpit pilot. Alright. Rolling right. Ready now. Hold it for the bank. Ready now.
Seriously,
I can't do shit.
I don't know, can you?
I don't want to anymore.
What curves are you guys running with the Spit at the moment?
I have a Warthog with a stick extension.
Yeah.
10 curve on the elevator, none on the aileron, and 15 on the rudder.
Rudder.
I'm
Yeah.
in the 20s with pretty much everything.
Yeah, same. I'm using a hog.
Yeah, I'm just running into control issues here. Like, just don't. It's just a little bit too sensitive.
What stick do you have there, Rick?
VKB Gladiator.
Appreciate it. Have you got a stick extension on it?
No.
You might want to put quite a...
extension.
Yeah, you might want to put, like, I would say like 20 curve would probably be reasonable.
Yeah, I've just pulled off the formation here. Try and get it.
Body power.
Rolling out. Ready now.
Yeah, I just don't get enough. It's just too sensitive. When I'm moving the stick, just all these small little movements. I just don't quite. This is probably not going to work out well for me.
Reasonable. Rolling left. Ready now. Reasonable.
This didn't work well for me last time. So
Ready now.
adjust controls, axes. No. Okay, that's one.
Rolling out. Ready
See if we can do it again. Roll, pitch, axis tune. Okay, let's see if this will work a little bit better for us.
What's your altitude?
Have they animated this yet? No, they haven't.
It's just
Oh.
Oh shit, sorry guys, I was looking on the map.
It's alright. I was gonna pull up at least.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys aren't
But you wouldn't have
flying
gone
in,
past my elevator.
Yeah, this is much better. I have much better flight motor control here. Before it was just, I just didn't have the control sensitivity. I was just over controlling the aircraft even with the smallest of movements.
Landing the plane over and over in different spots.
War Thunder is more realistic.
It's like Flight 77.
War Thunder is more realistic.
Yeah, I remember this one time. it was
Rush,
like
we're about to pass it, yeah.
following like the street light.
Just pass it
GTA.
over.
Come on. Better than this. Which one are you, Nelson? Can you like do a barrel roll? So I
I'm
can
at the front, mate.
Don't call me a sausage.
That's mighty close there, Wilson.
Oh,
We're
so
gonna
that's
do
Wilson,
a
huh?
delightful wing over here. Alright,
Wow.
Roll. Right, ready? Roll. 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 Hold it. Ready? Teams.
What?
Read my messages.
I didn't get your message.
In TS.
Rolling out. Ready?
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't get them.
What do you mean?
Send me messages in T.
Well, you're not answering anywhere.
Yeah, you got the text.
Yeah.
I don't have
Like what?
Yeah, this is much better. So there you go. If any of you guys have the aircraft, I'd recommend. I'm running a 22 curve now, and it feels much more manageable.
I'm gonna get off.
I feel like I can handle the aircraft a little bit better. I can add those fine inputs that I need for
Can you
formation flow. Before I was just over controlling the aircraft a lot.
Fuck off.
For Nelson, it's pretty funky.
Alright, we're gonna do a loop. Ready? Reasonable. Reasonable.
Can you
Use this band.
Increasing the right rudder.
It's not a good idea to try and join a formation when they're in the middle of a loop.
Easing out the right rudder. Increasing the pull. Easing out the pull. Easing out.
This will be a good spot to join up with them.
Power's going back on.
And
What?
I was loose on the right. That might have been a hair low. I think if someone was in formation, they probably would have
You
an
fucking
issue.
what, Wilson?
Nelson, can you slow down?
That was hard to get. It should have pulled out.
It's awesome. We should just do formation loops so tight that the Mustangs only want to match together. Pretty steady route.
Alright, we're gonna do a cheeky wing over again. Right.
Oh, it's much better.
Okay. Increasing the pull to the right. Increasing the pull. Increasing the pull. Hold in the pull. Rolling right. Ready? Now.
Oh my god.
Increasing the roll. Increasing the roll.
Oh, I gotta get out.
Hold.
That was my bad.
Someone just got taken.
That was all me. My mistake. Sorry, guys.
It happens. It's no biggie. Do you fancy a little bit of combat?
Not just yet. No.
Come on.
In the next
We're
few
not
days,
violent
possibly.
people, Nelson. We're not like ISIS.
Come on, you know you want to. It's air starts.
Nah, not yet. I need to do more. I can't even fly formation yet, so I'm not even going to be able to get fucking guns on anyone.
You can get
It's a learning process.
You can get guns on me. I'll fly the A10. The A model.
Is that 'cause you're
I think we're going to land on a power line.
Wow. I'm gonna bomb Idaho when I become a president.
Well, that was a rookie mistake. Oh, well, at least we lived, I guess. So, where's everyone? Everyone's run out. Were these all air starts? I bet they were. Oh, yeah, they're all air starts. I don't want that. Here's where everyone else is. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick ourselves.
But seriously,
We've had too many fucking crashes today.
No.
LF Mark 9. Actually, I need to check the time. I was meant to have a fucking meeting with everyone. How are we going here? Okay, whiskey's here. Going to be delayed.
Sure hurts the beaver too, right?
What is the current time right now, guys? 9:45.
It's probably dead because of all the
Sorry?
stench. I know you guys don't wipe.
Yeah.
If it was a de Havilland beaver, it would definitely hurt you more than the beaver.
Yeah, whiskey isn't available. I can't see Nando here.
I don't get it. What's the de Havilland?
Evil Nando. He doesn't look online. No, he's away as well.
I was talking about like an actual like animal beaver and a real rectum. Like medical
No, I
stuff.
get it. So how'd your
35k,
flight
nice,
go?
Gracie.
Wilson's
Did they recently make the ping 300 or... Yeah, I thought they did. It was a pretty sick join, I know. Just like fucking
You doing
ram
good?
them and hope for the best. Hey, Shusha, I see you jumping in server here. Alright, well, let's keep flying this thing. How do I go join? Yes, briefing. So, super sweet join there. So what I want to have a look at here is now we'll run through some more systems. Oh, the ping's still being high. I guess we could have a look over the thing as well. This one's meant to be PR. No, it's definitely not. Wish I could drag this thing out of the hangar a little bit so I can actually have a look at it. I guess I can just start it up and pull it out and not have the stuff to look at it. You're getting 300? Yeah, well, there's an AECG server, I think. There is an Australian server out there that's not too bad. Yeah, well, it was a pretty fucking shitty join. Anyway, we get the idea. Let's have a little bit more of a look over the aircraft and have a look at it on the externals, and we'll talk about a few things there. Maybe about the. Yeah, I'm going to move this thing outside. Let's just jump in the cockpit, fire it up, move it forward, and we'll have a look at it out there. So, okay, we'll get everything set up here. We'll go boost pump. Doesn't make boost pump. Fuel cock. Prime, there's one. There's two.
It's 3 in the morning.
There's 3.
Leave, chaps. Have a nice night.
Wait, what about the cluster?
Have a good night.
Can't be arsed at this point.
Wow, you're such a slacker. What's wrong with you? I looked up
He's
to you.
English.
I looked up to you since I was young, and now you do this.
Yeah,
How do I explain this to Rosa?
no,
I'm going to have to come back and look at this engine later, because... he should be good enough. Alright, so yeah, let's have a look at the externals of the thing at least, and we'll have a talk over that. All the bits and pieces about the Spitfire, we'll point out the all the little individual cow bits, and with a bit of luck I should be able to... Yeah, thanks Jay Nelson, thanks for helping. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for welcoming us to your server. Alright guys, I'm just going to jump out of the server here. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for all the awesome flying.
Hang on.
See ya.
Is Australia buying the fuck, it's gone.
Alright, so, yep, sorry there's been no communication with chat, I know. Alright, so let's have a look at the externals, and let's go over the thing. So with a bit of luck, I should be able to Alt-Tab here and get the Epic Pen up. I think I should be able to draw... Yeah, I should be fine here. Alright. So well, let's start at the front and work our way back then. So let's just go ahead and leave it there. I'll Alt-Tab and bring up the Epic Pen. The Epic Pen doesn't want to work again, that's fine. We just have to keep reloading it. Hey, P3 Ron, what's going on? So, let's start at the front. Propeller, pretty fucking standard. We know what that thing does. It spins around. So this little cap here, that little guy right there, this is our coolant header tank filler port. The coolant header tank. There's a coolant header tank. So this is where we'd fill up any of the extra radiator stuff. And the way that tank looks like is it's kind of like a half moon shape like this. And it's got a filler port on the left-hand side like that. It has quite a lot of thermal expansion range. So it's got like this anti-foaming system inside the tank. It's actually really quite a complex tank. It's not just an empty vessel where you put water and radiator mixture into. It actually has all these fancy pants anti-foaming baffles and all this other crap inside the actual tank here. So, so it doesn't actually vent overboard, and there is actually a vent. It has an overpressure vent here that will then vent overboard, and where it vents is on our Spitfire. It was on the right-hand side of the cowl. I don't know if it's going to be the same on this, but we'll find out in a second. Exhaust stack, pretty freaking obvious. This little guy here. That little intake right there is actually a blast air intake for the generator. So the generator attaches to the engine right about in there. The generator gets quite hot when it's running, especially under high electrical loads, and it needs some cooling air. And that's what that little blast thing there is for, is if we go ahead and move around the aircraft here a little bit, you'll see there is just a little intake, and it's just the blast air intake for the generator, which is on the left-hand side of the engine. Now, yeah, I don't see the vent here. So our aircraft, we had the coolant overflow vent cut into... We had the vent carved into the cowl right there. Yeah, so we had our coolant vent carved in there, so we'd always see streams of coolant that would vent down the side of the aircraft right there. However, where it would be on any other aircraft, if I can... I was going to turn the sound down. It's just far too loud for me, I can't even hear myself think. Where, however, you would find the vents for it in this aircraft would probably be right there. Let me go ahead and Alt-Tab again. Now I can get the volume that I wanted. We need to go and run through this cycle again because Epic Pen would be right there. So the typical spot would be have the coolant vent down there. For our aircraft with the Packard Merlin 266, we had the hole right there, but you can see just if we zoom in there, there'll be a little bit of a... you can just see it there. There's a little bit there of a little tube there that's hanging out that you can see. That's the overpressure vent for the header tank. As we move a little bit further us, we can see we have another blast air intake there. I believe that is for... What is that for? That must just be a cooling vent from memory. There's nothing that's directly under it. There's the... well, I guess the magnetos are there, but they don't need cooling. I think it's just a vent for the back of the supercharger. So the supercharger vent area is... Well, not the vent area, but the supercharger... The supercharger lives in the back right here. So this would be an air intake here to... there's nothing important that's there. It just must be for air in the back of the supercharger to keep the back of the supercharger area around it nice and cool. Other than that, there's only one... what else can we look at? Oh yeah, there's 2 other ports here that we can look at. There are 2 other ports here we can look at, so let's go ahead and do that. This guy here is the... So this is the main difference between the Mark 16, or the Packard Merlin powered Spitfires, and the Merlin 66, which is in this one here. So the Packard Merlin was built over by Packard here in the United States, and the 66 was built over in Britain. This is one of the differences between the Packard and the 266, is the positioning here of the intercooler filler port. So the intercooler also had its own radiator in the right-hand wing. The intercooler radiator was here with the water cooler radiator. And the difference was the Packard radiator was here. It has a separate port. With the 266 or the Mark 16 Spitfires, there was another filler port there and another hole here. And in fact, there should be another one here for brakes, but this port here would probably be able to see the brake filler port there as well. So in the 266, it's one of the ways you can tell whether it's got a 266 or a Merlin 66 from the outside is actually looking at the top of the cowl here and seeing where these filler ports are. If there's a second filler port that's a little bit further forward, it's a 266. If the filler port is all the way at the back, oh yeah, there's the brake there. If that filler port is all the way at the back, I'm gonna need to go here and clear and go here again. Right there. So if it was there or if it was here, so positioning here would be a Merlin. That's not how you spell Merlin. 266. If the port is here, it is a Merlin 66. They make the same horsepower, same everything else. Actually, the 266 had a slightly different supercharger gearing, but for all intents and purposes, it's the same. This other little filler port that you see there is for the brake. It's the brake reservoir. That's not how you spell brake. That's the brake reservoir. And of course, this guy right here is our fuel filler port. Just one filler port, that's it. That is the fuel filler port right there. Let's talk a little bit about armor, I guess. Is this panel here it comes as a surprise, I guess. Maybe a little bit, but did the Merlin get fuel injection on the later versions? No Merlins ever got fuel injection. The fuel system they had, though, was a pressure carburetor, which meant that the carburetor in the later Marks, everywhere from the Mark V onward, had a pressure-fed carburetor, which meant high-pressure fuel was sent to the carburetor. It didn't have an air gap, and the carburetor effectively worked as a... It effectively worked as a fuel injector, but a single fuel injector that would inject fuel into the supercharger. A traditional carburetor, right? How it would work is you'd have a throat like this, and through the throat you would have a fuel jet there, and as the fuel would pass through, right, it would go through a Venturi effect. You'll grab the fuel, atomize the fuel, and send it up further into the intake. However, with a pressure carburetor, what happens is it does still have a Venturi like this, but the Venturi there is only as a way of measuring how much air is flowing through it. So instead of it actually adding fuel here, The Venturi measures how much air is coming in, because we need to have the correct air and fuel mixture. It measures it, and that goes through to a series of baffles, or aneroid capsules, and all these other pressure fucking vessels. And then after it goes through here, it will go, let's actually follow the route of the air. It comes in the front here, comes up through the updraft carburetor, and as it comes into the supercharger here, so this is where this carb is. We're still calling it a carburetor because how it works, but the fuel isn't injected until here. The fuel is injected about there. And so, because of that, this is why the carburetor is not susceptible to icing, and it's also not susceptible for negative G loads. I mean, if you hold sustained negative G, the reason why this aircraft won't fly under sustained negative G is because all of the fuel will start being at the top of the fuel tank, and the fuel pickup is at the bottom of the tank, and so eventually it'll start running out of fuel as a feed to the engine. But the engine could maintain 0 to negative G. But so this is how the fuel system worked on the aircraft. Just it didn't inject fuel here in the choke of the carburetor like a regular carby would. It would actually inject fuel later. Actually, to inject it right onto the face of the supercharger. Wanted DX Vortex, hey, what's going on? Is the mixture lever reversed on the Mark 1? I think so, but that was a British thing, and then they changed it. They went the right way around. Yeah, the 109, any of the Daimler-Benz aircraft. What else? Yeah, any of the Daimler-Benz powered aircraft. A lot of German aircraft had... a lot of German aircraft had fuel injection. There weren't many... I can't think of any off the top of my head, any of the British aircraft that had direct injection. That's really what we're saying, direct injection. Now, armor-wise, it's really quite interesting here, is armor-wise, all of this protection around the engine here is really just sheet metal, and it's just all aluminum, and it's really, really quite thin. Oh, server just got restarted. That doesn't really help us. You should just do this offline. I don't know. So yeah, there really was not a lot of protection on the front end of these aircraft. In fact, the theory was the engine is going to be good enough armor plating as itself. Yeah, I know, it's aluminium. I pronounce it aluminium, but for everyone that's... oh yeah, they've just converted it to a fight server by the looks of it. A10, 109, have they added the Spitfires? Yeah, they have. Are these all in the air? Whatever. Overflow 1. Oh, I don't want to be in the air. Oh, I don't even want... Oh, no, this will be fine. So, we've got another coloured Spitfire to look at. So there really wasn't much armour plating on these aircraft, and it's kind of surprising to me when I started working on them is how little there was. However, this here was about, to give you an idea, I think this was 35 thou, 35 or 45. Oh, maybe it was thicker. No, it was thicker than 35. Must have been 65. Yeah, it had some arbitrary number. Anyway, this was 65 thou, and the material up here was probably about 25 thou. To give you an idea of the thickness. So this plate up here, or maybe it was 1/4 inch. It was probably 1/4 inch thick. Whatever. Anyway, this panel here over the top of the fuel tanks was indeed armored. So there was armor over the top here, but it would only stop 303 size shells. A cannon would just punch straight through it. Everything else, so this panel here, unarmored, all of this unarmored. The idea behind it was that the pilot didn't really have much frontal armor at all. There was little to no front armor on the aircraft. Eventually they put a front armor piece here for the radiator column, but there really wasn't much armor. The idea being is there's this great big chunk of metal ahead of the pilot, and if he took a cannon round from the front, well, the engine's going to catch that cannon round. However, any fire any ground fire or aircraft fire that came from these angles here were very, very bad for the pilot and everything else, because all of this was unarmored. So any shells that went through here that pierced the fuel tanks, and of course your legs are underneath the fuel tanks. In fact, the pilot's legs are somewhere. Your pilot's legs are somewhere about here. So the fuel tank shape here is there's one like that, and then there's one like sort of like this. Was it the other way? No, yeah, sort of like other way around. One like that, and then one sort of like this, where your feet would be under the fuel tank. So any shells that would pierce the fuel tank, it was nasty stuff inside the aircraft. If you had a bullet pierce your fuel tank here, you would have fuel all over you. And anyway, so the later parts of the war, these fuel tanks went to self-sealing units, and they weren't that great at self-sealing. They were only really, really basic self-sealing tanks. But hey, they did some stuff, so that's better than nothing, right? That's pretty much it for the well, I guess there's the oil filler tank there off to the left. Actually, that's probably worthwhile pointing out where the oil tank is the aircraft. This will be worthwhile if you do fly this online. Is the oil tank? So the oil filler is here, but the oil tank actually sits in the cow, about like that. So the oil tank was here. And again, you could very, very easily take a bullet from the front, and your oil tank would start venting. But the oil tank sat there. It was a dry sump engine, so all of the oil was scavenged out of the bottom of the sump, put into the oil tank, and then the oil was ran through the radiator down here. What else? What else can we talk about there? There's a few other little bits and pieces here that you can see between the difference of the marks. So the later Mark Spitfires, these are some of the subtleties that you'll start to see here. Let's go here. Let's go through some of these other subtleties that are here with the aircraft. So this little bump right there, the reason this was put there is as the Spitfire marks grew, and so did the engine horsepower, well, the radiators started getting larger and larger, and also what changed was the flow requirements of the coolant. So the coolant had to flow, you had to flow more coolant to keep the engine cooler, because it was a water-cooled engine. And so these blisters that you see here on the wing fillet panels there, were actually for the coolant pipes that to make it into the wing over here. So the coolant pipes, there was not a lot of room through this area here, as this is where the wings would attach. It had a great big spar carry through there, so there's really not a lot of room there. So when they went to these larger Spitfires with the larger engines, they had to add these blisters to the wing filler panel, and the way they did this is they literally just cut a hole in the panel. They just had one of those beaten up, and then they put it in, and they riveted the thing in. So it was retrofitted to squadron aircraft. So it wasn't something that had to, again, small change. It was a big change in design, but a small change in practical sense of what you had to do to change the aircraft. But this was so the larger coolant pipes could make it out to the radiator on the left-hand wing here, as the original Spitfire had a very small radiator. It was only on the right-hand side of the wing, and this side of the wing, all it had was a oil cooler, and the oil cooler was really quite small. For those early Mark Spitfires, you'll see it's just a little half-moon thing like this, literally about a third of the surface area of the radiator down here. So that's what that little blister is there. The same thing that happened as well. There's a few other blisters that you'll see around the aircraft here, and one of them is quite important. Well, it's not really that important, but well, yeah, we'll continue around the aircraft. Let us continue around the aircraft. Anthony344, like the socks? I know. Can we talk about drop tank attachment point? Yes, we can, DK. DK AU25, yeah, we'll talk about drop tank. I might need to put it in the air, I don't know. Yeah, we can talk about the drop tank attachment point. So there's several blisters that you see here that were, maybe it's not common, but this blister here, it has nothing to do with the guns, and we can see we have one on each side of the wing. this blister here. This blister here is for the 20mm cannon. So this was to allow the belt feed of the 20mm cannon, so the belt would come over to the ammo bays here. It would allow the belt to traverse into the thing. But anyway, this blister here was purely for the undercarriage. The early Mark Spitfires did not have this blister here. They did not have that blister there. And the reason being is when the aircraft, again, went through its Mark changes, that when the Merlin 66, or even the 45, I want to say, were installed on this aircraft, is the engine grew in length. In fact, I think it added like 2 or 3 inches outboard and a couple of 100 pounds forward of the CG. And the problem was the original landing gear of the aircraft couldn't handle this engine hanging out so far. The aircraft would just fall over on its nose. It would just fall over on its nose. It just didn't have enough center of gravity after the landing gear. So the way Supermarine fixed this is they redesigned the landing gear, but rather than redesigning the entire wing spar, the way the gear actually attaches, is they just changed the angle that the gear sits at. So effectively what they did is they pushed the wheels forward a little bit. So the angle that the wheels would attach here, they used to be down like this. This is the oleo there, and the wheel would be positioned here. Yes, that is a wheel. They changed the angle that the gear would sit at. But what this in turn did is, as the gear would retract, it put the wheels, because the plane that the gear retracts in here, it's a very, very basic retraction system, is that this wheel, this part of the wheel here, would be poking up above through the wing. So instead of, again, reinventing the wheel or making all these design changes, they added these blisters on top of the wing there, so that as the wheel came up, the wheels, when they're sitting like this, they would come up and the tips would kind of point up a little bit like that. So they added those blisters there to allow the wheels to have the clearance to fit inside the wing without having to make any other changes to the landing gear. So the landing gear retraction system in here never changed. What did change is what's called the landing gear pintle, which I could probably go ahead and show you a picture on the Spitfire engineer drawing thing there. Yeah, so they just made a subtle change there to the landing gear geometry to handle the higher powered, higher weighted engine forward of the gear, and they had to add those blisters. The other blisters just for the cannons. But let's go ahead and point out the rest of the stuff on top of the wings. I'll point out the ammo bays. So here are the gun bays here. So I've got a gun bay there. I have a gun bay here. And this is the ammo bay here. And I also have 2 gun bays there. Perfect. So there's also ammo bays on the underside of the wing as well. But these are the bays. These are the bays for the guns, the weapons bays. There, and there. So, these are the gun bays. So we got guns, and guns. So this thing here, the way they've modelled it, is it's going to have 2 20mm cannons and 4 303. So these are the 303 caliber machine guns on the outboard part of the wing. And that's pretty much self-fucking-explanatory, right? And what else? So this was the ammo bay. This was another part that actually had armor. The underside of the wing had another sheet of aluminum, the same thickness as the cover here of the fuel tanks. It was on the underside of the wing to protect against fire from coming underneath, hitting the ammunition stores, and detonating and blowing off your wing. On the underside of the wing, I think that's actually where you get to the ammo bay for this outboard wing. I think you have to go from under the aircraft. I can't remember. I've never had to load the aircraft, obviously, with guns. But, yeah, anyway. What else? We don't really care about any of these ports. These are just here to look in at the controls. What else? Oh, fuck off. It was a 60 series. Yeah, well, they had dual stages in... I want to say, yeah, I don't think it was early. I think they might have had a 50 series, but yeah, it was the landing gear changed. I think they changed the landing gear even in the 5s. It was the 1s and the 3s that definitely didn't have the new landing gear, but I think for the Mark 5s, they needed the wheels forward again as well. So I think it was from the Mark 5s onwards that they had the gear coming forward. Yeah, I think they had it in the Mark 5s, and they had the Merlin 45s, the 45 series, 50, 45, 55, all of that crap. And yeah. So I think it was, I think it was from the Mark 5s onwards. All right. So what else do we see? Markings on the aircraft. Well, this line that you see here, it's basically just a ground crew line. It's saying you can walk anywhere along this line. What is it? The tip of the wing. What is that for? Yeah, we'll go over the tip of the wing here in a second because it's another interesting thing. So this area here, this area I'm kind of sort of semi-shading here, was just for ground crew. You're allowed to walk along here. So this is just saying, here's where you can put whatever the hell you want on it. And that's why when you see squadron photos, people will be standing on the wingtip because you could walk on there. This also forms the core structural strength of the Spitfire. The leading edge is the strongest part of this aircraft. It's the amount of strength that is through this area is huge. In fact, the aircraft has no known G limit. So take that into account with modern day extras and all of that other stuff. They have a braking strain of 12G. This wing has no known braking limit. It's really fucking strong. It's really fucking strong. In fact, let me take 30 seconds right now to go through my files here, and I should have oh no, I know where it is. It's over on my Google Drive. I've got images of the wings that we were building. Blah 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 blah. Google Photos. Did I put it in there? I don't think I did. No. Work. No, did I put it in here? No, these images of the Corsair manuals. No. Okay, I've got all my Spitfire manuals, but where did I put... Fuck, did I put it in here? I swear I did. Travel stuff, maybe I put it in personal. No. No. Canada, no. Blueprints, manuals, Spitfire drawings, Rotol manual, no. Fuck, where are all the pictures I took? Okay, just give me a second. P, was it in here? No. Media. No. It must be in here. No. I was looking at them the other day going, oh, that's where all my pictures of the wing went. Media, P, Patreon, no. Plugins, explain, no. Fuck. Where did I put them all? I think they're on my other external hard drive. Okay, I'll have to do that for another stream. I'll try and make a YouTube video of it, actually, and stream it. Anyway, the leading edge part of the wing is the strongest part. It is really strong. I'll have to find the pictures of the wings in the jig before we put them on the aircraft, and you can see them skeletonized and how fucking strong they are. So you have to forgive me. I don't have the ability to show you that right now, but who cares? Okay, so have clip wings version for the race? No. What else did I miss? How's the fuel consumption? Not very good. You get about an hour 20 out of the thing. So at full power, it's burning about 160 gallons an hour, and it holds, I think, 90 gallons. So that gives you an idea. So at full power, by the time these things were over the top of France, when they were actually leaving from British fields, if they had to go combat power, they'll pretty much fuel critical right away. Unless they were carrying drop tanks. But yeah, so at full power, it's burning about 160 gallons an hour, and it holds about 90 gallons from memory. I think it's 90, 97, something like that. Not a lot. Not a lot of fuel there. Not a lot of fuel. So let's continue. So the main structural strength, the main strength part of the wing again was through this area here. And what else? Wingtips. Okay, yeah. So we had some questions about the wingtips. Let's go over those. So there's quite a lot to talk about the wingtips. Is they didn't really change so much through the design of the aircraft as such, but what did happen is there were variations of the wing tip. Now the variations of the wingtip started, I guess. Let me go ahead and go. Boom. So the variations of the wingtip. So where the wingtip ends is here. Now let's talk about the design and the build of the wingtip. So these wingtips, they're really quite interesting for the fact that they have an all wooden core. So the actual tips, they're all made out of wood. The tips are just made out of wood, and then it has sheet aluminum or aluminium if you're from the rest of the world. It just has sheet aluminium over the top of it. So it's quite an interesting tip there, but it's very complex actually to make. It's actually very, very difficult, and there's lots of little tiny intricate pieces, and you're working with wood, so it's a little bit harder. But yeah, the tips are made out of wood. Now, the aircraft went through a series of tips. It had 3 tips available to it, and basically the tips could be selected by squadrons as to whatever the hell they wanted to put on them. So a lot of people say no about the clipped wings. So the clipped wing aircraft had the wings clipped. Now, what happens when they clipped it is they didn't just unbolt this wingtip and threw it away, is there was actually a little plug that they would put in at the end of the wing, and that little plug looked a little something like that. So it wasn't just like they took the wingtip off and threw it away, there was a plug like that. This is if we were looking at it from on top. This is what it would look like when we're putting it on top, and that plug would go in there. It would just be a wooden plug. They'd screw the thing in, and away they'll go flying. What these short wingtips here were used for is low altitude flying, and they started showing up in Mark 5s that were in Malta and all of those other places. So these tips started showing up in Mark 5s, and they were used quite extensively on the Mark 9 LFs, 16s, and even the Griffin-powered Spitfires. And they started becoming a very regular appearance of the Spitfire when the aircraft was used, or the squadron was used primarily for ground attack, because what this did is it increased the aircraft's roll rate under about 18,000 feet, 16 to 18,000 feet. It had a higher roll rate as there was less material, less wing, less surface area outboard of the wing. So it had a faster roll rate because of it. These wingtips are the standard wingtips that you see there. This is what was on everything. And there was also I don't even know what server I'm on anymore. There was also the extended wingtip version, which looked a little something like this. These were designed to be a high altitude version of the aircraft, and this was at the part of the war when both sides, Germans and the British, were trying to get the aircraft to fly higher and higher and higher. And so what this effectively did is it increased the aspect ratio of the wing. It also it made it longer, and it also made it look more like a glider, right? The wing was just longer, so it handled high altitude better. The problem is that this wingtip, it was great at altitude, but the fights rarely lasted at altitude. So this was great above 25 to even 30,000 feet. It was great. Below that, though, the roll rate disadvantage was huge. The roll rate disadvantage was so big that a lot of squadrons that tried this, they immediately took them off and threw them away. They didn't really use them. Some of them did come out and were used in some of the PR versions, the photo reconnaissance versions of the Spitfire. Those are the guys that were flying at higher altitude and were happy flying along there. Is one suffering from loading the stream right now? It's fine for DCal 25. Okay. Hey, what's going on there, Squirrel? See you sneaking in there. Hey, Mini Webs, what's going on as well, man? I'm going okay. Going okay after some initial frustration, but yeah, we're doing okay. So yeah, the wingtips, the long wingtips were very, I'm going to use one of my favourite words, seldom used in real life. It was a nice idea at the time, but by the time these long wingtips were starting to come out, what was happening is the fights were starting to happen lower and lower in altitude, where the typical meeting point was somewhere around 25,000 feet. And the aircraft then, well, this would severely hamper it against, say, something like a Focke-Wulf 190, which was, at the time, again, what they were fighting against. So these long wingtips never really hung around, but the long wingtips were there since, I think, the Mark IIs. They had this idea of having them there for the PR versions and high-altitude aircraft, but the idea of having them there had been around for a long time. Hey, old codger. Must be that time in Australia, eh? Everyone's starting to get up. So the wingtips did change, quote-unquote, a lot, but basically it was up to the squadron as to what wingtip they would have or what their mission was. So keeping these wingtips here would mean, even though this is an LF version, which is meant to be the low-altitude fighter version of the aircraft, even though this thing still had those, this thing at the LF it's still a high, medium-altitude fighter. Where it would be fighting, the idea of this aircraft was to meet the opponents at 25,000 feet and fight your way down to ground level. The aircraft that had the clip wings, they were squadrons that were basically flying ground attack. They would be below 15,000 feet, and they typically, where these clip wings really shone was on things like the Mark 14, the Mark 14 onwards, which had the Griffin-powered, they were the Griffin-powered Spitfires, higher horsepower, lower altitude, better roll rate, more power, all of that stuff. So it was somewhat rare to see, somewhat rare. It was somewhat. Most Mark 9s didn't go clipped. They did start going to all clipped to the later part of the war because there was no one flying against them. So the Spitfires did go to the full clipped wing in the later parts of the war, like in 45 sort of like period, where basically all the Spits were doing was ground attack and race flights or protecting convoys and stuff like that, where there wasn't any bombing raids, they weren't flying interceptor missions anymore. Just lurking. How does it fly? It's pretty good, Squirrel. It flies really well. There's a few things systems-wise that aren't quite right, but if you follow how they want you to start it, it's okay. But it flies really well. It looks beautiful. It flies really well. I only did a brief handling check of it, but it's quite sensitive on the stick, so some of the people here were flying with earlier, they were flying Warthogs with the stick extension. They weren't having issues because they had a larger stick throw, but I'm just using a little VKB here, so I needed to add put my curves up to, I think, 22. So I got my curves up at 22 with a little short stick throw, but it flies really well, really well. Alpha Charlie Niner, no problem. Thank you for flying with us earlier today. Appreciate it. That was a good bit of fun. Good little bit of fun. Alright, let us continue. Ailerons. These are ailerons. We'll talk about those briefly here. The ailerons were quite a cause of concern in the early Spitfires, specifically the Mark I to the Mark III. The early Spitfires had fabric-covered ailerons, and what that meant is at high speeds the roll rate was severely reduced, and it was quite a problem for early fighters. And it wasn't till that they wrapped the ailerons with aluminium and made them an all-metal control were the aileron controls fixed, the aileron lockup fixed. So the notion that the Spitfire was really slow in roll really stopped becoming true when these ailerons started becoming all-metal ailerons. It still did have trouble, like it still wasn't a fast-rolling aircraft above 350 mile an hour. It still required quite large stick force, but it was manageable. The early Spitfires, the 1 and the 3s, 1, 2s and 3s that didn't have the aluminum ailerons, they really struggled with roll rate, and in fact there were a whole heap of other problems actually. Because no two Spitfires are alike, there was a series of squadron aileron swapping where they would they would actually take an aileron, put it on an aircraft, take it flying, see if it flew wing down, like left wing down, right wing down, and if it did that, they'll take the aileron off, they'll go swap it with another aeroplane, they'll swap it in. It was really quite a big mess getting the ailerons to match, but it's quite interesting how they had to, in practice, they just started swapping parts around with aeroplanes until they got the planes to fly straight. It's really quite... really quite interesting. Okay, let's move a little bit further down the aircraft then. Yeah, what would be next? So there's not much really to go on here from the way down, but we can point out some differences with the Spits as well. So let's go ahead and get our Epic Pen back up again. So we have a little hatch back here. This little hatch there. Basically, what was in there was a ground, the ability for the ground crew to get in there, because most of the radio stuff was actually stuck in the back here. So all of the old original radios, these massive boxes that weighed quite a lot, and to get them in and out, this was the easiest way to get in there. So this was a little panel there, and also this happened to be where the pilot survival gear was. So in the little back there, if he crashed over in France or whatever, there was a little survival pack in there with some rations and stuff like that, and really basic stuff anyway. That's really all to talk about there. You can see this mast here. It's just a HF antenna, so there was a wire going from there to the tail. This was the original HF antennas. These mirrors here were actually... these weren't actually put on by Supermarine, they were put on by squadrons, where they'd go and get the old MG cars that they were driving around on, and the pilot could request to have the mirror put on his aircraft. And so a lot of squadrons retrofitted these onto the aircraft, so you'd have a better view after the aircraft. The other thing here, I wish I had do I have a button here, a view? Oh, there we go. Whoa, that's like crazy. Zoom in and stuff? No. I just don't know if I have a view. So the tail of the Spitfire changed quite a lot as well, and it's is this one meant to be a fabric, or no? That's aluminum. So the tail of the Spitfire changed quite a lot, and again, the British doing their super duper engineering is that they never changed too much. So the Spitfire, when it was built in chunks. It was kind of like an early. It's kind of like a early version, or the British way of doing mass production is it was built in three chunks. Is that you'd have the main fuselage here. There's a split there for the tail, so the main fuselage, the wings, and the tail. So those were the main three components, is that the fuselage and engine could be all put together in one factory, the wings would get put together in another factory, in another part of the factory, and the tail would get put together in another part of the factory, and then all of those components would come together, be strapped together, and our Spitfire is born. But because of this, they were able to make a lot of changes really quite easily. So this split here in the tail is when they went to the higher powered aircraft, they changed the tail significantly. The Mark 16, if you have a look at that, the tail is a lot more pointier and a little bit further up. It kind of looks a little bit more like that. And so all they had to do, again, is they didn't need to redesign the back end of the fuselage. They didn't need to redesign anything. All they went ahead and did is just use the same match hole, same everything, almost the same the same components to build the thing, and they just changed the tail, and through the process they were able to take the fuselage, slam on the tail, and then call it a new aeroplane. So a lot of the early Spitfires, this is why it's so hard to really narrow down to what is a definitive Spitfire, is because you could have like a Mark, let's take a Mark 7 for example, or let's take a Mark 8. A Mark 8 Spitfire is a Mark 5 fuselage with a larger tail put on it and a different engine. Everything else, same thing. Same thing. Maybe some subtle changes in the cockpit, but what this meant in practice is when a new aircraft was being produced, think about it as a timeline, right? So let's just try and draw this out so it will make sense. So let's just say this is when the let's go with the Mark 14, because I really like that aeroplane. Let's say the Mark 14. Let's just go ahead and say, okay, we're going to build the Mark 14. It's going to be fucking amazing. We really love it. We're going to have a Griffin engine in it. It's going to be fantastic. And there's a war. So we go, fuck, we need to build this aeroplane. We have a design for this aircraft. We want it to look like this. We have an idea. I'm just going to draw a flower because I want it to look like that. And then the realities of war sink in, and you go, well, fuck, oh, geez, I can't have this thing here because, well, I've got 500 fuselages sitting behind me ready to go. Do we just scrap those? Do we put them in the bin? Well, no, we use them. So what happened with the early Mark 15 is, well, fuck, what do we got a lot of? Well, we got a shitload of Mark 5s. Let's use that to begin with. So they used some Mark 5s for a certain period of production. This is our production line here. That's not how you spell production. Production. So you have a production line here, and they go, okay, we need a Mark 14. What do we really care about? We care about the engine. All right, sweet. So what they basically did is this early level production here is they went and grabbed themselves some Mark 5 fuselages, because they had shitloads of them. They had absolutely crap tons of these Mark 5s, and then they went ahead and they just jammed in the Griffin engine. They jammed the Griffin engine into it, and they went and put the new tail on. And then they went Griffin and new tail. But then eventually as the Mark 14 production line came along, and it moved along and they started running out of Mark 5 fuselages, I like, okay, now we can start producing what we actually want. And then what they actually went to was, the cut down fuselage here, large tail, bubble canopy, and the Griffin engine. And so, but there's no definitive points. This transition is kind of like somewhere in here, and then it went to the Mark 14, and they had some other weird designation after it. But this is what's so difficult about Spitfires to point your finger on a definitive model, is these transition periods were through a series of hundreds of aircraft at times, where they would be using an old fuselage before they went to the new fuselage, and just strapping whatever the fuck they could to the fuselage and calling it good and kicking it out the door. So it's very hard to definitively, hey Huff Daddy and Wayne Taylor, what's going on? Oh, the tail's behind Cam. Sorry guys. I'll go ahead and I don't know if we'll just see. Yeah, it's not going to work, but you get the idea. I'll go ahead and redraw this. Yeah, so the tail looks a little more... That's pretty bad. The tail would look a little more something like that. So this is why it's so difficult for... so difficult to really nail down what is an aircraft. In fact, even say something like a Mark 16. So a Mark 16 can be categorized as simply as a Spitfire with a Packard Merlin 266. So early Mark 16s looked exactly like this. They were literally a Mark 9 fuse, which was really a Mark 5. They were literally that with the Packard Merlin at the front end, and that was it. That was it. These were early Mark 16s. We just had a American-made engine in the front end. But then as the Mark 16 progressed, it ended up going to having a large tail. And then after that, once all of the fuselages were done, it went to the typical bubble canopy Mark 16 that we all know about. But it's such a transition that there's no definitive serial number where that actually happened. And I mean, even couple that with aircraft that were damaged and were sent back to Supermarine. Supermarine would take the fuselage, rebuild them, and then push them back into frontline service. So there were a lot of these reused fuselages and these reused bodies that were then converted and brought up to a new standard by literally just strapping a new engine to the front end, changing the tail, kicking it out the door, giving it a thumbs up. So it's really, 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 AK Duffy, it's really hard to narrow down what the aircraft actually is. So it's just a random point I wanted to talk about there. The elevator as well, I think from about the Mark V onwards as well, went to all metal. The rudder pretty much stayed, I think it wasn't until the Griffin powered stuff it went to an all aluminium rudder as well. I think it was fabric for a long time. The rudder was fabric for a long time. And also, some Spitfires had retractable tail wheels. The tail wheel was moved forward a little bit and had a retractable tail wheel. The Mark 16 had a retractable tail wheel, but most of the time it was turned off. I keep seeing this. Just about every aircraft drops a wing into the deck. Oh, oh. Oh! Oops. Actually, while he's out there, you can actually see the flap indicators there on the wings. They're just little clamshell things that just pop up as the flaps come out. Yeah. Taxi out. Give it another go. The server is about to restart, so probably won't get any flying done here. Other than that, I mean, we could have a look on the underside of the aircraft here and talk about the radiators. I don't know if I can open them here. Yeah, I can. I just have to move the throttle. So there we can see the great big radiator doors open here. We'll talk about some of the limitations of the aircraft. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh no! So we'll talk about some of the limitations of the aircraft as well with its cooling system. Some of the major problems with the cooling system here is there's landing gear in front of it. So the landing gear in front of the intakes here are quite a bit of a nuisance. Go ahead and reload. So you can see the landing gear legs directly in front of the intakes here for the RADs. There we go. Yeah, directly in front of the RADs. And so what this means on the ground is its cooling efficiency is really shit. It really, really has poor cooling on the ground. The other thing is it's just kind of outside the prop arc, where it's sort of in the prop arc, but it's not getting any meaningful amount of blast air in through the front of the RADs here. There's no meaningful amount of blast air getting through here. And that's a bit of a problem on the ground. Now, it's not true. There is a limitation on the ground, but in cold weather, it's about 10 minutes. In hot weather, it's probably about 5 to 6 minutes, and then you're going to overtemp the engine. Now, that's not a lot of time. In a modern day world, 5 to 6 minutes to start up, taxi, and take off is just not going to fucking happen. So I'll talk about that some other time, or ways to get around it. But the limitations here are really, really things that you need to know about. The radiator system here, it does have an automatic system where it'll open and close these doors here. If I can go ahead and bring them up. It doesn't look like they're going to come up. That's okay. But we've got the radiator doors there fully open. The other limitation here is actually you can overtemp the engine when you are landing. Oh, there we go. They just closed up then. Yes, you can overtemp the aircraft on landing, even with the power at idle. As we deploy the flaps, we can see the flaps very happily block the very back of the radiator there. So there's no airflow. Well, there is airflow that gets through it, but it's a reduced airflow coming through the radiators. So it's actually, when you're landing, is you really want to hold your flaps until the last minute. And in fact, they have quite a low flap limitation speed as well. I think it's around like 100 mile an hour or something. It's really, really low. But you want to hold off on bringing these flaps back, because if you pull the flaps back too early and you have to bring in a little bit of power and, say, fly a downwind, you're going to overtemp the engine. Just as simply as that. If you're on downwind, flaps are down, and you're going to extend to do it like a square pattern, you're going to overtemp the engine. It's as simple as that. So managing your flap position in the approach is actually really quite important because you'll destroy a perfectly good engine. And to give you an idea, engine in real life, about $250,000 just by pulling your flaps out a little bit too early. Quite embarrassing if that happened. So yeah, the flaps here are quite a limitation on the aircraft, as well as the cooling. Once it's in the air, it's fine. There's no real cooling issues once the aircraft is in the air. It's got some very, very good efficient radiators, and they do a very, very good job. But yeah. When the time comes around, I need to study. Will you be my tutor? Like, for real though. Sure will, Huff Daddy. Anytime, my friend. Anytime. This guy's flying around low speed. I guess he is. Whatever. So the flaps, the flap extensions here are quite a limitation you need to be aware of. So just, if you are going to get this plane and fly it, be aware of the flaps. Whether they modeled it or not, I don't really fucking know. But it's something to be aware of. She is pretty. Pretty little aeroplane. Thanks for the host there, King Crosby87. And DCS World, join us. So how do I choose a role? How do I choose a role? Lucky Sleeves. The way you'll go ahead and do it is when you're in this screen here, you'll go ahead and pick a slot. So you need to have the aircraft. You can see some of these are blanked out for me. I don't have the MI8, so I can't pick that slot. So I can only pick a slot for the aircraft that I own. So you can see when I come down here, I can see I am in an aircraft. I can select them. Once you've done that, you just press briefing and then go fly. And you'll be in your aircraft. Spitfire's landing again. Oh, no flaps. This is not going to go well. Has he figured it out yet? He's wondering why the aircraft doesn't want to fly properly at 100 knots. He's given up, going to go around again. Yeah, even just leaving the gear out like this can overtemp the engine. Gotta get that gear up, man. Yeah, if you don't have any installed aircraft, yeah, you won't be able to select a role. You'll just be able to sit in spectators and watch people. Yeah, so right now, the way this guy is flying the aircraft, he'd be pretty susceptible here to overtemping. I mean, he is really slow. I don't think he hasn't done a gear check or anything yet. Now he's got the flaps. Oh, okay, he was trying to do something. I don't know, some weird brake or something, whatever. This is just flying around with his gear down and thought it was there. Need more rudder. Need more rudder. Need more rudder. Oh, he's... He's stuck it somehow. No, he hasn't. Oof. He stuck it. It wasn't pretty, but he made it. Good job, friend. Well done. I'd be happy with that. Up come the Flapperos. Let's see if he's going to go flying again. Right. This needs to be a little bit nicer on the. This needs to be a little bit more. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Go away, Windows. It wasn't pretty, but he made it happen. All right, so let's go jump into another server and let's go flying again. Let's jump into another. Oh my God, Windows! Shut up. No one cares. Yeah, I was on some random server. Oh wow, there's a lot of people in ACG. That's cool. I still don't want to fight anyone just yet. Big dog, what are we looking for? A nice low ping. We'll go ahead and take it. These guys have the Mustang Spitfire yet? No. Flying Tigers, what's this? Seriously, Windows. Alright, out inside, this bird hard to fly. I'd say it's challenging, but you have to pay. Yeah, Lucky Sleeves, yeah, it's 50 now. It was 40 USD as a pre-purchase, but now it's it's back to 50. And it should be. F86s, where's our Spits? 109s, here we go. Beef Supreme. 126 Squadron, why don't we go ahead and take this? We'll see what livery this is. The blue one? Yeah, I like the blue one. Actually, I haven't flown the sandy one yet. Let's find out what livery that is. So that was 16th. Let's just try the standard. No, that's the one we were just in. Standard, we did 16th. Let's go 145 Squadron then. There you are. Okay, so let's start it up, and I'll have a little look through the systems here, I guess, but there's those things that I think are just wrong. The fuel boost pump should not need to be on here.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
I'll go full fuel.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
10th Karma, yeah, well what this is missing here is the real seat. When you're really sitting in it, you're sitting on your parachute. So there was a cushion. There was a cushion there, but you're just sitting on your parachute. So your parachute was your seat, cushion. All right, so we can have a little bit more of a look through the cockpit. Oh, someone was asking about the drop tank location. I'll see if I can show that in the air. modelled here? De-icer, IFF. Ah, they're the IFF flares, okay. Alright, the undercarriage. Pretty sure these were all emitted in the 9s. No. Beep, 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 beep. Cool. Volt regulator. See, what I want to know is where is the reset button there for the artificial horizon? Oh, there you go. 160 mile an hour is the speed limit on the flaps. Nav lights, don't really care about. There's a clock. We'll go ahead and just get the thing all up and running. Whatever. Trying to see what else. Switches down here as well. Alright, fuel's on. Yeah. I'm still annoyed about that. The landing gear thing there. It should be open. Alright, what are you? At least the gun sight works. Gun sight. Yeah. Oops. Floodlights. Yeah, everything seems to be here. Everything, and I mean, it just looks amazingly modelled as well. Like, let's be honest here. It really, really is a pretty looking aeroplane. I can sit here looking at it for a long, long time. Feels like home. Alright, let's fire it up. We'll go ahead and pull on the brakes. Also, yeah, let's talk about this brake indicator here just a little bit. Is you can see on this top part of the top part of the gauge here, you can just sort of see where it says supply there. That is how much pressure is sitting in some pneumatic tanks, and the aircraft has some pneumatic tanks. You can't see it. There's armor plating here, but there's some pneumatic tanks that sit just behind the cockpit there, and there's one or two of them. I think there's 2 oxygen tanks and 1 pneumatic tank. And so that pneumatic tank is a very limited supply. So if I sit here and spam the brakes on and off, on and off, on and off, I'll lose all of that pressure as it's a total loss system. Meaning as when I pull the brakes on, I take some of the air out of those tanks, I push that air to the wheels. When I release the lever, what happens is that air then just gets vented to atmosphere. So it's important when you're starting this thing, or you're going to taxi anywhere, is you want to have over 200 psi of pressure. 150 is your bare minimum. And then start the thing up and don't play with your brakes. If you keep playing with your brakes, you'll eventually run out of pressure. And it takes a long time for that pressure to build up. Even though it's only 200 psi, the little pump that, the little pneumatic pump that's on the front here on the engine, does not do a good job. It does not do a good job. It does not give you a lot of pressure. It has a very, very weak flow rate. And because it has such a weak flow rate, you can get into a scenario where you need brakes to hold the aircraft, but you need engine power to give you brakes. And when that happens, you're in a lot of trouble, because the only way you can steer the thing on the ground is with brakes, and the only way you're going to stop the aircraft is with brakes. So if you use all of your pneumatic pressure spamming the brake lever or lifting your flaps up and down, you're going to have a bad time. So there was a video Matt Wagner did about the startup. He tested the flaps. You never test the flaps. Don't touch the flaps. Don't ever touch them. You'll run out of pneumatic pressure. Get the engine started, then you test the flaps after you've done your run-ups, because then you're going to have sufficient pneumatic pressure to drop the flaps, confirm that left and right flap come out, and all of that other fancy pants stuff. But you don't touch the flaps before you start. You don't touch anything pneumatic-wise until you start, and that also includes the fuel tank pressure down here. So what it actually does is it takes pneumatic pressure from the engine, it's actually from the supercharger to actually inflate the fuel tanks. So it's not a fuel pump, it's not anything like that. It takes pneumatic pressure. I need to confirm if it's from the supercharger or the little pneumatic system, but yeah, it just pressurizes the tanks with air. But yeah, so keep an eye on this lever, this thing here. If I go ahead and spam the brakes, we should see it will start to decrease. You can see there. You can see it's starting to decrease. In reality, a full brake application and a drop is far larger than that little 10 psi drop there. In reality, it's almost 20 to 25 psi you'll lose with one full brake application and a release. So after about maybe 4 or 5 brake applications, even at 200 psi, that's it. You need to call your ground crew over and get the pneumatic system pumped back up again. The second part of the gauge there, you can see port and starboard. All that's telling you is how much pressure is going to your left or your right wheel. So I can go ahead and demonstrate it here. Is if I go ahead and hold the brakes on, you'll see that the brake pressure is equal across both wheels. But watch what happens when I start adding a rudder input. You'll see that the brake pressure on the right-hand wheel starts to reduce, but the brake on the left wheel stays where it is. So what this means then is I would be trying to turn to the left. In fact, what we should be hearing here as well is every time you move the pedals, you're moving a little valve which sends air to each of the wheels, and it's a total loss system as well. So even just moving the pedals here will actually lose this pneumatic pressure. And I can't see if it's... No, it's not. No, it is. Okay. So yeah, even wobbling the pedals around, you will lose some of that pneumatic pressure. But yeah, so this tells you how much brake is going to each wheel. The thing to note here, though, is that it's not until you're at full rudder deflection that the brake is only on one wheel. So what I mean by that here is I've got brake applied. Let's go ahead and say, let's push in left rudder. You'll see here, so I'm trying to turn to the left, but you'll see there's still a little bit of brake pressure on that starboard, the right-hand wheel. So what this means in practice is if you just want all of the brake on one wheel to whip the aircraft around very, very quickly, well, what you're going to need to do is actually apply full rudder deflection, or otherwise there's always going to be a little bit of brake on that right wheel or left wheel. That doesn't, whatever way you have these rudder inputs there. So it's something to note. That's really just for ground handling, but yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Alright, we'll go ahead and open up the primer, and let's prime it 5 times. We'll go, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, and there's 5. Go mags on. And after we go mags on, we'll go booster, starter, and she's happy to start. I'll just bring the power up. We'll go ahead and grab some brakes. Just bump up the throttle here to about 1000 RPM. Once you actually have oil temperature, which we can see here, oil temp, yeah, we've got oil temp, is the Merlin really likes sitting at about 1200 RPM. So go ahead and set it up to 1200 RPM. It just purrs along nicely there at 1000. It's just not a happy engine. That's my headset. Alright, so I'm just turning my headset down so I can hear myself think. Did Spitfire have wing tanks for fuel? They didn't have any wing tanks. There were a few versions that did. So some Spitfires, the Mark 8, actually carried fuel in the wing group here. So the Mark 8 carried fuel right there. And some of the PR, the photo reconnaissance aircraft, carried some fuel in the wings. Later Marks, like the 16, actually had a fuel tank in the back there, but it was really, really seldom used. Oh my god, I've used the word twice. So there was a fuel tank put in the back here, but it was only ever used for transportation purposes. that fuel tank there made the aircraft fly like a piece of shit. It had really large problems with center of gravity. So putting that tank there pushed the center of gravity a little bit too far aft, and it became very pitch sensitive, almost unflyably so. So some did have a fuel tank back here behind the cockpit, but the only Spitfire that was really designed with any external tanks was in the leading edge. And there were some that were transported where they used the ammo bays here, and they put fuel tanks in there as well. So there were some transportation shippings where they would put like a bladder tank, just like a bag of fuel in the ammo bays or the gun bays there, and they'll use that as a little bit of extra fuel. But the only Spitfire that was really designed to carry extra fuel was PR versions or the Mark 8, which the Mark 8 is basically a Mark 9, but with fuel in the roots and a few other small changes with the fuselage. But yeah. And of course, yeah, like you're right, it did have a centerline drop tank as well. It actually had a slipper tank to begin with, but yeah. All right, well let's taxi on out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, what are you doing?
So can't really see too much here. Just taxi across the glass. There really needs to be like a view option to like hang your head out the side of the window. As just sitting with this single eye point here is really quite difficult to navigate. We're looking okay. Taxiway again. These taxiways are just not wide enough to do proper S-turns, so I just kind of like fudge it and go as close as possible. Approaching the runway at least. It's a very dead aeroplane. Alright, just go ahead and pull the aircraft up on the brakes here. We'll just have a little look around, make sure there's someone creeping up behind us. We'll be careful so they're just taxiing on top of us. Hey, Sunik's here. What's going on, Sunic? Entry woo, TFD, see if there's anyone else around. But of course, that is not how you taxi a Mustang. You're literally pointing the wrong way. So, we are going okay. Alright. It looks amazing, right? It really does. So, So, we'll go ahead and check our radiators, all that other crap. Now, they do say to do run-ups to 2,000 RPM. Our SOPs would never to run up over 1,700. Yeah, we were told to never run up over 1,700, purely because you don't actually have enough elevator control at that point. The aircraft is very, very light and can actually nose over. But yeah, we never did any of our run-ups unless we were tied down to the ground above 1,700. When we're tied down, we'd go to full power and be fine. So we did our full power runs. And I don't believe it should be able to get to 2,000 RPM on the ground without the thing falling over either. Alright, well, let's go flying then. Try and line up a little bit better on the runway. I don't think I'm anywhere near the center, so let's go ahead and do that. Sounds like an aeroplane very, very close to me. I feel like we're about to get run over. Right, so going to go ahead and pull up the brakes. I'm going to go ahead and set rudder trim to the right. We'll hold the aircraft on the brakes here for a time being. We'll take off with the canopy open, because why the hell not? And let's go flying. So Spitfire takeoff again is a 3-point attitude. We're not going to bring the tail up. We're just going to hold it in that 3-point attitude, and as we increase power, we're going to decrease that aft stick until we get to about an unstick position. We should have a little bit more nose down. We'll just go neutral here for takeoff. So we should go wheels up just as our stick goes to neutral. Then we just hold that attitude in the climb. We'll select the gear and lower the nose and pick up speed as quick as possible. We don't want to do what that guy we were watching before, how he kept pitching up, because we really want to hold the nose down and pick up speed. Speed is life in this plane, especially if we lose an engine. Alright, brakes released. Let's get out of here. Sticks full aft. Oh, Jesus Christ. The tail wheel was not straight. So let's try and get this tail wheel straight before we go anywhere. There we go. Here comes the back. Speed's building, start reducing that back pressure. Let's power in, and we're just about getting in here. Lower the nose. Too much though, we don't want to go flying. Select the gear, get it up. Try and build that speed as quick as possible. Right, I'm at about 8 inches of boost. Go ahead and bring the prop back. 9700, start rolling off on the string. Close up the canopy. And we're away. Oh, it's so pretty. This thing's worth $50. Alright, we'll go ahead and set the prop. We'll set the power back to about 8 inches of boost. Even that's really quite high for us right now. So whatever, we'll sit 8 and we'll bring it back to 26. 26, that's fine. We can probably even kill that fuel boost pump. Go ahead and trim the nose up a little bit and well, we have some fun. We haven't done any real combat trials or pulled any G or anything like that, so let's get a feel for the plane and how it flies. It doesn't feel like it needs much rudder, so it doesn't have much adverse yaw. What I mean by that is as I add rudder aileron inputs, I don't need to follow it up with much rudder at all. Where the Mustang, it needs quite large aileron input, rudder inputs to follow up any aileron input. Right, let's do well over 250. does, however, need little bits of. It does need more rudder the slower we get, which makes sense, right? That's when torque is going to start taking over the aircraft. So as we get slower and slower and slower, there's more torque effect from the prop, and we need to add more and more rudder to counteract that. But its speed here, it feels to. It's not a hands-off aircraft. It definitely isn't. It wants to wander around the sky quite a bit. But oh, it's still so pitch sensitive. Let's just get the trim set here correctly. That's a little bit better. Head tracker back on. So 6 pounds boost. Where is it? T's and P's, how are they looking? We're well under 100 degrees. Oil temp is a little bit higher. We'll leave it there. Okay. So it definitely feels like, just from flying it around compared to the 109, the 190, it definitely has the faster roll rate out of all of the aircraft that DCS currently has. It's maybe not as stable as, say, the Mustang. The Mustang feels like a Cadillac. Well, I guess that's why its nickname is a Cadillac of the sky, where the Spitfire definitely is feeling more, oh, it's so pretty, where it feels more sporty. One of my favorite words, of course, but it feels really good. It changes direction really quickly as well, where the Mustang would take quite some time to go from even, say, this 60-degree angular bank here and transition around to a left-hand turn here. The Spitfire really transitions quickly. And it's not really bleeding speed either. I mean, it is, I mean, the heart of it is meant to be a turn fighter, right? But, yeah, this thing's, if, I don't think it's going to be as fast as the 109. The 109 in a dive is still going to outrun this thing, I think. It doesn't feel like it accelerates as quick, but turning-wise, there's nothing that's even going to match this thing. Just in the rate of turn, even in the roll rate here, like we got a little bit of speed up here at 280 mile an hour, and the roll rate here, this feels about the, it's a little bit under the Mustang there, but again, I feel like in a G turn here, I would outturn the Mustang. Like, look how quickly we just turned and pulled around into a turn there. It really has a very short turn radius, very small turn radius. Let's just go ahead. Can I get to it? I probably can't. Just got to turn off the landing gear light there. It's almost easy mode with how little rudder input you need. I think there should be more. I'm not seeing any adverse yaw whatsoever. There's a tiny little bit of adverse yaw, and there probably should be more. Yeah, it feels very stable like that. There should be a little bit of adverse yaw there, so it's a first release, whatever. But this is really nitpicking on an otherwise a really good flight model. Make things easier for all them peeps that don't have rudder pedals though, I guess. Somewhere else, Clover, you fucking troll. Pull, what's that thing on the left that says pull down for night use? On the left, over here? This thing? Talking about that? Or, oh, there. Oh, all it is it's a cover. So if you're flying at night and you still have your landing gear lights on, It just covers up the light. So the idea being is if you had a bright light in the middle of your cockpit, the enemy would see you easier, right? So the idea being is you'd cover up any lights inside the cockpit, so it'd be as dark as possible, so people wouldn't be able to see you from far away. That's why there's not much lights inside the cockpit. The one light, the few lights that are there, but it was also to preserve your night vision as well. If you were landing and you didn't have that covered, you wouldn't want your night vision to just go away if you're a short final kind of like thing, and all of a sudden the lights come on. Right, well, let's put it through its paces. Another aircraft there off to our right. Try and keep an eye out for it. There's it, just gone above us. Looks like going into it. Fell out the other side of it. Alright, let's do the same. We'll actually just turn this into a Cuban. See how much energy we retain on the other side. I actually picked up energy. Go ahead and do the same thing here. So just take note of what we're at. We're at about 290 mile an hour. We'll go into a loop and we'll just see if we come out at 200. Actually, I'll let it slow to 280. See if we actually pick up energy through the loop or if we lose it. So here we go, we're at 280 mile an hour, 0 feet. Let's go ahead and start another loop. Up we go. Another wing there, keep adding rudder. A little bit of right rudder. I'll start looking over the top. We're just about aligned with the runway. So we're not pulling much G here, we're only doing about 4G over the top. Anyway, we'll settle there. We'll go ahead and add a little bit of left rudder. It was a little bit ugly. We'll point our nose down at the ground and we'll level out at about about at ground level there. There's another Spitfire taking off now as well. And we'll have a look down at our speed and see if we picked up altitude or not. No, picked up altitude, picked up energy. No, we did. We fucking picked up like 30 mile an hour. So the Mustang really actually struggles with that. You can retain energy in the Mustang, but you're not going to pick up energy. Let's pull a little bit more G this time. It's about 5G, drop to about 3 over the top. This means the loop is going to be just a little bit shallower, or the loop, the top of the Cuban. And go ahead and pull some G down the bottom, and we'll just see. Start pulling G. It's just about 2 at the bottom there. Pull some G at the bottom, check our speed, and yeah, that time. So it definitely bleeds speed with G. So as we add more G, the speed is starting to drop, but if we don't pull G, it seems to pick up speed quite easily. We'll go and do it again. We'll really try and be aggressive with the pull here now. So let's go ahead and we'll start the pull. Really, really aggressive. Just be gentle over the top. Pointing back at the ground. Roll around to the right. Have a look at our speed on the bottom side of the loop. Yeah, you can really see when we're not pulling G, it accelerates really quite rapidly. Bottom of the loop about where we were, even with a little bit, actually 10 mile an hour slower. So we are going to be, it's not so much of a, it's somewhere in between an energy fighter and a turn fighter. The fact that if you're really, really casual with the G that you pull, look how tight this fucking loop is, it's so good. Mustang draws big fucking patterns in the sky, and this thing's so much smaller. Acceleration rate is really quite good. So it's not going to retain much energy in loops or any kind of G pulling. It's going to bleed it fairly well, but you're going to turn inside anyone that you're fighting. It's just if it turns into a boom and zoom, the boom and zoom style fight with say a 109, I don't think you're going to go too well with it. If you can sucker one of those aircraft into a turning battle, you're going to turn inside them every day of the week, and I don't even think it's going to be a contest. How quickly this thing can turn inside, Mustang's going to be nowhere near that. This slow speed here. What are we at? 230 mile an hour? The Mustang at 230 mile an hour in like a 90-degree angle of bank like this, just about falling out of the sky. And what do we slow down to there? 190 mile an hour? Yeah, like... I feel like this is probably going to chew everything up online. In the way that DCS battles kind of divulge online is pretty much everyone just flies at each other and then they turn into a bit of a fight. You might have a little bit of an altitude advantage over your opponent, which will turn into a slight boom and zoom, but you're still going to be turning most of the time. So I think this thing is just going to eat everything up. Well, it should if you fly it right, but if you turn into... If the 109 has an advantage over you, I think you can just turn inside it. When the 109 tries and boom and zooms you, just turn like that. You can probably even turn to follow the thing. Yeah, I think this is going to dominate the online servers. Roll rate's good, its turn rate is really amazing, and that's really all that matters. That's really all that matters, and the Mustang struggles with it. The Mustang doesn't turn well enough. The Mustang really doesn't turn well enough to dogfight. It's okay in high energy scenarios, but these fights always go down to almost a stall fight. And if the fight drags on, let's go blame his engine or something. No engine. It's a 1.9. Oh no, it's a Spit. No, it's a wingtip. Must have clipped the ground or something. Look how much G I can pull. 180 mile an hour, I can stay in a level, like 90-degree turn. This turn radius is so small. It's starting to fall out of the sky there at about 160 mile an hour. Let's pick up some altitude and let's try it so we can actually recover from any of these stalls. We'll go ahead and bring the boost up, still set at 2600 RPM. We'll just climb up to, I don't know, say 5,000 to 6,000 feet. And we'll do a couple of those stall turns and actually see how it goes. I still think the 109 is going to win acceleration-wise, though. The 109, the way it accelerates is really, really aggressive, especially in a dive. So I don't think the Spitfire is going to be able to chase down the 109, the K or the Gustav. I think we have the G version of it in DCS, right? I don't think we're going to be able to chase down those, but if whoever's flying it starts to turn, then yeah, you probably win that battle. Even here, I could just lift my nose up, point at him, and start turning with him. There isn't a low energy state now. I don't know if he wants to play or not, but I'm going to go ahead and firewall everything and see what we can do. Hope I haven't really lost him. Yes. Just about inside this guy's turns already. Yeah, I already won this. So we started whatever. He had more energy than me. I'm just about to get guns on him already. But he's already run out of room. He's going to try and swing back around now to the left. That's not going to work. I've got the energy, so I'm just going to pitch up, roll around to the left, come back down on top of him with a bit of luck. If I don't stall out. He's trying to slow the fight down. I mean, we're not really fighting, obviously. I can't shoot him in, but if I keep in the vertical here, I should be able to just keep chasing him down. Unless he's already swung around to my tail. I can't see him now. I can accelerate away here and just keep looking. Yeah, I've lost him. Just getting confused. So in a stall turn battle, what's actually quite interesting between the Spitfire and the maybe you've got guns on me there. What's interesting about the 109 and the Spitfire in a stall turn is the 109 actually has an advantage with its leading edge slats, is it can actually hold a higher sustained G turn, an instantaneous turn, without falling out of the sky. Where the Spitfire can't, it doesn't have those leading edge slats. I'm just going to keep turning in a circle here until I see him. So we're right on the stall here. We're really, really struggling. Actually feel pretty evenly matched. A hell of a lot easier if I could actually just track him. But the eye tracker struggles with stuff like this. I have to bring the prop back into this one. So we'll put a fucking engine. That's interesting there, though. We were able to stay on the stall for quite a long time, and even when I shouldn't have been able to really pull my nose up, I had the horsepower to do it. Like, I mean, we're going through shutters all the time now. I do want to see what happens when we G-stall it, so we'll just break off this and just sit on my bum now. It's okay. Let's go ahead and start the climb. Go back up to that altitude and try and see what it handles like in a stall. Rudder. Pretty sloppy here. Anyway, we're up at 5,000 feet. Turn away from the sun and we'll start doing some of these G stalls. We know how it stalls in power off, where we still have full aileron control. We don't really care about that. The only time that's really going to be an issue is if we're landing. But if we go ahead and have a feel for the aircraft pulling some G, that's what I really want to care about. I want to know if it's going to snap over on its back really aggressively, or we're still going to have quite a lot of aileron control. That's really what I care about. So let's go ahead, we'll accelerate, and all we'll do is we'll just pull it into a sustained G turn around to the left and see what the hell happens. Alright, 6,000 feet, should have enough to recover. Let's go ahead and do it. 12 inches of boost, 2600 RPM, over we go. So all I'm going to do is just keep pulling G until the thing snaps over and installs. Speed to 160, here comes Buffett. And we'll just pull it in, and it just kind of mushes in. I'll just go ahead and recover. So around to the left, it just kind of mushes in. And there's a little bit of a nose drop there, but that's about it. 4,000 feet. We did lose a fuckload of altitude though, so go ahead and pick the throttle up, point the nose up, go to another bit of a zoom climb. Roll over on the top. And start right hand turn. Start adding G. To the right, keep pulling it on, and it does want to throw over to the left. It's still really just sitting in. It is going to enter into a spin there, so go ahead and recover. So around to the right, it really does want to mush over, and it kind of a real slow roll over to the top. Around to the left, it didn't look anywhere near as bad. Let's try and really pull it on here to the left, and yeah, it just kind of mushes in. We lose elevator control, and it does look like it wants to go into a spin. So go ahead and recover, opposite rudder, power off, and the spin definitely doesn't look aggressive, but let's go ahead and we'll climb back up here and pick up some altitude a little bit more. We'll go up to, I don't know, say 10,000 feet. We'll see how it handles in a spin. Prop up to 2,800. Just off our nose, framed. Oh yeah, coming through 7,000 feet. 2,800, 12 inches of boost. Okay. A little bit slow, so go ahead and pitch our nose down. Fuckload more right rudder. Stable. Yeah, I feel like the reasons why I'm using my rudder here in the air is not due to aerodynamics, but the prop. I feel like when I'm using the rudder pedals, it's not connected to any of the aileron inputs or any slipping or anything like that. It feels like the only time I'm really using my pedals is airspeed and power application. It doesn't feel like there's much adverse yaw whatsoever or anything else. Even in those 90-degree angled turns there, I didn't need much rudder. It didn't feel like I needed any rudder anyway. Coming up to 10,000 feet. Right, friend. It looks like he's falling out of the sky and we're just happily climbing at 3,000 foot a minute. Alright, let's see how it spins. We'll go ahead and level out. I'll bring the power back here. And just slow the climb down. Keep bringing the power back. We'll go into a power off level stall and then we'll kick it over with a whole heap of... why don't we go around to the right? We'll go to the left first. It seems to be the more stable. So there we go. Power's all the way off. Try and keep directional control so we can get that wings stalling. We're through 120 mile an hour. Yeah, we're looking good. There's 100. We'll wait for the buffer and then we'll kick it over with rudder. There's the buffer. We'll pull it into the stall. There it is. Let's kick it with rudder. Okay, there's one rotation. There's two. We'll let it develop. Okay, let's recover. So go opposite rudder, stick forward, powers at idle, and it brakes. Nope, now it's spinning around to the right. There we go. So it does still recover. Add some power. We'll go into a bit of a zoom climb here. Just check the RPM. So it wasn't that much of a height loss, actually. I mean, we lost there, what, maybe 3,000 feet through about 4 full turns of the spin there to the left. And still recovered. It was a little bit sloppy on the way out, but nothing to really point and laugh at. So let's go ahead and we'll point the aircraft back down, go into level attitude, and try it around to the right. So it was still recoverable. It just was a little bit little bit ugly at the bottom end there. So we'll go into a standard stall, wings level. A little bit too much right rudder again. And this time we'll kick it around to the right. So the left turn should be more stable anyway. The right one, I'm kind of thinking it's going to be a little bit more aggressive, but we'll see. Alright, there we go. Powers at idle. There's 100. We'll wait for the buffer, and we'll go hold stick aft and pull full right rudder. There's the buffer. There's the stall, and we'll kick it over with right rudder. Hold it in the stall like this and let it develop. There's 1 turn. There's 2. It is accelerating. There's 3. And we'll go to 4, and then we'll recover. So, recovery technique. We'll go ahead opposite rudder, stick full forward, and it recovers almost instantly. A little bit of bobble there at the bottom, but we can still recover okay. So it seems to be good control authority there, and that we are able to spin the thing if we so choose. Fuck, that was close. Cool. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. So it's not like, what was the other thing that we were trying the other day when we went fully unrecoverable? It was a Mustang. I think I was trying to do the same thing in the Mustang, and we got into one of those spins and it flattened out, and it was just completely unrecoverable. But this thing here, it feels like it's got good control authority through all of the range. It feels fine, and it can spin. I believe these are limited to. I think these are meant to be spins prohibited. In real life, they can flatten out and go bad if you have enough CG, but it seems okay with this loadout. Will it tail slide? Good question. I think you asked the same thing, Chrono's Blood, in the Mustang, so let's find out. Go ahead, we'll set 12 inches of boost. Will I need 12 inches? I'll go 8 inches of boost. Alright, we'll go ahead and do it then. So I'll pick up some speed for the vertical here. Okay, 7,000. Go ahead and go into the pull. There we go. There's 7,000. Check level. Let's go ahead and pull up into the vertical. A little bit more half stick. There we go. More and more rudder. More and more rudder. More and more rudder. No, I kind of want it to fall over on the top. Yeah, it kind of wants to fall over on the top. Yeah, so it kind of got there, and then it kind of it wanted to fall over, and that'd just be due to the center of gravity of the thing. It does have quite a weird CG flying dynamic part of the aircraft, right? Like the pitch is very, very sensitive. It has quite enough CG through most ranges of the flight. So it doesn't have that nice forward CG where the nose wants to keep pointing up and the tail wants to stay sort of hanging on the prop. It kind of is going to want to fall over either side because the center of gravity is going to be a little bit aft. But we'll try it again, just see if it wasn't pilot error here. Do the same thing, we'll go back down to 7,000 feet and we'll pull up into it and go from there. So through 8, picking up speed, go 320. There's 320, there's 7,000 feet, go ahead and go wings level, and up we go. A little bit. 109, doing the same thing, a little bit more right rudder, a little bit more forward stick. We're going to try and hold it right here. More forward stick, more right rudder, more right rudder, more right rudder, and wants to, it's holding, and it wants to snap over the top. Alright, going to go power off, and we'll try and recover from this. Point the nose down. Lots of rudder inputs there to stabilize it out. There we go. I feel like my engine's now smoking. I don't think it's very... Oh my god. GG, we need to go back to base. We're venting. have any coolant left, or is it about to just go fucking bang? I think the engine's just about to go bang. We'll see how far away we are. Just I'm heading in the right. Yeah, it just went bang. I'll try and feather it at least. Did I have the rads open? I had the rads fully open there. Alright, another dead stick then. At least I can see the field. I don't know if we'll make it. We can try. We're not going to do the break in because I don't think I'm going to have the energy to do the break. I don't know what best glide in this thing is either. It's probably like 140 mile an hour or something. I'll go ahead and pitch up and we'll see what we can do. Alright, let's try and do some other stuff. We'll go ahead and get the fuel cock off. And we stabilize out. Yeah, we'll probably settle in at like 140 mile an hour, maybe a little bit less. Yeah, I just looked down and saw the rad there. The rads were full open there, so maybe we're just outside the max continuous operating range there, which probably real. We're going to make the field. I think it's going to be close. This best glide is going to be down at like 90 mile an hour or something, so I still think we're I want to actually make the field. We're down to about 1,000 foot a minute. Trim the aircraft out. Maybe I will make the break. If I pitch down from here, I'll probably arrive over the runway at about 200 mile an hour. No, I don't want to try it. We'll just head in straight here from this position here. I think we'll be okay. I know I like doing the break, but in this case here, I don't think I'd have enough energy at the field, so. We'll just fly the thing in, and I don't think we've actually done a power on landing yet. All of them have been dead sticks, or crashes. Yeah, we'd have the energy for a break. In any case, I'm going to have to come at it at an angle, so I'm just going to fly away from the field a little bit, just so I can maybe make a little bit of a nest turn here. Then we'll turn towards the field. 160 mile an hour, what are we at? We're about 3,000 feet. Someone's got their landing light on. Alright, this will do from this position here. We'll swing it around to the right. Yeah, we're looking good from here. Let's get the gear. I'll even blow them down with emergency blowdown. Start the turn. There we go. Speed's bleeding back. I'll hold for flaps. Hold for flaps. We blow 160. Let's get them out. Try and land off to the side so we don't leave our carcass in the middle of the fucking runway if we fuck it up. Come on, settle down. Stop. I'm not sure I'm believing the ground physics right here just yet, but whatever. We recovered the plane and we survived, but it seems to have a habit of just spinning. I mean, we need to do some landings, power on, to really test it, but I can't watch a replay here, unfortunately, but that didn't seem too bad. I mean, we got into a bit of a bounce there, but I still should have had directional control. I shouldn't need to use the brakes on landing there. The only time you really need brakes in this thing for directional control is take off. You don't need it for landing. So I don't know. We'll see. We need to do some power on landings. We actually have a little bit of power. I mean, it could be worse. It could be flying an F-15 or something. Well, we survived anyway. Ah, yeah, I'd be walking away from that. That'd be fine. Maybe, I don't know, like, in real life, as soon as it starts going, it'll probably want to roll over on its back. I know, I thought it would have walked away from it. The aircraft in real life, it might have flipped over on its back there, but I think it would have walked away. Yeah, this is the aerobatic one, so yeah. Yeah, who's coughing up the 250k? That's kind of cool. You got the guns in there, they got the ribs. You got the spar wrong though. I mean, that's really fucking nitpicking. The internal spar there, the main spar doesn't look like that, but whatever. That's a real nitpick. All right, well, let's. I still aren't done with it. I don't even know what the time is. It's not even that fucking late. I do want to do some power on landings and see if we can't land the thing. Every time I've seen this so far has been dead stick. So what I might do here is we'll piss off out of Senekai here, and maybe we'll head to the close field here. What do we got there? Whatever that field is. I think that's the closest field. Yeah. We'll head to this other field here, and we'll go do some landings there, and see if we can't land the thing. Did they have any? No, that was the other side. Alright. Canopy, do all of the stuffs. You on throttle. Mags. Fuel. Covers and prime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, while I am here and I'm having a break, I haven't seen anyone harassing me. Whiskey Sim is there, Nando, they all saying they're here. Meant to have a meeting. But I think they're all dealing with real life stuff. Alright, mags, throttle, everything else is set. We'll hold the stick aft and let's go ahead and set the parking brake. We've primed it, we've done everything else. Let's go ahead, go booster and start. It's cranking. There we go. Open up the radiators to full. Happy to heat, sure, why not? Okay, apparently it's not modelled, or I just can't find the click spot. Fuel vent, don't really care about. That is for the drop tank. Close these bad boys up. Damn good. Alright, so let's take off out of here and let's do some landings. Actually try and stick one. Just direct nose. Really? Fire trucks. There's some fire trucks here off to our right. Great big building as well, so let's miss is that? Nope, don't go near them. Don't go near them. Good aeroplane. I feel like it's just a little bit of ground handling work they need to do here. Is the real aircraft is not this difficult to fucking taxi. When you're holding the stick down, even with this small amount of power, there's quite a large amount of wind blast holding the tail down. So it really makes the tail wheel want to track in a straight line. And this thing, any chance it gets, it wants to turn out, just randomly turn, and it shouldn't be doing that. It should quite happily, it should just quite happily handle taxiing in a straight line without needing too much control input. But here's spamming control inputs just to keep the thing pointing in a straight line. I'll just wait for these aircraft, if any of them are trying to land. Maybe this one's trying to crash. Alright, let's get out there. Tail wheel straight again, make sure we got rudder trim set, and we do. Yeah, like even there, it just wants to taxi off randomly to the left. It shouldn't need, it shouldn't be doing that. It's Alright, anyway, let's go flying. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The ground handling is so fucking broken. As soon as you're holding, the way this tail wheel is designed here is that it's on an angle here, so the tail wheel naturally wants to track in a straight line behind the fuselage. Even though it is a cast-ring tail wheel, the angle that it sits on, when you're adding some pressure here, even at this RPM like this, even that is adding about 50 pounds of pressure down onto the tail. The wheel wants to track in a straight line under the fuselage. It just wants to. It doesn't want to randomly just fucking pirouette like it keeps wanting to do here. It's just, I'm just gonna fucking shut the hell here. It just, the angles and the geometry of the thing make it want to track in a straight line.
Request repair. Copy.
Doesn't want to just, even though there's a cast-ring tail wheel, because the pin, let me see if I can just get an angle here and show it to you. It's going to just be in the way of the webcam, I guess. I'm going to watch someone else's aircraft. The way the tail wheel here is, let me just make sure this works, is the axis of the tail wheel it's not on a vertical pivot, right? What I mean by this is that the tail wheel does not have a pivot like this, and then the tail wheel attaches like that, and the thing just casters around left and right. So this is where the fuselage is. But that's not the way it's built. It's built with, here's the bottom of the fuselage. The axis is like this, and the pin for the tail wheel mounts like that. So this is the axle, not the axle, but this is the mounting bracket that the tail wheel is on like this, and there's the wheel like that. And the way it casters is actually the tail of the aircraft has to rise. So when it's taxiing here, for the tail wheel to spin around, I don't know if we'll see it here. The tail, yeah, it's not doing it. This is a problem. It's because everything's on these angles like this. So this is the strut. And then the axle is through like this, not the axle, but the mounting pin. If we saw it from the side, it would be like a U thing like that. The wheel, that's the treads of the wheel there. So what this means then is, let me delete this. What this means when you have a wheel like this is for it to caster around through even 90 degrees, is what has to happen is the back of the aircraft actually has to lift up. GG. The back of the aircraft actually has to lift up, because you can imagine if this rotates, if this pivots, the wheel goes, let me try and draw it here, the wheel kind of goes down like this. The wheel kind of goes down like that. It's pivoted around like this, which means the tail of the aircraft just rises a little bit. If you've got the stick full aft, you're holding the tail down, and so the wheel naturally wants to always actually be running down the center line of the aircraft, because anytime it deflects outside of the aircraft, it actually wants to center back up due to having the stick aft, as well as the angle, the geometry of the way these wheels are here. So it's just behaving like a completely castering, like a shopping trolley wheel. That's how it's behaving right now. It's like a shopping trolley wheel, and it has far more stability than a shopping trolley. Far more shopping, far more control than a shopping. Here, like look at the tail wheel bouncing around this guy's aircraft. It doesn't even want to track in a straight line. I'll file it as a cargo thing. Nailed it. Yeah, so the tail wheel right now is acting like a shopping wheel, a shopping cart wheel, and it should has far more lateral stability, yaw stability than that. But always wants to naturally track down the fuselage. Hey, Zacko Gaming. We're on just the aerobatic server. Yeah, that's true, T-Park 757. Like, you look inside the cockpit and you're like, where is everything? Where's everything else? And the Mustang as well, you got room to throw your arms out, like there's room everywhere. And you look inside here and you're like, where's all the stuff? Where's all the stuff? There should be some more stuff in here. It's all gone. Yeah, it's 1.5. Yeah, it's 1.5. So I think I'll actually put that up on the forum as a bug. It shouldn't behave like a shopping trolley wheel. It has far more centering, even though it is a fully castering tail wheel. It doesn't behave like it is. Oh! That's GG. What was that? Mustangs. Server lag though. Anyway, I should be jumping in the aircraft and getting things started up again. So everything else should be set, ready to go. I'll just have to unlock this again, open these guys up again, and prime it for 3, 1, 2 and 3. I think that was probably one too many, but it doesn't really matter. We'll go boosters and starter. And there we go. Probably doesn't help trying to take... Oh, fuck. That's a crater. Probably doesn't help with trying to take off with a tailwind as well. Do I actually have enough room here to take off in the right direction? That's the question. I definitely do not. Oh, let's not hit that, please. Can we not hit that? Oh, thank God. Straight through our wing. Just have a quick look around, make sure I'm not stepping on anyone else's toes. I'm going to head to this other field. I'm probably going to have to make a video to explain why the tail wheel isn't working right. As soon as you're going, like even at walking pace, the tail wheel wants to naturally align with the aircraft and kind of like its own sort of spring tension, if you will. Alright. There's tracking in a straight line. There we go. No, it's just fucking turning again. Tail wheel is broken. I'm going to go ahead and call it right now. The aircraft would not behave like that. We're at 20 mile an hour at that point with just about, we're pulling probably like 300 horsepower, maybe 200 horsepower at that point. Quite a lot of breeze over the tail, stick full aft. There's a lot of pressure down on the tail wheel. It is not going to free caster. It is not. It just free casted like a fucking piece of shit. I'm going to go ahead and call it that it's broken. I'm going to go ahead and call it that it's broken, and I'll place a bug report on the forum. Because usually, so far my luck with Eagle Dynamics has been as they listen to me, but yeah. Yeah, I'll make a little video, because the times that I've sent pictures, I think it's hard to describe, but I don't even know if Eagle Dynamics don't watch my streams. But I'll go ahead and put it up in their little forum post here, and I understand why they would do it like this, is because you'd read up, you say, oh, I might even have the documents for it. I don't know if it'll take me 2 minutes to find it. I might have the tail wheel. Let's find out. What's this? Is it the tail wheel strut? Because if I can find the cutaway of the tail wheel, you'll see what I mean. Spitfire, blueprints, Spitfire drawings. Let's just see if I can spot it. So that's carriage pin tool. Electrical aircraft equipment and installation. What's this? Assembly and installation. This might work. God damn it. Removal, assembly, and dismantling. Power frame. This is my list of manuals. So, like anything that you possibly could think of is in here. Details. Maybe these are my pictures. Yeah, these are the pictures. So the way the British label everything is, I can't remember, is they name it with these numbers, these type numbers, and they mean absolutely nothing to anyone other than the British. So to actually find what manual we need, that's the wingtip there, they're the flaps, is you just, I'm sure people greater than I know what each of these fucking numbers are, but here, of course it opens it the wrong one. That looks like some kind of wheel action going on there. It's the main gear. That's the main gear. This is where, remember when I was talking before about the blister? This is where the blister comes into effect here as the blister sits. I think it's there, right? Yeah. The blister sits across there on top of the wing to allow the wheel to sit just, it sits a little bit further into the wing when they change the undercarriage pintle here. It should tell me what aircraft it was from. So yeah, what I'm looking for is one of these wings, views, no. We'll run through all these for days. Oh, here we go, they're named. Radiator, petrol tanks, petrol, brake system, flaps, tail, adjusting gear. No, there's the cable. Disregard. Wait, 15. Where's it left? Oops. Type 300 drawings seem to have them, so... needs to come across. It's a shame. Okay, well, let's have a look through here then. We've got 190, 109 drawings, all that other crap. Rodol maintenance. Okay, so these are the actual, these APs here. These are all the actual maintenance manuals. Mark 16 technical information. This might help. Aero engines, blah 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 blah. Okay. Tail. Well, what I could probably do is look for this shock absorbers, maybe. Because if you search for that number there, we'll probably find it. But there might be a diagram in here of the tail wheel anyway, showing us how it's built. Should be enough. There's the main gear. Hydraulic system. Go ahead and show you this is the pneumatic system. Yeah, here we go. That's brakes. Does this have? I don't think this has the fuel pressurization system. Spanner guns. I don't think it does. I thought it came straight off the supercharger. That sweet, sweet tail wheel. Landing gear. Tail wheel! Here we go. That's what I want. Lubrication of the tail wheel. That will help. I rotate you. That'll do. This'll show what I'm talking about here. So if we go ahead and zoom in here, here's the tail wheel. This is the non-retractable unit, but it still has the strut inside it. So what all these lines are the axes that everything rotates about, right? So this axis here is not vertical. So if we had this is our vertical plane. This is still actually not quite a vertical plane. the vertical plane would be somewhere like here, I want to say. Anyway, the point being here is that the geometry of these two axes here is what define how the tail wheel works. And because there is that action where it will rotate around like this, like I was saying, what it means is that actually there has to be enough force to pick the whole tail of the aircraft up. That's how much force there needs to be here to rotate this wheel around. That takes a lot. When you have the stick fall aft, you have power on, all of this other crap, is it takes quite a lot of side load to make the tail wheel want to caster. But right now it's like a shopping trolley, where it's like the axis is vertical. When you see a shopping trolley car, the difference is, yeah. So as soon as there's any forward motion here, the tail wheel wants to automatically align and stay centered, because when it moves outside, it has to pick the tail up. It has to pick the tail up if it goes either side. This isn't showing the actual building inside here, but what these lines here are all for is just showing the axes that everything is moving through. So axes there, and obviously an axis there for the wheel rotation, just regular rolling. Yeah, it's handling like a shopping cart right now, and it shouldn't. But I'll make a note about this and make sure I do a is it right way up? Removal and assembly. There's the main parts of the Spitfire I was talking about before. I just want to see if there's any exploded parts, pictures of the tail wheel. Fuck, it's showing a lot here, or undercarriage, so maybe it will. It kind of is. And the other thing to note is because the tail wheel is behind the axes, it naturally wants to track because it's behind the axes of rotation, right? So if the tail wheel, imagine it was like a shopping cart, where the wheel kind of looks like this and the brackets go straight up, and it mounts like that, and it just rotates through that area there like this, well, the wheel can just do whatever the fuck it wants. It doesn't matter whether you're going backwards or forwards. The wheel just wants to caster around freely. However, because the tail wheel, the axis of rotation is behind the axes of the rotation, behind the, I don't know, there's a fancy word for it, I'm not thinking of it. Again, it's just all reasons why the tail wheel naturally wants to track behind the undercarriage, and that's why this never needed a steerable tail wheel, just because of the design was so simple and so effective in keeping the aircraft and keeping the tail wheel straight. It didn't need a tail wheel lock, it didn't need anything like that. Like the 109, how it has a tail wheel lock just near the door there, the Spitfire never needed it, purely because of the geometry of the tail wheel. Fuel tank stuff. Some fancy pants engine stuff. This will show the starter. The starter, the accumulator cutout. There it is there! Accumulator cutout. This is what it's meant to be. So the British, in their Supermarine, in their beautiful, beautiful thinking, is accumulator means battery to the British in World War II. So this accumulator cutout right in there, that's where I've been trying to point. There's a little fucking flick switchy thing there that's meant to go forward and aft. But there it is. There, it is. I can prove that that's where it's meant to be. But yeah, the British called it an accumulator, but that's where it's meant to be down there. I wonder if there's going to be a picture of the actual thing. Yeah, I wonder if there is. The other thing is we are taking off with a tailwind, so I'm going to taxi down the other end and take off with the wind at my nose this time. Side view of the aeroplane. Design and construction, whatever, you can read all through this if you ever want. Control lever, maybe this will have the cutout. So all the controls. Yes! Thunderbar! Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. So we can see if we... This angle is not the same as that angle, so we can see that the pin here is not in a vertical plane. It's kind of in a... still a little bit aft. It's a plane about like that. And you can see there's a vertical plane, up and down. It's slanted a little bit further forward. We see the internal parts of how it all works. This is just all packed with grease in here. All just packed full of grease. Yeah, here's the main pivot point as well. So the shock absorber's deep inside the wheel, and so the shock absorber worked opposite the way you'd think it would. As the gear moves up here, the gear move, the strut there moves down. But there we can see the internal workings of the actual gear there. Packed full of all sorts of grease and stuff like that, and this is where it would rotate around. So if the wheel, you can see here, because the wheel here is the angle there, I know I keep talking about this, but for the wheel to rotate this way, so if you imagine the wheel looking at you needed to swing around, it would stay on this plane. So the wheel would end up, let's say it swung the whole way around. Let me go ahead and try and draw it here. It would be down, it would be, it would be down here, like this. And so it's this distance here that I'm talking about. So this is where it would normally contact the ground, but for the wheel to spin around and fully caster around to the left, it needs to be at that height. And it's this height difference here, this ground height difference that I'm talking about, which is what holds the tail wheel down and stops it wanting to just pivot around. Is that difference in height, all due to the angle of the pivot point through here. The weight on the tail wheel makes it want to track in a straight line. This is perfect. I've got all the pictures I need. I may not even need to make a video, like I said I would. Like I said I would. All these fancy pictures are wonderful. Static load position gives you all the load position we don't really care about it. Compression rubber, yeah, now it's just talking about all the rest of the other stuff. Shock absorber, fantastic. So we found what I wanted. Perfect. Now someone in chat probably about now is saying, hey, could I please have that manual? That's all I have to say about that one. That's all I have to say. What I really want to see is if there's a picture inside the cockpit, ventilation of the accumulated see electrical installation when it ends there. Of course, that'd be fine. This is probably why they're probably like, fuck, how do we even make the thing? They might have had access to the real plane, but ground handling, filling the tanks, don't really care. That's a control block. Control deflections, everything you ever wanted to know about a Spitfire is in here. I don't see the system for the pressurized fuel tanks on here. Supercharger ram mag, radiator flapjack. Oh yeah, I forgot that was in the real aircraft, it was pneumatic. Our aircraft, the Mark 16 I worked on, we actually converted the radiator flapjack to not being pneumatic, we actually used a Cessna 172 flap actuator. It's kind of funny. We threw the pneumatic system out to the wings is really quite complicated, so we just used the 172 flap actuator, a little electric unit, to open and close the flaps. But the real flaps actually ran off pneumatic pressure. Smoking guns, flaps, refilling valve. Yeah, I see nothing here about the fuel pressurization. I think it all comes off the supercharger. I think it all comes off the supercharger. Dismantling. What I need to see is the fuel system. They'll tell you in the one thing Brits were super duper good at when they were documenting things is writing cool stories. The stories really told you everything you ever needed to know about the aircraft if you didn't understand what the hell was happening. General servicing I don't really care about. What I don't really care about here was the see is if there's carriage circle. No. Service. It just tells you that that's where it is. That's definitely there. It's definitely there. It's an accumulator. It's a starter. Ignition switch, where's the main? There's terminal blocks coming through the bulkheads. It's just a relay. External taps. There's no switch, it's just off this main bus. That's all it must be. Voltage regulator. Whatever, they've indicated they're showing us there. It's a negative terminal. Negative terminal. It's up to north, it's up to north. I think that's what they're calling it there. Maybe the crash switch. No. Oh no, that's to blow everything up. That's the, if these things crash, they had small detonative charges in the radio stacks so that they wouldn't, if they crashed, the Germans wouldn't be able to steal their radios and all that other crap. So the crash switch, pilots would push it and it would blow up the little detonators inside the radio unit, so the sneaky Germans wouldn't get any of their details. All super secret stuff at that point of the war. Radio servicing I don't really care about. I thought there would be data here. Design and construction. This is what I want. Fuselage, main plane, flying controls. This doesn't tell me anything. Maybe it'll tell me fuselage, U-shape, that's okay, tail portion, cockpit hooding, seat mounting, harness, oil, up the fuel tank. What I want it to do is tell me about the fuel system. I don't think it's the manual is going to tell me about it. The POH would probably tell me about it, but the sync won't. I could read through this manual for hours. Anyway, we found the things that we cared about. So, yeah, wait, does someone actually want the manual? They probably do. Very loud, sorry, man. Sure can. I just killed the... You can hardly hear me, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't see chat, I was just doing other things. Yeah, the... I'll just jump into the cockpit, that'll quieten things down. What was this? W28 was telling me stuff. Airplane man, yeah, I like the Spitfire. About 4 pounds of boost, push control. Yeah, I know how to take off. Thank you, though. Up to the level plane. No. So, Worth TV, that's wrong. You never ever. The tail shouldn't. If the tail comes off the ground, it's saying that what you just said there was that the aircraft needs to come to the level plane, i.e., the level plane would be that the aircraft would be in a position where the tail, if I can get, no, Epic Pen's crashed again. Where the aircraft, what you're saying is, here's the main datum point, what you're saying there to the level attitude, it would be like this. You do not take off like that in the Spitfire, ever. You need to keep the tail planted. The tail stays planted for as long as possible. In fact, you take off in a 3-point attitude with the tail just a tiny little bit above the ground. The idea, there's not enough prop clearance. Even in the landing attitude like this, there's about this much clearance under the prop. If you actually go to a level attitude, you'll smash the prop into the ground. You do not bring the aircraft up into an attitude like this. To a level plane. There's no stick forward like you would in a Mustang to bring the tail wheel up and let the tail start flying. You don't do that in this aircraft. You fly it off in a 3-point attitude. But yeah, the tail wheel will come off the ground just a little bit by about that far, but that shouldn't be happening until probably about 50 to 60 mile an hour, thereabouts. I'm not even getting there. Okay, what else did I miss? Gyroscopic precession, yeah, we know about that. Yes, I'm aware. Chilling on the wing, propeller planes are silly, maybe. Can be done by one hand. The tail is light, tail fin and rudder are huge for tail mass. Add the prop posturing, the effect of the torque, turning effect, you need massive rudder with... that's the thing, I think you're missing, you're maybe not seeing my feet, or fuck, the camera's completely moved. That'll probably do it, but no, I'm adding full opposite rudder and it's having no effect. That feels like the camera. So yeah, I'm adding full opposite rudder and it's having no effect because the tail wheel's just starting to spin. The tail wheel is acting like a straight up is just acting like a I gotta fix this. Like I'm saying, like a shopping cart wheel. Which one of these is loose? Oh, the fucking sticky thing's completely off, that's why. Hopefully that'll stay there now. There we go. Okay, sorry, the camera thing and everything there just dropped out or whatever. That's the wrong button. Packed with rations. Will you ever read chat? Yes, maybe. But you were forgetting torque and propeller aircraft physics. No, I'm not. Very, very aware of them. What I'm not talking, I'm very, very, very aware of the prop and torque effects of the aircraft. That will still not make the tail wheel want to spin around. The tail wheel is spinning around like a shopping cart. It shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be spinning like a shopping cart. Yes, the tail wheel is going to want to move, but when we watch everyone else take off, when I take off, once the tail wheel starts moving, it wants to keep on going. There's no restorative effect whatsoever. I am very much aware, if you watch my takeoffs, when I'm trying to stop that import, when the tail starts swinging, I have full opposite rudder while I still have power on, and the tail still wants to come around, which is telling me the tail wheel is still castering, and it shouldn't be castering. It shouldn't be castering. There is enough pressure there to keep the tail wheel running straight down the line. That's not horizontal. You're starting to talk out your ass. No, I'm not starting to talk out of my ass. You do not bring the Spitfire up to a horizontal level. You do not bring the aircraft up to a horizontal level. No, I'm running full prop pitch. So prop is all the way forward. Prop is all the way forward. Everything else is set in the cockpit fine. It's even down to how the thing taxis, right? Like, let's even completely disregard how the thing fucking takes off. How it taxis is still completely uncontrollable. Like I keep saying, when it's taxiing, it wants to randomly spin to either side, even when I don't have power applied. That is rotating like a, that is spinning like a shopping cart. It should have, even when I'm not taking off, it still should taxi in a straight line, and it's not doing even that. So, yes. Watch an Aria Spitfire age 77 take off. Okay. Yeah, he gets the tail up. He definitely does get the tail up. However, I can go and show you how we flew our aircraft as well. Like, there's plenty of videos we can show you there. One, he's on grass. So here's the difference here. When you're taking off from grass, the reason why the tail can come up here, okay, so why can the tail come up here on grass? The tail can come up here on grass because, one, there is less there's less friction with the ground, okay? So as the aircraft wants to swing, it doesn't actually, the tail doesn't want to keep swinging either side. It doesn't want to actually overtake the aircraft. The wheels will skid across the grass. However, if you're taking off on tarmac, if you take off with the tail like this, there's so much torque effect that you cannot control it with the aircraft. In fact, I'll find a video here of a Spitfire taking off from ground, from tarmac, and you'll see a different attitude. Incredibly rare and blah 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 blah. Spitfire takeoff, sure. Oh my god, it's a vertical video. I don't know if we're even going to be able to see it because it's a fucking vertical video. Vertical video still has the tail low. Can't fucking see it. God damn it. I can't even find a... Why would you record a vertical video? Spitfire and Mustang. Let's see what this does. Here we go. Here's a takeoff on tarmac. Watch the tail height. Here's SL721, so there we go. The tail wheel's off the deck by about this far, keeps it in that attitude, and flies away in a 3-point attitude. This is how you take off on tarmac. There's a completely different technique between tarmac and grass technique. With grass, yeah, you can bring the tail up a little bit further because you're not so worried about P effect and you're not so worried about the torque of the engine. However, on tarmac, when the wheels have more and more grip, the ability for the aircraft, or the willingness for the aircraft to rotate around on itself is higher. So on grass, sure, bring the tail up a little bit higher, but no one else is going to do that in a modern day on a paved strip because there's just too much friction between the rubber and the ground. The tail will just overtake the aircraft. I mean, we could watch this 1,000 times, but here it is, 3-point attitude. Tail wheel's about this far off the ground. Takes off in the 3-point attitude and holds it and flies away. This is a Mark 16, same Spitfire, same engine, same everything. And there it is there. Like this is, where is it about to rotate? It's actually already in the air right there. Look at that, 3-point attitude. Job done. I don't know what else more to say. Pavement scenario, you don't bring the tail up because it increases the P effect. I'm very much aware of torque and P effect. So are Spitfire pilots. And they do not take off on tarmac with a high tail. You do not. There's just not enough. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I think you're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying the tail, you lift it this far off the ground. You don't lift it to a horizontal plane. You were saying lift the aircraft up to a horizontal plane. You do not do that when you're flying off tarmac. Like, I don't understand if you're hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying you lift the tail off the ground a very small amount, but you fly off in a 3-point attitude. You do not fly like a Mustang where you'll hold stick forward, where you push the stick forward, bring the tail up to a horizontal plane, let the aircraft accelerate on the 2 main wheels, and then go ahead and rotate. No, this aircraft flies off with a stick attitude, with a 3-point attitude. That's what I've been saying all along. That's what I've been saying all along. You're saying like the tail should be this far off the ground. I'm saying it should be this far off the ground. And, yeah. Or someone else saying it, whatever. So someone else was saying it, whatever. I don't care. But the point is there's a different technique for grass and tarmac because of the amount of friction that's on the ground there. The reason being is the Spitfire, you're right, it has an absolute massive amount of P factor, but the only time you'll see that P factor is when you start pushing the nose forward and start trying to pick the tail up. That's when the P factor, all the gyroscopic precession, and all of the other bullshit takes over the flight model. But if you keep the tail low, that P factor stays away until you're accelerating in the air and you have rudder control and all those other things. But until then, the tail stays low. On grass, the reason why, I keep explaining why on grass you can pick the tail up, is because the wheels have time to skid and slip across the ground, and the wheels have time to skid and slip across the ground, and the aircraft won't immediately loop back around on itself. But anyway, we're digressing away from the problem of... well, that was just taxied into something. From the actual problem with the tail wheels here. Is the Spitfire 2.0? No, it's not there yet. Alright, I have sufficient brakes to start the fucking thing. Okay, we probably should prime it again. Boost, oh, oops. Alright, so we're going to taxi down to the right side of the runway this time, and with the tailwind, it should be fine. I mean, it's not like we haven't been able to take off, but we clearly have gotten in the air a few times now. Actually, let's make sure our radiator's open. Okay, radiator's open. We'll taxi and take off with the wind this time rather than having a stupid tailwind. It is a little bit of a stupid decision to keep trying to take off like that, but... So this is where I'm saying it's wrong. I haven't touched anything, and that's what the aircraft wants to do. I literally haven't touched anything, and the wheel wants to shopping trolley. This is why I'll get the thing taxiing in a straight line, and I don't think I damaged my wing too bad. I think we'll still be okay. Yeah, we're fine. Is if I get the thing taxiing in a straight line, and with just gentle power, I'm talking like 1200 RPM, 1000 RPM, that's enough pressure there to hold the tail wheel down. Is the dude just standing beside the runway? I think it is. But the aircraft doesn't want to do that. It just wants to shopping cart. Okay, so I've got the stick full aft here. We got, what, about 1400 horsepower on... 1400 RPM. Alright, so let's just go ahead and taxi in a straight line here. I should have more than enough pressure there holding the tail wheel down. And we'll just see how long until it wants to actually start turning. I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching anything. And there we go. The tail wheel's starting to go already. We're in a left-hand turn. Go ahead and recover it now. It shouldn't be doing this. It taxis in a straight line. It's going to be even worse on the runway, I think. We'll find out. So those low RPM, there's no torque factor, there's no nothing. It's just a blast air across the tail. It should track in a straight line. Let's try and get it tracking in a straight line again. We'll get that tail wheel straight. The trickle of power on here. About 1000 RPM. We're tracking in a straight line. Let's just see. It's already starting to swing around to the left. It shouldn't be doing this. And this I can comment on with 100% certainty because I've taxied a Spitfire. I know this. I've been in one. I have taxied it around. I had to learn to taxi the thing so I wouldn't fucking drop a wing in the deck. So this is not not some random fucking opinion. I've actually sat in a Spitfire and taxied it around. Same as a Mustang, same as a P40, same as an F86. Same as a Hurricane. And the aircraft will track in a straight line. You'd give it short little jabs of brake, and just maybe give it a little stab, point it where you wanted it to, hold the stick aft, and it would taxi in a straight line. It would be fine. I'll get to the other end and hope for the best. Jesus Christ. I think they do, like, the actual physics, once the tail wheel starts going, I think it's okay. I don't think it's that bad. Like, it does feel like it would ground loop if it was doing that in real life. Like, there is a big swing in the aircraft, and there's not a lot of weight over the tail wheel. There's about 400 to 500 pounds on the tail wheel in a Spitfire. It's really lightly loaded. So I think the way the Mustang handles on the ground is pretty good. It needs a little bit too much power to roll, but it's not too bad with the way the tail swings around. I do like it. The Mustang, once you're rolling, it feels like a Mustang. It feels like a big aircraft that's taxiing around. It feels like the real Mustang. This does not feel like a Spitfire on the ground. Like this part here, the way it swings around like that, yeah, but maybe not as aggressively. Like it feels like it's too light on the wheel. Code base is hot garbage, really? Hey, Niggum. Why do you use the IX? I actually really like it because it's natural as fuck in the air. The only time it is shit is when you're trying to be in air combat. When you're trying to look at your tail, that's the only time when the IX really is crap. Well, not crap, but hard to use. Is because I can't easily check my 6, but looking around the cockpit, it's... Oh, no. Oh. Okay, it's just a desync or something. Yeah, so looking around the cockpit like this, it's fantastic. I like it. It's really good. But when you're not, it is kind of annoying. Oh, God. Alright, no sitting in the middle of the runway on a... can I trim to neutral? Sitting in the middle of the runway on a... on this server is never a good idea, but let's go ahead and let's actually try and get in the fucking air and do some more flying. Alright, I've got the tail wheel tracking straight. Keep adding rudder. Start bringing the stick to neutral. And we fly off in that attitude. Lower the nose, pick up speed, get the gear up. let's bring the prop back. So I turned the in-game sound all the way down, so if the in-game sound now is way too quiet, just let me know, but I know before it was far too loud, so sorry about that. I always have trouble trying to get these sounds right. I'm going to fly away from this mess of people here and go somewhere else. Yeah, so someone was saying there that for someone that's worked with DCS, you can say that their code is garbage. Hey, what's going on, Will? What was it Tyra 4 Nick or something like that? I guess it was there. The new engine is a rendering engine, not under the hood stuff that dictates how airplanes fly and work, which is what is exceptionally bad. Well, that's the thing. Okay, so you guys must know what are they actually using physics-wise? Like, how are they actually creating the flight models? Is it FSX style where it's lookup charts, or are they doing some kind of base fluid dynamics calculations or something like that? Or are they like blade element theory, like X-plane? What are they actually using as their base physics code, and what are they rendering it off? Because that I have absolutely no idea about. It's all in DLLs. Any G-SOCs, that's exactly what they are. They're force tables. Ah. So they're force tables for each. I'm going to guess then that if they're force tables, are going to be force tables for each individual component. So then each individual component that builds up the aircraft is what makes the force. So if it was a force table, so I guess all of the items are individually modeled. Like the wings would have a table for lift, as well as it'd have a table for drag, and then those two things get matched somehow within the flight model to have a lift and drag vector kind of like thing. Okay, yeah. So you could say model a fuselage, and then you'd strap the wings to that. Okay, that's a pretty fucking complex way, hard way of doing things. Yeah, I bet it is more complex as well, but I mean, like, that's how they'd model, so they could model the undercarriage, right? And they would be able to put a force table in for the undercarriage with all of the other crap there that they need to make it work. But that's the basic gist of it, right? Is that they would have different. They'll do the math for a table for each of the forces of one particular component, like the wing, for instance, or even if they segmented the wing, like had a wing tip and then the main plane. That those two different. Then yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't feel like force tables, but I mean, a force table really is something along. Yeah, a force table would feel more natural than, say, a lookup chart. That's why you see that. Yeah. But so it's the same engine that runs the professional flight model. That's where I don't understand how they differentiate between the professional flight model and the standard flight model, whatever they name it. They name it all these weird different things. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. I guess you could say that there's more parts. There's more parts that are modelled with a table or something. B. Farish, thank you for the follow. Yeah, secret documents, exactly. They don't want anyone to know stuff. I should actually be a good pilot and actually use some rudder trim for a change. Kind of scared to go do some landings because I think we're just going to fucking crash and we're going to have to sit there and build the thing up again. Alright, we'll close up the rads. They're way, way, way too cold. EFM. Okay, external. Okay. Because even that, like, as a consumer, even that differentiation, and they have the simplified flight model, but even that differentiation doesn't tell you anything. Like the way they're naming things, like I don't know what that means. Like the external flight model. Does that just mean the people that are doing the external flight models don't have all of the data to make a good flight model? Like maybe there's like you're saying, a super secret edition in the document somewhere that no one else knows about unless you're in the ED. Like, I guess they don't care. They're probably making enough money out of the modules they've made anyway. So. Hey, Ninja with guitar. What modules are ED? Out inside, that would be F-15, SUs, all of the Flaming Cliffs aircraft, the L-39, this thing, the Mustang. What else have they done? I don't think they've done a complex jet, have they? Oh, the A-10, of course. Yeah, the A-10. Did they do the 109? Did they do the other World War II things? The 190? No, I think someone else did those. I think someone else did the 190 and those other aircraft. The 190 and the 109. But they're doing the FA-18. I guess that's their next complex jet. Yeah, Belsim Tech is kind of like the love child of them, eh? They're like best bum buddies. But Belsim Tech make good products, I think. I like their F-86. I like their MiG-15. They did good for the data they were given. Yeah, I don't think ED themselves have a design studio. Oh, maybe they do, but I thought the whole ED team was on the F-18 and stuff like that. Can I do a dogfight with some Messerschmitts? Olaf 1317. I can. I'm not that confident. We did a little bit of a play with the 109 before, and that was a little bit of fun. But I don't know. I don't know who that was actually who we were playing with. It was probably Gracie Baby. He usually has some fun with us online. But yeah. B. Farish, would I recommend the X55? Yes, I would, but I would wait until... so Logitech has bought out Cytec, so I would wait for... if you're looking at buying a brand new one, I would wait for the new system to come out through Logitech. They're now X56s anyway, but I like my X56. It was good value. The only thing that lets it down is the stick lets it down a little bit. It doesn't have really fine. It doesn't have really fine. It can't pick up fine control inputs. It really struggles with that. That's just due to the spring. So I've replaced my X55 stick with the VKB Gladiator, and I love it. But I'm still using the X55 throttle quadrant, and I really, really like it. It's really good. Ah, that was you in the 109. Yeah, that was you. That was good flying. It was really interesting to see. I mean, you started with an energy advantage, and if I actually flew it properly, I think it might have been okay. But when we were in that sustained turn there, it was easy to see this thing will turn inside you. Like, it was right at the end there, I was starting to get inside you. But yeah, it looked like you were just able to hit the power, and where I had no energy to pull my nose up. I was basically in level or a descent. That's all I could sustain. But yeah, you seem to be at the end there. We got close to the ground. I looked up, and you're above me somehow. So it seemed to be that you have just a little bit more horsepower, or probably a lot more horsepower than this thing has, because you're just able to fucking point your nose at the sky, and I was left, well, I can still turn, but I didn't have the energy or the horsepower to turn and climb after you, so... Yeah, that was the time. That was when I lost you. We were in like a sustained turn, and I was even saying in chat, I was in the stream, I was like, oh, here we go. All right, we've already run this turning battle, and I was just starting to get on top of you, and then I think you rolled around to the left out of a right-hand turn and started pitching up. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I came around to the left, thinking you're still going to be in a sustained level turn. I was like, where the fuck are you? I was looking around, and then that's eventually where I looked up and saw you coming back down on me. So, yeah, I think you've got a little bit more power in reserve there. So, but if you can sucker, I think, a 109 into a turning battle, I think you'll get inside it. Well, not I think we saw that you'd get inside the thing, but... yeah, I think you'll get inside the 109 the way it's currently modelled. Fuck it, let's go do a climb to altitude. I want to see how it flies up high. We should have plenty of fuel. Yeah, I still don't think we're on the bottom tank yet. MS-DOS 3.1. No, I was firewalled. I was firewalled in that fight there. When he started, I firewalled everything. That's why the engine blew up at the end. Is yeah, I firewalled everything. I didn't pull WEP though, which was probably I probably could have pulled WEP and had that 16 inches of boost, and maybe that would have been okay. But I mean, I don't even know what they've modelled the G's horsepower to be at. But this thing should only have about 1,300, 1,400 horsepower at low altitude. Not in WEP. In WEP it might pull up to maybe 1,500, but I still think the 109 has more horsepower than that. Yeah, I still think the 109 has more horsepower. I think it's 1,800, 2,000 horsepower in the G they modelled. No, they went the K4, right? Yeah, they didn't go the Gs. I thought they went the Gustav version, or whatever the fuck they call it. They went the K. Have I played Stalingrad? No, I haven't played it yet. I'm holding off. I probably will get the Battle of Kursk, or whatever it is. The one they're coming out has the Mark V Spitfire and all those other things in it. I think I'll get it then, but I've kind of stayed away a little bit from the IL-2 battles. I like go on their forums every now and then and have a bit of a read, and then have a laugh at the forum comments. But it looks like a good game. The Battle of Stalingrad looked really good. I watched lots of YouTube videos of people playing it, like Grummels and people like that, when they used to stream it. And who was the other guy? Grummels did it, and there was another dude that used to do a lot of videos on Stalingrad I like watching. What the heck's 1700? Is this engine, or are you talking about the K4? The 66? Yeah, it just depends what 66. You just have to be careful because there were it depends what 66 lumber hacks, because there was 66 with the clipped. I still don't think this is the 1700 horsepower version, because they went the LF. I don't know. I'd have to read, but there were like 3 or 4 different Merlin 66s, and they all just had different supercharger ranges. So I don't know if that's real. I don't think they modeled this off the 1700 horsepower. I don't know, maybe they did, but it didn't feel like we had 17. But yeah, I wasn't pulling 18 inches of boost. I know that much. I wasn't seeing that. We were seeing maybe like 16, I think. I don't know, we were somewhere between 12 and 16 when I looked down and was looking at the boost gauge there. But yeah, okay, then we wouldn't have had the full power, but there's... Okay, that was with the 63 Alpha, okay. So 1700 horsepower at 5,000 foot, using 18 PSI, yeah. Maybe I might have. You thinking the other 60-70 series? Yeah, there was. There we go. This is supercharger just came in. Yeah, it's whatever it is still within the 60 series. But yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. It's whatever the naming of the engines as they changed for. They changed the engine naming rights as for different altitudes. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, at least I wasn't. You were right, DKL. I had everything firewalled, but I don't think we were in through emergency power or whatever, because I didn't see 18 inches of boost when we were flying with Tyra. I'm gonna go with Tyra. Tyra Fnatic. I don't know. Whatever. TYR4. When we were fucking around there with the 2 aircraft is I definitely was not 18 inches of boost. So there was probably a good 200 horsepower I was missing there. So yeah, maybe we were low on power. I've just got to keep that radiator temperature down. 1850 yeah, so the K4 is still going to have a little bit of a horsepower advantage of us then, but I guess that's limited. Was that 1850 with the MW50 with the water meth injection, or was water meth injection on top of that? Thanks Lumberhacks for the details, appreciate it. NE50 was with MW50, okay. Yeah, so it's still going to be a hard fight, 109 versus Spitfire then. Even considering that if you're in a Spitfire and you dive on the 109, all the 109 has to do is turn and dive and it'll out-accelerate you. So I think it's going to be a real hard fight, Spitfire versus the 109 there. But against the Dora? Well, the Dora's got, what, 2,000 something horsepower? It's like the highest power in the game, right? A piston. But it never seems to do well. It just seems to be too draggy. It plugs away quite nicely. We're up at 20,000 feet. Don't want to say already, but Yeah, T-Parks, yeah, that's all my experience has been. Whenever I've used it online is, you try and turn with the thing and it just bleeds energy far too quickly, so... I'm going to have to bring the prop up here a little bit to get some more boost. Yeah, that's been my experience in the 190, is it's good for boom and zoom, and that's it. And if you try and fight someone online just using boom and zoom, you're going to lose, because you just spend all your time climbing up to altitude like this, and all they have to do is turn once, and you run out of space. Well, no, that was my experience in DCS T-Park 757. Is that it was the same thing. Is just the way the battles in DCS online digress is it's just people conga line at each other, and there's too much open space to there's just far too much open space to do the whole climb and fight. It's typically 1v5, like you fly into an absolute mess of aircraft and just hope for the best and see what you can do. All right, for 25k. Well, let's see how it goes up at higher altitude. We would be expecting lower Reynolds numbers, less air up here, so we shouldn't be able to hold as tight a turn, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, let's bring the power up. Let's go and... whoa. On a negative G stall on us. Yeah, look at this. Reynolds number for the win. Barely pull even 2G at 220 mile an hour. Not going to be pulling high G up here whatsoever. Oh wow. They've even modeled airspeed slip. So if I start slipping the aircraft, watch what happens to the airspeed indicator. We'll start slipping the aircraft to the right, holding left aileron, and watch the airspeed start to bleed back. That's not actually a decel. If I go ahead and bring the aircraft back to straight and level, the indicator goes and points back at 250 mile an hour. When you fly out of coordination, yeah, the airspeed just bumbles around. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's go and pick up some speed and see if we can't do something up here. See what sort of speed we need to pull some G. Already dropped down to 19,000 feet. There's 320. Let's go ahead and try and pull into a loop here. Whoa. Yeah, it's not too bad. Just the altitude, you really, really got to be careful. Don't have much power on here, but I just don't want to blow my engine again. Yeah, so the turning radius has definitely increased with altitude. It looks like the G is still okay. We can still pull some G. We can still black ourselves out, but that turn radius is just spread a little bit further out, which would make sense. What would be expecting? check. Oh, we're okay. We're still in the top tank. Cool. Yeah, the Vector's on the pedo head, yeah. Just out here on the wing. It's quite a far ways outboard on the wing there. It's way out there. Just this is a pedo head where the relative airflow is coming from. Alright, well let's track somewhere and let's see if we can't make a landing and do something. Yeah, we'll go head to this other... Is there another field there? There's two. There's people there. I'm going to go head to this field here. What is it? Catasai, or whatever the hell it is. By head there, I mean fall out of the sky. Just follow this river north and head in the general direction. Yeah, so each of the dead sticks, I still haven't been able to land, so... I can see the field already, it's just off my nose there. Yeah, so both of the landings have been pretty poor, so landing with some power, we'll see how we go. It's a short field. Ugh. That's okay. This thing doesn't need much of a ground roll, but... Yeah, the flight model feels pretty good. There's only that fucking tail wheel problem that obviously has triggered me. Other than that... It feels okay. I mean, I don't really know what the weather system's doing here. I don't think there's too much... I don't think there's too much turbulence or anything like that, or even any wind, but... I have to identify what way the wind's going down here. Looking. I also haven't seen this oil temperature move at all. It just seems to be locked at 90 degrees. Alright, well, let's figure out where this windsock's from, and we're going to try and actually land and hopefully not dig a wing in. We're going to figure out what way the wind is coming from first. Hoping this field has a windsock somewhere that we can use. Yep, we're flying right at it. Nope, that's not it. Oh, we took off on this direction out at the coast, so I'm going to guess it's going to be this direction as well. So we'll do a bit of a combat turn here. Oh, it's not really going to be a combat, it's going to be more of a bastardized wing over. Really is really happy to pull G. Plenty of speed for the brake. And here we go. We'll prop up slightly. Power's going to come back. We need to pull a little bit more G. Can we get gear yet? Not quite. A little bit too much power on. That didn't work out. There's 180. Held a little bit too much energy there, hold a bit too much power. So I got the gear coming out. There we go, got gear down. Okay, we'll let this speed bleed back. Trim it nose up. A little bit of rudder trim, and we're just about to beam the field. Really need that speed. There we go, it's back at 140. We can go ahead and get flaps, but I just want to be careful of those as we're talking. I don't want to over-temp the engine. Alright, let's go ahead and throw them out. And our flat limitation speed is 160, so I don't want to go over the top of that. We're about 30 mile an hour fast here, so I need to bring the power back. Let's start to settle. I need a fuckload more aft trim. A little bit far out as well. I really want this turn to end just as I get across the threshold, but all that extra speed and energy we held over the top in the brake there didn't really help, but at least I can kind of point the nose down, which might. Alright, 140 mile an hour, bring the power back, point at the deck. Let's get a little bit of wind from the right. Speed's a little bit high. It's going to be quite a large bleed out of speed here, so whatever. I'll just keep a little bit of power on through 120 mile an hour now. Okay, FR is starting to get soft. We need to start thinking to get into our 3-point attitude. Everything is starting to feel very sloppy. We'll keep the power on. Looks like we're aligned with the runway. Power's coming off. Start to settle into the 3-point attitude. It's still a little bit high. We're tracking straight. We're tracking straight. Power's coming back. We're a little bit higher still. We're tracking straight. Hold the stick full aft. Come on. That's that tail wheel again. I mean, I don't think we really fucked the wing there, so that's okay. Let's clear up these flaps so we don't blow the engine. I mean, that looked perfect all the way up until, for some reason, the wing just dropped over. That looked absolutely fine. And then the tail wheel handling took over and we had nothing we could do. But probably successful. Like, I stopped putting in control inputs there once the tail wheel started to go. I just had nothing. The rudder was not effective. As long as the temp doesn't reap up on us here, we'll go take off and do another circuit. Should actually be half decent and hold the stick full aft. Alright, let's retrim the aircraft. Nose up. Okay, we can confirm the flaps up. We'll go ahead and add some rudder trim to the right, and we'll swing out, line up, and make it all happen again. Pretty annoyed to miss the windsock here, though. It would have been nice to know exactly where the wind's coming from, but before we do pull out, make sure no one's just followed us to land at the same field. Doesn't look like it. Just saw the jet fly over, dropping flares. Alright. Here we go ahead. Alright, tail wheel seems to be straight. Slowly start adding power. Speed starting to build, start reducing that back pressure. And we're flying. A little bit more reduce. Blah, 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 blah. A little bit more of a reduction on back pressure there. We'll keep bringing the power in and we'll get rid of the gear and build speed. We're really, really gentle with everything. It's okay, but the landing's still, I don't know. Bring the prop back. Right, gear is up, flaps are up, everything else is up. We'll go ahead and start bringing this rudder trim back across. And we won't go into a full brake here. We'll just do a circular circuit. Alright, where's the field? There it is there. We'll start thinking about getting the gear out. We're a little bit fast. We'll have to do a break. I don't want to get too far away from the field this time because last time it fucked us up. He's just retaining energy. Alright, I'll throw the gear. Too far away. I really got to start that turn a lot closer. Now we'll go with the flaps. There's the drag. Let's try it again. Flat limitation speed. I'll just pull the power back, let it slow. I'll really let it slow. A bit of aft trim, I need quite a lot of it. There we go, this is looking a little bit better. Speed's a little bit more stable. I'm not going to have absolute bucket loads of speed to try and get rid of in the flare. And we're just about lined up with the runway, or 120 knots, 120 mile an hour, sorry. About 10 knots fast, but speed's bleeding back for me. There's an SU something something landing around me, that's okay. We stop before him. We'll just keep a trickle of power on. Need a little bit of left rudder here to keep tracking center line. A bit of a bounce. Go ahead and start holding the stick full aft. Because a little bit of swing to the left. A lot of swing to the left. Now a lot of swing to the right. Can we fucking catch this time? Okay, we caught it. Right, so we had to use bootfuls of brake to try and pull the thing up there, I guess. I don't know. I think it's close. Like, I think it's close, but there's times where it just seems to be that the tail wheel just does its own thing and has a mind of its own, and they're the times when it shouldn't. That seemed to be okay. Actually, let's clear these flaps so we don't blow the engine. It seems to be okay. The way it taxis like this, like why is it trying to loop around on me? It's So it looks like we just need to use a lot of brake. I just think that there's too much brake required there to keep the thing pointed in a straight line. I guess if there's no power on, it kind of makes sense, right? Alright, speed's building. 6 coming forward. And we're off the ground. Let's clear up the gear. And bring the prop back. It's not like it's impossible to land. I thought it might have been absolutely impossible, but no, it seems to be okay. Gears up, flaps up. Anyway, sorry, I see a whole heap of questions there in chat. Full rudder. Remember, you're on concrete, not asphalt. Yeah, so I had, for takeoff there, when I'm turning it, so like my axis here, W28, is, like I'm not quite at full, like the axis here, if I went to the full deflection to the right, I'm not quite at full deflection to the right on the axis, but I think that's like a turn and a half on the trim wheel there, so I'm pretty fucking close to full right rudder trim, like really close to full right rudder. So how am I moving my head? Yeah, I've got an eye tracker. I got the X56 and loving it. Oh, nice. Nice Presty one. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, the X56 is good. What are you flying with it? Are you in DCS or? Are you flying around in DCS or what? Well, this time we'll do a full break and see if we can't actually make a full approach this time. If I link a video, will I get banned? No. Where's the field? I think it's off to my left still again. You haven't got DCS yet? Ah, you got to start downloading it, man. Even just for the freeware TF51, that's a lot of fun. Alright, got speed to burn. We're low level. There's no one else on the field, no one else harassing us as well. So let's go into the brake. We'll keep the prop exactly where it is and bring the power all the way back. Go 60-degree angle of bank and about a 2G. Pull. Watch that speed bleed back. Now go ahead and throw out the gear. Lower the nose. Keep the turn coming, and we're nice and close. Probably a little bit too close. Throw out the flaps as well. Actually, this will work out well. Speed bleed back. Let's go ahead and just get a little bit of left trim. We'll start the turn. Work I can hear a jet around me. Yeah, I left that turn a little bit late again. Speed's looking good. Turn, yeah, we're going to be really wide again. I've got to get better at making these turns. I'm going to be rolling wings level and lose a little bit of view of the runway. Should work out okay. Just a little bit fast at 120. Should be down at around 100. Yeah. Whatever. We've still got control authority here. Alright, lined up with the runway. Bring the power back a little bit more. And we'll go ahead and settle into this 3-point attitude. Just a little bit higher. Keep pulling the stick back. Okay. I have used no brake yet. I'm only just starting to touch the brakes now. Okay, so we're really super fucking gentle when we put the thing down. It's not that bad. We'll clear up these flaps so we can keep our rad temp up. Yeah, that one was probably the nicest out of all of them. We were really, really gentle getting it down, and we weren't like ham-fisting it on. And that worked out a hell of a lot better for us, so... how can I do that eye tracker shit? That's so cool. What do I need? There's a thing called the Tobii IX. It's there's a little black bar. This is my old one here. It's just a little black bar that sits at the bottom of my screen. I'll be going ahead and doing a I'll do a what do you call it? A product review on it and putting it up on YouTube there eventually. By eventually, I mean maybe this weekend or next week. To tell you all about it and what it's all about. It's oh yeah, we need fuel. It's a quite a good little piece of equipment. I really quite like it. It's really, really good to look around the cockpit like this. It's fucking amazing. The camera just follows what you're looking at. It's really, really good, especially when you're in a view like this. We don't have much, but peripheral vision. Is I can look around the entire cockpit, and whatever I look at, the camera moves to. This is running a little bit slower than what I would like to, but when you have the camera moving really, really fast, it's a little bit jerky for you guys watching it in stream, so I don't want that. Let's open up the canopy here, and we'll fill her up with some fuel.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Unable to comply.
This guy looks like he's doing the practice approaches as well. Hey, Cirrus Max, what's going on? Yeah, Canadian Christmas socks. Yeah, I think doing an approach like whatever's happening here is not going to end in is not going to end in a successful landing. There was literally nothing about that approach that was stable. I mean, this could actually be all desync stuff, but oh yeah, it's a wing in the ground. Easy. Too much power. Flying Bonehead. I think that was the guy that was... No, it's someone else. That's death. Whatever. Oh, hello there, friend. Yeah, the socks are good. Yeah, W28. I'd probably agree. I would agree. Is it doesn't feel like the Mustang. The Mustang, it does everything that you want it to do, right? Like it's big and like it almost feels slow in comparison to this thing. Where the Mustang needs, it feels like quite large control inputs. With this thing here, it feels like really small control inputs. But yeah, I think you're right. Quirky is probably a good way of describing it because it does. It feels like sensitive or jittery. I guess that's the only way I could describe it, like sensitive or jittery in pitch, and roll it feels stable, and by all accounts, this is what pilots say it flies like as well, is it's quite pitch sensitive, but roll is just, it's a little bit more stable or a little bit more, a little bit heavier than in pitch. So from all accounts that I've ever read, that sounds right, and so yeah, I think quirky is probably a good analysis of how it flies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we made a half decent landing. We did it 3 times in a row, so I guess that's a good start. But this is why I didn't want to just go jump in and fly in a combat server, because if you can't land a fucking airplane, how are you going to hope to shoot someone down? It's I'd rather spend some time learning the aircraft and how to fly it than going into something like combat where you're trying to shoot someone down where you don't even know the full range that the aircraft is able to fly. Like, if you can't even land it, you're not going to shoot someone down anyway. Yeah, the terrain in 2.0 it's better. Like in 2.0 it's a lot better, but I don't know how long it's going to take for this thing to come out in 2.0. But well, the better question is how long is it going to come out in the new engine with the Normandy map. That's really the question. It needs a Normandy map. It needs grass fields. It needs it needs better taxiways, and these Cold War era Russian fields is not the natural habitat of a Spitfire, right? So just going to have the updated Caucasus maps. I thought they said they were going to hold off on that. I thought they said that the Caucasus map they shelved. They were going to push the Caucasus map. Yeah, oh, okay, really. So when are they going to? What the fuck? When are they going to merge all 3 maps? So they're going to have the new engine running Nevada. They're going to have the old engine running this, and then they're going to have an optimized version running the Normandy map? Like, what the fuck? When are they going to bring everything together? Like, they're just waiting a million years. Yeah, I don't even know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, well, that's right. Like, isn't there developers like Leatherneck? Leatherneck are saying, "Hey, we want to release maps with our aircraft. Can we please do that?" And they're not. Features that include high resolution textures and mesh. Yeah, I saw pictures of that a while ago. Caucasus. Isn't it Caucasus or something like that? Yeah, like, whatever if there's some fields missing. If there's 5 fields to fly in, like, I mean, how long did Nevada go for with 5 fields to land in, right? There was... it just had Groom Lake, Cold Lake, Nellis, maybe Tanapa. I think there was like 4 or 5 fields in Nevada, and they just released it, and they would charge you $50. And they finally added the rest of those like 9 fields, like a month ago. Not even that, like 3 weeks ago. Just release them, just make it an open alpha and take some money, like. They're making a free map. Yeah, I thought they were doing that for the F-14. Maybe the 21. I can't remember. That's just all I heard. Is this the pictures of the map? Yeah. But is this still? Is this the new? That looks like the new engine. That looks like. Yeah, it looks so much better. It looks so much better. What I don't like about the Nevada map is the color in it. There's just no color. It's just fucking desert. At least when this goes to when Caucasus or whatever the fuck it goes to, there's some green. There's some green, and you're not just flying over sand and shit. Like, I know that's realistic in Nevada. I know that it's a fucking desert. I get it, but it just makes things so boring. It's just no way around it. Okay, let's go flying. See if we can't make some more successful flights. Okay, mags are on. Let's go ahead and get the fuel off. Go ahead and hold stick aft. And what else have we got? Off. Let's open this up and let's prime it for 5. Well, it's actually the engine should still be hot. It is. So we'll just go 3, 2, and 3, and let's go booster starter. Hold on the brakes. Am I in Western? No, I'm in Ottawa, Eastern Canada. Eastern? I guess you'd call it Eastern-ish Canada. Flight control check, nice. Alright, let's go ahead and wind in all of that rudder trim down here. So even though I am putting in rudder trim, even if you can't see it, but rudder trim, we'll reset our pitch trim. Our friend's taxiing, we'll go ahead and taxi as well.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, whatever, we've got plenty of runway, we'll just take off with what we got. Alright, flaps are up, trim is set, we got some fuel on board, let's get the hell out of here. Jet's going to need more runway than we do, so let's go ahead and get going. Tail wheel pointing straight, sticks full aft, keep adding power, keep adding power. Sticks coming to neutral, Jet's giving us a drag race and absolutely killing us. Okay, sticks just about neutral, we should be in the air. And we are, let's go ahead and kill the gear. Jet wrecked us. And starting to wind off this rudder trim, and let's go ahead and bring the prop back. There's 2700. Speed's building nicely. That will close up the canopy. Well, things seem to be working out for us now. We're getting a little bit more of a handle of the aircraft. Let's go fly around, have some fun somewhere. Go fly up the coast. Why the hell not? It's going to be harder to run. If 2.0... Yeah, well that's what like every time I see pictures of Nevada, there's like oranges in the sand, there's yellows, there's whites, like there's all these different colors whenever I see pictures of Nevada, but when you fly there it's just like that, it's just this dull yellow, like constant. Like the pictures I've seen in real life, I've never been to Nevada in real life, right? But the pictures I see online, it looks like the colors, you're right, are far more diverse than what they have in the map. So I think because, yeah, I mean, it sounds like we're shitting all over Eagle Dynamics, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I get about equal performance, but I mean, we're running a pretty super duper GPU. Hello there, friend. If I could keep up with the jet, I would try. Slow down. Oh, look at the speed brake. It's like the size of my fucking whole rudder. I don't know if he wants to sit on my wing or... go ahead and close up the cow flaps. Radiator. Just a little... I got too much right rudder in. I could fly in a straight line so this poor jet can actually form up on me. Go ahead and kill the eye tracker so I can read chat again. Okay. Yeah. Night map, lights and shit, searchlight, that'd be pretty cool. Alright, at least we're flying level here. We get a second rush. Can you do a view around and below the rudder trim wheel long enough to get me a screen grab? Sure, McTroy, I can do that. I want to see blah blah blah. Is that a heads-up display on an old Spitfire? Almost. It's a projected gun sight. The way it works is pretty much like a heads-up display. It just projects a it just projects the reticle up there, but the idea is the same. Heads-up displays are the same thing. It has a lens and it shoots it up into the lens, so it's I guess you could call it an early version of a heads-up display, but all it had was a reticle in it. That was it. Can you do a review around and below the rudder trim wheel? I will. McTrying, I don't know if you caught me earlier, is I feel it's missing a lot of things from down there. One, it's missing the battery switch and a few other bits and pieces, so let's get a good look at it. Okay, I can't see you when you go there. Went under my nose and disappeared. You can lose a whole fucking jet under the nose of this plane. You just have no idea where he is. Like, right, I got no idea. There he is there. Like, it's really the visibility is really quite poor under the nose. Alright, McTrying, I'm going to head there right now. Just going to wait for this jet. I don't want to fly into him. 280 knots. 280 mile an hour. Cruising 250, 240 knots. It's just showing off. I don't know who it is, but having fun. I mean, they're at 240 knots. I mean, we're not slow, but still not the place at the jet. Anyway, here we go, McTrying. I'm going to head down there. All right. I feel like he wants to do another roll now. There you go. So I believe this is where the accumulator switch down beside the undercarriage is missing, and there's a few other bits and pieces missing from there, in my opinion. That should be long enough. I'm going to have to look out front, make sure I'm not about to fly into a jet. How are we going temperature-wise? We're looking okay. Oh, in all honesty, am just enjoying flying the thing. Just that view, that wing. People that fly aeroplanes just dream of looking out and seeing that wing like that, and I don't care that it's in 3D, but the guys that are flying this thing in VR, they just must be living the dream. I mean, this thing would look fucking amazing in VR. Absolutely amazing. It's this aircraft alone that kind of makes me want to have VR, is just purely to fly this plane. But I want to hold off until after CES, CES, whatever the hell you call it, to see if any new Gen 2 versions are going to be released at CES, but whatever. No problem, McTrying. The 51. Yeah, do you have an Oculus, Chronos Blood? It seems like such an old plane now. Like it's been around. Wow, it's been around for so long. But yeah. On inverted. Wow. Easy inverted. What do you call it? Cobra. Oh, GG, GG. Inverted Cobra's not for the win. Lesson learnt, cannot do inverted Cobras. I didn't think that was going to work out too well. Throwing over the top like that? Oh well. Blacked out, yeah. Fail. I think it's just screaming for a map. Like the Cliffs of Dover in this. Oh, such an icon. Such an icon. They just need to release it. That's the thing I don't get as well. Like, it's a map. It's not doing anything, right? Like, yeah, okay, there's going to be units on the ground, but like, it's a map. It doesn't have dynamic bits and pieces to it. It sits there. There's buildings in it. That's it. So there's nothing really crazy about it. So I really wish they would just release it. But I honestly don't think it's far away. Like, they haven't announced it, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the AJS, maybe Leatherneck has a deal that they can push out the vegan next. I don't know. I don't know what their roadmap is like, but and they've got all the World War II stuff they need now, aircraft-wise, to make Normandy good. The only thing that's missing is obviously still the P-47. But I don't know if VAO signed up for the 47 or it's another Eagle Dynamics aircraft. I thought it might have been VAO or one of those other guys. And even Polydrop, they're working on their Stuka. So it's going to be quite some cool aircraft. Yeah, well, you'd expect them. I mean, how hard is it to render some fucking water and put some cliffs there? I thought their idea was to have 1 or 2 fields on the British side. Yeah, like they've got a list, Grab VBA. They've got a list of 40-something planes. Like they want to make the Airbus A330 MRTT. They want to make the P40F. They want to make the P40 whatever the fucking regular one is. They want to do Lightning. They want to do like they have a list of like 20 fucking aircraft that they said they're going to do. And it's like, how and when? You haven't even done one aeroplane properly yet. You think it'll be after Christmas? Yeah, it probably makes sense. All I'm trying to think of is the release cycle for the Mirage, and I think the Mirage left. I think the Mirage dropped just before Christmas, and it was the Razbam aircraft, right? So I don't know whether they would wait a week and then release, but I mean, if it was me and that was Leatherneck, I'd say fuck you, just release it now. It's a jet. It's not even going to affect the World War II buyers, but I guess Eagle Dynamics, they'll probably have control over that, and they could say, no, you have to wait, even if the aircraft's ready to go. Maybe Gracie. Maybe. I still don't think I'm ready. I still don't think I'm ready yet. To spend hours in the thing first. Yeah, the flight model's good. I still think it bleeds too much speed. At high energy states, I think it bleeds a little bit too much speed in high G, but just quickly high speed taxi, there you go. Yeah, the flight model is like before it used to be like it was on rails. It was stupid. Yeah, the damage model is a little bit silly. But and it's the server dead. Holy crap. Well, I'd like to see actually what weapons the thing has. So maybe we'll jump into... What's this? I wonder if these guys have the Mustangs, in, the Spitfires. Hmm. They have? Yeah, they've only got a handful of Spits. There's only a handful. AF. Spits everywhere. I'm not going to play on a 300 MS ping though. That's one of the Australian servers. Hey, Virus City, thank you for the host. It was an auto host, but anyway, give you a shout out. Thank you for that. Yeah, well, look, it would have to go to a server with some guns. I'd like to do some. I'd like to see what we can actually load the thing up with. Free flight and practice. There was one here that was A2, like air to air, as long as it was okay. It was low ping as well. Yeah, it was this, Noob City. PvP and co-op issues. We'll try Noob City here. I don't know if they'll have the Spit. If they will, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, let's try. I'm going to have to change some of my settings with the eye tracker. It might make some of you guys sick. A10s, Mirages, Sabres, Spits, and they got a handful of them. Perfect. Okay, I'm just going to make some small changes here. DCS World, head tracking, it's on. The responsiveness, the sensitivity. It's fine. I want to change this. Enable, disable, start point, that's fine. Yeah, I really want it to follow my head. quicker. I can see around my tail fairly quickly, but okay, it has a quick movement, then it slows. I think what's does this need to go the other way? I don't know. Where the hell are we? Seeing an SU-25. I don't even want to worry about that. Yeah, so let me know where you spawn. I hope you're not spawning too far away. If you're down here at Soganlug or whatever the fuck it is, Gracie, we'll just go meet up somewhere else. What are these guys here? Well, if you want, let's see if they have any World War II stuff somewhere. I thought they do. They're SU-27s. Yeah, I don't want to fight any of those. Ground attack stuff. I don't know, we'll just go find somewhere to fly around. Alright, let's see what weapons they have got for this thing. No outboard pylons? What the hell? Only guns? Okay, they must be adding the outboard pylons, right? Maybe if it was a 43 series, it didn't. It could just be server as well. I don't know, maybe the server doesn't have it. Oh, maybe it doesn't have the outboard pylons. Just got the centerline one. That's not going to be as fun as I thought. If you want, I could set up a server. Yeah, that'll be okay. Yeah, if you could do that, TYR, that'll be good. Yeah, I think you're right, T-Parks. That's probably right. Yeah, I'd like to see it against the Dora first. So if you like, Gracie, if you could bring the Dora out first, and we'll try the Dora because I think this thing will trash the Dora. But if you can bring the 190, and then we'll reset and do the 109. Yeah, we'll just wait for TYR here to get a server set up. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, so if you guys want to... I'm just going to take a quick break and go grab a quick feed. I'll keep this pretty picture up here for a while, and we'll come back and... yeah, we'll do it. So, if you guys can just give me 5 minutes, I'm going to go grab a snack, have a beverage, and we'll get flying, and we'll do a one-on-one versus... That ground handling, hey? I don't think this is going to work out well for my poor little aeroplane sitting here. Who was that? Oh, it's Gracie. That ground handling, though. I believe your tail wheel snapped off, perhaps. Alright, I'll be right back in a few minutes, guys, and we'll get going. So I'll just leave Gracie here doing donuts or whatever the hell he's doing, and we'll wait for TYR to throw up a website, and we'll go flying over there. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Oh, sorry about the delay, guys. I just really needed some food in and around my belly. I hadn't eaten in like however long we've been up for. How long? 8 hours. Fuck, I ate 8 hours ago. That's how long it's been since I had some food, so you'll have to forgive me for that. I'm only going to stream here for another hour, so we'll be done within 60 minutes, and we'll do some air combat stuff here. K Adams, how's the beta coming along? Good. We're still not in even... the only people that still have the aircraft right now is myself and Evil Nando, so we still haven't even gone to an internal beta yet. But it's real close. The second cockpit I think should be done now, and the biggest thing is I just need to tie. I need to tie CD keys. T Park 757, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you've been enjoying the channel. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, K Adam. So I just we can't go to full beta until we're starting to tie the CD keys. I need to be able to tie the CD keys into the actual build. So until I can do that, we can't release anything. But maybe next week. Maybe next week. What? I hope, anyway. Alright, let's load up the aircraft here, and let's go fuel. I don't even think we're going to need the 70%.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Unable to comply.
Alright, Gracie's up in another spit. Jazzy is still figuring out how to taxi.
Yes. I really don't know how to use this thing.
There's you're using the tail wheel lock, right, on the left of the cockpit. Yeah. Tyrannic, I finally got his name right. He's just hacking around in the 190. So let's get in the air. But yeah, K Adams, I think it's coming along okay. We'll be up and running with it soon, hopefully. I really want it to be sooner rather than later, obviously. So we'll see. In a week next Thursday, so hopefully it's ready. It'll be ready by the time you get back, K Adams. If not, it'll be ready. The only major concern I have is that yeah, I go away for Christmas as well pretty soon. So if I don't want to push it back to January, but it might have to happen, which will give us a little bit of breathing space rather than trying to rush everything or have it for first thing in the new year. That might be where we go, but I at least want the beta to be available now. So let's go ahead and open that up. So yeah, even if we have to have an extended beta through Christmas, I'll be okay with that. Just as long as the testing is starting to begin. Alright, got takeoff trim to neutral here. I haven't seen Tyrannic in chat or heard him. He's not in Discord here, right? Tyrannic, you're not here, yeah? Take that as a no.
Oh, sorry, what was it? He's here.
Oh, he is? I was just seeing if you were there. I see you're in the 190, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to do some pew-pew? I.e. fight? Stick? I guess not. Well, yeah, if you want to take me on there, Tyrannic, we'll do a like air combat trial. You try.
Yeah, was not actually expecting that at all. Exactly what I wanted.
What the hell happened, Gracie?
I broke a wing off trying to move everywhere.
Oh. Oh yeah, so Sorry, say again.
I was just saying, just right at the root.
Yeah, that's weird. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, I thought I would be able to keep up with it, the door there in that turn. Apparently not.
Yeah, the wings, like I was saying right at the start, the wings on this thing are so fucking strong that you really have to be doing something crazy to break them.
I'm a bit shut up though.
That's okay. If you want to land rearm, you can do that as well.
That's not too bad. I can probably still fight in this.
Did I hit you?
Yeah, my right wing's a little damaged. A few holes.
Should be fine.
I do have to take it easy on my engine now for a bit because I was pushing it pretty hard in the dive.
That's okay. How I'd like to do it is if we could pick like either end of the runway and we'll approach each other head on at the same altitude, hopefully roughly around the same speed. We won't go for a gun pass at each other when we're flying straight at each other, but then from there we'll go into whatever. So you do whatever the hell you need to do and I'll do whatever the hell I need to do. But if we approach over the airfield at say roughly, I don't know, 3,000 to 4,000 feet, maybe even 5, fly at each other. Then after we pass each other, that's when we can go guns on, if that makes sense.
That's good.
Sweet. So once I'm in the air, I'll just get into an orbit, get up to altitude, and I'll find an end of the field, and we'll try and use the midpoint of the runway and just fly at each other along the runway at that altitude and break in from there, and hopefully it should be all good.
Oh, so you want to do the Top Gun thing?
God damn it.
Rip my engine.
On the 109 already?
190. Yeah, oh, sorry, 109, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if it was temps, not sure.
What was your RPM?
I wasn't even looking.
That'll do it.
It was like, it wasn't, I kept it pretty low throttle.
Low throttle doesn't matter. The faster you go, the higher the RPM will get. So there is an auto RPM switch, but I personally turn that off during combat because it doesn't give you as much RPM as you want, but it'll keep you from blowing up.
Thanks, T-Parks. That's awesome. Thanks, man. Glad you enjoy it. Alright, I'm rolling for the field now, the runway.
The Dora should be a fairly okay match for the Spitfire, shouldn't it?
I don't know. I think that the Spitfire's going to shit all over it.
It should. If I fight you in a turn fight, I'm just gonna get shit on. But if I actually like take it into vertical, I should have a slight edge.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'll be able to have the energy advantage if you go into like energy fighter tactics. Like if you pull into the vertical and stay in the vertical, you'll be fine. But even in the vertical, I think I'll be able to turn inside you. I just won't have the energy to follow you up in any like vertical climbs or anything.
See, it's just so hard to tell because the D9, like, there were so few built that, you know, there's much record of, you know, Spitfires versus D9s.
Yeah.
I thought they even would have fought each other much, if at all, really.
I don't know if they even did, to be honest with you.
I doubt it, because the
I know they fought
D9s were
51.
high altitude stuff, right? Like, there's a reason
Very
for
late
them.
war. They were right at the end.
Yeah, so they just would have been doing...
1944.
Yeah, they started producing them, what, the last, like, 8 months or 6 months before war or something like that?
Yeah, somewhere around there, I think.
There's this really weird transition when the Spitfire takes off, and it happens every time I've flown it now, where it kind of wants to dig in. What I mean, like through like maybe 120 mile an hour, it all of a sudden just randomly pitches up. Like you actually need to hold nose down. Like every time so far, it's done it. I can't.
Does that too.
don't understand what the fuck it's for.
What's what 2,500 feet you said? What's that in meters? I don't remember.
I don't even know. I'd have to press F2 and and.
I've got that in meters too.
Oh no,
Oh,
I
you did,
can't help
did.
you.
A while back. And then I was flying Rush. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get to 5,000 feet. I'm like, what? 4 feet per meter, right?
I think so, something like
Approximately.
that.
I think it's like actually closer to 3.8.
So let's do 4. So 4 feet, easier equation.
Alright, I'm just going to have to get established in an orbit here. I don't even think I have... I thought I bound a button for guns, but maybe you haven't got the master arm switch on. No, I don't think I've just
make
got...
sure you're all set up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even have a button for my sight.
I set my master arm as really retarded switch when I brought on. Bad choice.
I usually just set it on the ground so I don't forget it. Because if
yeah,
I don't
man.
do it on the ground, I'm inevitably gonna forget it later.
The door has a really good indication though, it's not lights.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas the Spitfire's just got a tiny itty bitty tit, basically. That's the same color as everything around it.
I've got like a little indicator that says how big the, what do you call it, is Spitfire.
Yeah.
Right, am I missing anything with it? It should just be the gun switch, right? Just a toggle switch and fire. There's no master arm on it or anything, yeah?
No, just that white piece out fire in safe. It's out, you're good to go.
Oh,
Do I need
the
to
what
uncase
piece?
the gun
Say
sight?
again?
On your stick there, there's
Yeah.
that white box. It's your trigger. It should have the out fire in the safe. That push button or whatever that is. I don't know if that's a push button or what, but I set a control to it, and I think default the controls fires either both cannons and guns at the same time.
Oh
or
yeah,
separate,
gun
I
safety
think.
lever. I see it here. I'm gonna go with fuck. What about this one? Oh yeah, it pops out. I should be able to fire 3 of 3s. Perfect.
I'm gonna set myself up on the other side of the airport.
Okay. You're gonna go on ocean side or mountain side?
I'll take, we're meeting up over what, Sam?
Whatever the field is, I'm just over the top of now.
Okay, yeah, that's Samaki. Are you at about 2,500 feet now?
Sorry, say again.
Are you at about 2,500 feet right now?
I'm at 4,000.
Oh, okay.
But I can come down to 25. If you want to start at 25, that'd be okay. Oh god, yeah.
Start here.
Yeah, we'll start at
Better if we
25.
start
That's
here.
okay. Just tell me what side you want to be on, the river, the mountain side, or the
looks
ocean
like you're
side.
crossing over this way, so I'll cross over the ocean side.
Okay. Yeah, I'm over on the mountain side. I don't know what direction that is right now. Probably be east.
I just went underneath you.
Okay. Alright, I'll descend down to 2.5 and so I'm about 3 mile from the runway. So yeah, we'll try and meet up like right over the top of the field, and after we meet up, we'll fly at each other, hopefully same level. Don't go guns on while we're flying at each other. It's just like cheat mode, and then after we've done that, we'll go ahead and roll in, just start maneuvering.
Flights on after the merge, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just kind of doing a circle at this end of the field.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in a left-hand turn, and I'm at 4,000. I'll come down to about 2.5 for you.
I'm slugging, so I'm nearly there.
Alright, just tell me when you're ready to turn in. I'm 90 degrees to the field now.
About 600 meters.
Are you turning in now, or?
No, I'm just kind of.
Oh, you're doing the math. Okay, sorry.
Alright, after this I'll probably turn in. I'll let you know when I'm at 90 degrees. Alright, turn in now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably about 30 seconds from the field now, I guess.
I think I'm about the same. I think I see you right behind me.
Yeah, I'm about 45, maybe 30 degrees off the runway's end line, so I'll be right over the top of the field in 10 seconds from now.
Yeah, I'm headed straight at you.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see you. I'm a little bit low. Alright, I'll pass off to your right, so you pass to my left. Yeah, I'll be a little bit below you, but that'll do. I'll just pass underneath you.
Oh
Okay.
shit, I was looking at the wrong person.
Merge. Yeah, I feel like I'm already on you. I'm trying to do the whole...
Oh fuck!
That's...
Looking too much behind me, Jesus Christ.
There's grounds there. I'll take that as a win!
Yeah. Christ. I looked in front of me, I'm like, oh.
Oh, I was like looking at that attitude, I'm like, maybe he's already decided he needs to just go and run away.
Well, my plan was to just try and pull up as low as I can and kind of
Yeah.
bring it into vertical as much as possible.
Well, even just with that few maneuvers there, when you pulled into the vertical, you got higher than me. So you can see there that it looks like after that initial break, even though it was a little bit lower than you, you pulled up, you easily held more energy into the loop. Like I went vertical as well, and it seemed to be that you still ended up a little bit above me, but yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely got more energy to it.
Yeah. I think there, like, when you started turning there and started turning away, like I was right on your bum there. I think you would have had to try and outrun me there to get away.
Yeah, that was my plan.
Approaching the,
didn't quite go well.
Oh, my rudder cam is fucked. It is too. Let me see if I can fix it. Thanks, guys.
I see some spit. I don't know if you want to fight. I'm just the opposite end of the airfield.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
possibly.
I
Just
see
give
him.
me... Where is my foot cam? Oh, yeah, it's completely gone. Did the cord drop out or something? Oh, the cam's just completely fucking gone. Did the... Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to turn the rudder cam off because it's going to take me too long. Alright, yeah, sorry, someone was on the other end of the field. You're on the ocean side?
Yeah, I'm just hovering over it now. On someone's tail.
Well, I'll just waggle my wings left and right. Like I'm almost overhead the field on the mountainside.
I think I'm on race his tail.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on mine. Yeah, okay.
The spit was that nasty it made him crash. Pete JK2811, thanks man. Yeah, the spit, it's looking beautiful, eh? Like, what do you guys think? Like the 3D, it really is something else, eh? They've done a really good job with it. 3D wise, I think it really is awesome.
Yeah, compared to how good this looks and how good the new renders of the P40 looks, I'm not too sure about P40.
But like, is the P40?
Yeah, was gonna do it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But I mean, like, is it even going to be out this year, or is it going to be 2018 when it comes out?
It's VR.
Oh, yeah, I see someone's just passing off my right wing. Oh, you guys are pew-pewing.
People tend to get really defensive of VO, but I mean, they have a horrid track record and they're not doing much to fix it. So
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not defending them at all. I think they make shit products and they just want money from people and provide nothing for taking people's money.
Screw your slats.
Did they work on anything else other than DCS, or they just...
They're trying to make they're trying to make what do you call it, like military grade flight models for real militaries, like the RAF and stuff. They're actually making models for them, but actual DCS, I really don't think they care. They actually have contracts with governments and stuff like that. Oh, you guys are like holding hands. Oh, there go the green laser beams. Those are the laser beams of death online. When I see those green cannon shells, I'm like, oh, I'm so dead.
Oh, that 109 can go way slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to stall sometimes.
Screw your slats, man.
That's what I was saying when I was flying around there with Tyrannic. Is I feel at the stall. I think even the 109 might actually outfly, like at actual stall speeds. The 109 might actually outfly the Spitfire just because it's leading edge slats.
Hell yeah. You seized your motor, did you?
I don't know, I think I was probably going a little bit too fast.
Wasn't much of a landing.
I'll just get up from the wreck.
Easy.
Oh, I did hit you once though.
Wolfpack, what's the question? Do you have rudder pedals? Twist grip on the stock. What prop pitch? No, so I go full fine. What trim are you using, Wolfpack? So I'm setting just about full right rudder trim. Is that one of you guys in the spit behind me, or?
Yes, sir.
I'm plugging along. I've only got 2400 RPM dialed in here, and I'm going to pull the power back some more, save some fuel. Hang on, let me go ahead and make a button for push to talk for Discord, so you guys don't have to hear me talking shit all the frickin' time. God damn it. I gotta reconnect. Let's turn this off so you guys don't get sick from it. SBC.
Power model
Oh
for
god.
Or the new power model for the not too bad actually.
It's Discord. Discord.
It doesn't seem to particularly get in the way of anything.
Discord. Where the hell is Discord? Alright. Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Can't hear you. Yes, now we can.
Okay, perfect. Do the ailerons have trim? Wolfpack? No, the ailerons do not have any trim. So yeah, prop pitch should be always full forward. As long as I'm flying speed for the end of the runway, I shouldn't need full prop pitch. No, you need full prop. Always need full prop. How are you taking off though? Are you rotating? Basically, you should take off in a 3-point attitude. I'll go ahead and.
I actually remember my prop pitch code.
Let me just. One of you guys up in the one. Tyrannic, are you up in the 190 again? I see you're in the 109 there, Tyrannic, yeah? Do you guys still hear me okay or not? Hello in Discord! Can you guys hear me in Discord at all?
We don't hear you.
You guys don't... What the fuck?
Now I do.
Yeah, as soon as I jump... Fuck my life.
Might as well leave it up. It'll be easy.
Hello. Alright, yeah, I don't know. As soon as I go into Discord, I don't have the ability to use push to talk button. Sorry, whoever's on my tail, I just whipped around.
Yes, that's because of the administrator issues.
Yeah. Alright, there's someone in a 109 want to fight?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do it. Alright, I'm on the mountain side of the field, and I'll go ahead and do the same thing, maybe down around 3,000 feet. I'm at 4,000 currently, and I'm 90 degrees to the field, so if you want to position yourself over on the ocean side, and we'll turn in and fight.
Just try not to wreck my engine.
Do you have prop covering? Fuck, sorry, prop governing on? Switch below your prop.
Sorry, check.
Should see the little clock above the red T handle on the right begin to move if it's on. If you like move your throttle back and forth.
Okay, Adams, yeah. I should have... I'm waiting for my orthographic hard drive set to arrive, and it should be arriving early next week. It'll be... Oh, okay, I see someone way out over mountainside. Do you want me to change over to ocean side?
Yeah, if you want. That just might be quicker, yeah.
Yeah, alright, I'll head over.
You want to do a flight first? We can do it somewhere else.
Yeah, sure.
Are you the trailing Spit or the leading?
Yep. Trail.
Let's go a little bit so.
Should be okay.
Actually, no, let's go north of this little mountain. We'll kind of use the mountain as a line between the two fights. Just the north here.
Okay.
It started at 1,000 meters or about 3,800, 4,000 feet.
Yeah, Wolfpack, what I'll do is, after this fight, whether win, fail, or whatever, I'll talk you through a takeoff and see if that helps. I've got a twist grip here as well. I'll see if I can, I'll turn off my rudder pedals and just maybe do a takeoff with the twist grip and see if I can figure out a way for you to do it. Now just let me know when you set up there, Jazzy.
Yeah.
I'm about 3 miles from the field at 4,000 now, so I can turn in whenever you want.
I'm starting to line up with it. About 1 minute out.
Alright, I'll turn in, and I'll drop down to about 3,000. Oh yeah, I see you.
Yeah, I see you.
Alright, go ahead and level out at 3. No guns on the pass, then do your thing.
Yep.
I'm gonna see you.
So I'm just going to keep the power
You know,
back
I'm
until
just gonna
we
start. Let's just start the fight.
Where's that?
T's and P's, all looking good. It's fireball.
I'll break left.
Okay, yeah, I'll stay to the right.
Apparently not having a motor is the latest and greatest thing.
About to overshoot like a mofo.
I should probably have my guns on.
Yeah, I didn't have my gun safety on, so I had a good shot on it.
And then, hang on, that's not making the noise. I've already lost it. You're in, up.
Yeah, I ran out of fuel.
Oh!
Again.
Such. Oh, there we go.
Park it on the banker.
Such a limitation flying with the eye tracker, not being able to easily like look around past about 90 degrees. Like as soon as I look around past 90, I just have no idea where the fuck you're gone. I feel like anyone that does these things in VR just has an immediate like advantage, just being able to look around like full 3 degree of movement. Like I have no idea where the 109 is that I'm fighting right now. Absolutely none.
I think that's also the advantage truck carrier guys have.
Yeah.
It's just quick, right?
Yeah, you just look and you're there, but I just don't. Like I'm having to turn
I
and
feel
fly
like
away for it.
track error combined with Toby could be used for something like Toby. You look at whatever you want to flick, I guess. And maybe
Yeah.
press a button.
Yeah, it's a
That'd be
real
neat.
limitation. Like I can't see shit. Like it takes probably 5 seconds for me to look at my tail, and that's just too long. Where the track IR, like you can just snap there and you're looking there, right?
You can't really up the sensitivity on that, can you? Because then it's kind of going all over the place.
Oh, let's just break off this fight. I've got no. Are you following me, Jazzy, or?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Disregard. We'll keep fighting then.
I can't see shit behind me because there's like backplate or something.
Hey man, that'll save your life.
It's better than having a piece of metal there. That's what the old one man said.
Like, all I'm doing is just turning around in the sky, hoping I'm going to catch a glimpse of you, but like, I got fucking nothing. There you are. And there you go. Like, where the fuck did you just run off to? Yeah, it's a real limitation of this thing. It feels like the eye tracker. It feels good when you're not having to look around hardcore, but oh, that's you two.
Miles first. I see 2 spits, I don't know.
Yeah, there's 2 other guys fighting here, unless it's 2 109s.
No, I'm just watching.
Really?
Who else took off?
Apparently my engine's died. Or we ran out of fuel,
Oh,
either or.
Chris's
There's probably more fuel.
We're turning this into a furball?
I'm fucking landing. Oh, my engine's out. I'm out of the fight. Just let me land so it doesn't take a million years to get running again. I think I ran out of fuel actually. There's no smoke or anything coming out of the stacks. There wasn't venting or anything, so. Oh my god, cat. Now is not the time to ask for pets.
Yeah, that 109's got a huge advantage.
In horsepower, you think? Yeah, just out of fuel.
It's just purely slow speed maneuvering.
Oh yeah. And when we're slow speed, I can just keep my nose on you.
Yeah, and I can barely even maneuver. It's just awful. Like I'm just, I like.
Request refueling. Request
I'm trying to roll and I can't. Slow.
So you think, like, where you are here, you should be trying to use your roll more. Like, the roll rate of the Spitch still should be above that of the 109. So to get him off your tail, if you could, yeah, use your roll rate like that, yeah. You see how long it takes for the 109 to transition to follow you. So I don't think you're going to win with horsepower, but if you just keep rolling the aircraft left to right, the transitions, like, Tyrannic, who was following you, literally lost, like, probably half a nautical mile there, just trying to follow you with the change of roll. Yeah, the way the 109, they just stall turned over the top. That's pretty strong. Yeah, but what you're doing there, you've just completely reversed this. I don't think he has the energy. Oh, he's got the energy to stay with you, but you're going to make him overshoot if you just keep turning like that. Oh, except you just lost your tail.
Yeah, that 109's got a huge advantage.
I I'd like to see if you turned it into, like, if you can, you know how to do rolling scissors, Gracie? If you turned, I think, that
Yeah.
into rolling scissors, I think you would beat him there, but...
I didn't have any. I was doing full layer around to the right, and I was not even. Yeah, it was bad. I couldn't roll worth crap to the right.
Someone just made a sweet dead stick.
This thing would take a lot to get used to, though.
Once I deployed my flaps a little bit, definitely helped
The
me.
slider on the throttle is rudder.
Yeah, see, you got that
Turn a little
advantage
bit.
too.
Yeah, I didn't deploy them much, maybe like maybe 10 degrees.
Yeah.
But it really helped. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to go with the K4. Like when they announced it, I was like, why would you go with such
Yeah,
a late
Wolfpack,
model 109
I
that
think
hardly
we're going to have to
anything
talk over the top of these
improves
guys
uphill?
here for a second. But
Why
yeah,
not
I think if
any
you're
of
just
the
using a
G series?
slider for rudder, it's going to be really hard, man. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it.
And that's what everyone wanted, right? But it doesn't fit in with the rest of them. Maybe the D9, but
well,
yeah, this is going to be real difficult, Wolfpack. You're just using that slider right for rudder. I don't know, man. Let me, like, if I show you how much I'm using the rudder when
I just don't see any reason for them to be doing the other 190s.
I mean, I'd love to see at least a G6. And for the 190s, I'd love to see like an A5 or an A6. Sorry.
Yeah, but they can't keep the engines cool. It's just
A6.
A6 is.
It's the radial engine.
Yeah, the radials they couldn't keep cool.
Yeah, that was one problem, but they're still a good
Big
aircraft.
problem. It was a great aircraft, but it's just the cooling is a big issue. I mean, that kind of goes for all German aircraft. They're all kind of bad at cooling.
Wolfpack,
The
honestly,
Dora,
I think you're
you'll
just going to
never-
have to turn
never sees
on.
that from
Tell me, do you
Do you,
have auto rudder
leave
turned
those
on, or do
cows
you have
open while
takeoff
you're flying
assistance on?
there?
Because you're probably going to have to use that. If I were
I
you,
find
I
it
would turn
undercooled, I
on
have to
auto
close them a
rudder
little bit.
and maybe turn off takeoff assist. That's typically what I did when I didn't have twist grip or rudder pedals. Is I turned on auto rudder, turned off takeoff assist, and then just flew like that. But you're probably fighting against some things, so just check that, Wolfpack. I wish I could show you my settings here, but it means I'll have to disconnect from the server. But get out of the server.
Real quick.
Go to the main the main settings menu of DCS. Go in through there. When you're in that settings page, you go all the way across to miscellaneous or something like that. It's one of the tabs up the top. Then when you're in there, pick the aircraft, so pick the Spitfire, turn on auto rudder, turn off takeoff assist. Takeoff assist will make you crash every time. Auto rudder will actually keep the rudder pointing in the right direction. That I think will help you, because that's what I used to do in the Mustang when I didn't have pedals. No, that's going to make things really, really bad, Wolfpack. Prop always full forward. Just add the power really, really slowly. That's the only way to do it. If you have the prop back, it's not the way to go. In fact, it's going to increase the P effect. It's not the way to go. Yeah, so that's what I would do. Wolfpack is auto rudder, takeoff assist off, and try and fly it with that. With that, you should be able to just use the slider there to be able to taxi. It will be a little bit hard trying to use the brakes, but that's probably the only way. Auto rudder, takeoff assist off. Try that and give it a go.
But that was the way that the 109 even had a proper fight with a 51. And you gotta remember, like, pretty much every airplane that was ever built was built to either fight the 51 or the 51 was built to fight it. And the Spitfire, well, Spitfire is Spitfire.
The 51 was never good at dogfighting, though. The only reason it won dogfights is numbers advantage. It was never a good aircraft to fight other planes. It just needed a numbers advantage and a height advantage, but in the dogfight it wasn't good.
I don't know. I never liked 51.
Yeah, I don't really. It doesn't do anything for me. Like, as an aeroplane, it's an interesting aeroplane, but
yeah. The only thing that I really ever liked about it was the motor. That was it.
Yeah.
The motor and its history. That's the only thing I care about it. Otherwise, it's just another airplane. But like the Dora, there's only one Dora flying.
I think there's two now. I think there's two.
Is there two?
Yeah, there's one down in the States, and I'm pretty sure there's one in Germany as well now.
It's actually pretty wicked.
Yeah, I thought there was a couple of them. There's another one under restoration as well down in New Zealand. And yeah, as well, like when you actually bringing the prop back, like you're saying, try and take off with the prop back, you're actually increasing the torque, which means it's going to try and swing wilder. Always have the prop just slowly add power. Mr. Wolfpack in chat's having trouble trying to get the thing in the air, but he's trying to. I don't know how he's doing it. How he's even got the thing in the air, to be honest. So he's trying to use a slider on the Warthog as his rudder pedals, like.
Oh god.
Does he have any other World War II aircraft?
I don't know. I haven't asked.
I wonder if he's got the BF-109, he can fly the Spitfire.
Yeah.
It's just the Spitfire has more torque.
Yeah, I don't know if he does. I just said like don't try and fly it with rudder. Turn auto rudder on. Turn takeoff assist off, and just use that. The auto rudder's not bad.
Yeah, but you can't touch it. That's the thing.
I never use auto rudder. It just seems to screw me up more than help.
Well, it does, because what we're doing, because we know how to use our rudders, is we're adjusting, and then what happens is once you let off the rudder after you've adjusted, auto rudder will do the opposite of what you just want.
Yeah, it'll push you the other way.
Yeah. It's good if you don't have rudder, but yeah.
Yeah. The guys were saying earlier, it really does feel like this is the way it digs in, like 100, 120 knots. So when you're taking off, it just feels really weird.
It does. It really does.
Like all of a sudden, it just pitches up. It feels like the tail's sinking in. It starts dragging. Like, I can't really describe it, but
The 109 will do it though. That's the thing.
yeah.
Honestly, I haven't ever found the 109 that quick to pick up, but I mean, I've been flying sims for a long, long time.
Well, so have I, but I don't have that many hours in the 109.
I also
got
fly
way
a
more
lot of
before.
plus from Dover and I love Cylinder.
Alright, I'm gonna get.
Flips of Dover's flight models probably feel the best out of all three.
Okay, Rush, I'm kind of curious to see how well the Oreo will do.
The who?
Dora. Because I know it's kind of limited like Spitfire as far as low speed goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has absolutely nothing at low speed. The second you lose energy, the fight's over.
Yeah.
I just want to see like who you'd want to actually fight if you actually had to.
Well, I'm back on the mountainside if anyone wanted to get set up and do another crossfield pass pew-pew thing. So I'll see if I can actually follow you through.
I guess I can, there's ACQ Vando?
Yeah, that's me.
T-51, you want dogfight? I'm just on my way.
Yeah, sure. I'm just flying behind Russia at the moment.
How about you set up on the seaside? the airfield. I'm just coming from the mountainside.
Me or the other guy?
No, Vanguard.
Okay. Was that going to be Mustang v what?
109.
Seal Club
We'll see.
much?
I've met a few 51 pilots that are definitely tested my skill. Some of them even killed me. But it is definitely a hard fight.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It's like the Mustang has this tiny narrow range where it has a better roll rate and a little bit better acceleration, but then outside that range, like if you go above it in speed, the 109 beats it. If you go below it, the 109 beats it. It's like there's a really, really narrow range where you can beat it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and set yourself up on the other side of the field there, Rush.
Okay.
I'm just at 1,000 meters under, so about 4,000 feet for you.
Copy.
I'm at 3,000 Rush.
Alright, yeah, I'm still getting to the other side of the field, the water side.
Yeah, reposition.
Okay. We can probably start flying towards each other now.
Okay. We'll let those other two head in just for a second, so give ourselves another 30 seconds, Gracie.
Yep.
I'm still flying away from the field as well. Oops. Someone just died.
I mean, he technically landed.
I guess. Aircraft
I'm
crumbles
like trying
into...
so hard not to get it at high RPM. It's, ugh.
Short bursts and during takeoff is fine. But anything prolonged, you know, sees better.
Alright. Merge and fights on.
Yeah, I see 3 you guys over there. Just let me know when you're ready to go in, Gracie.
Ready?
Okay, I'm rolling in. What altitude do you want to merge at?
I'm at 3.
Okay, 3 sounds good to me. Cook the engine this time. Did you see if they did have a wet thing for this, or if you just push it through the little copper gate, you get the full 18 inches of boost?
Yeah, you just push it.
Okay. Right, I'm going to be a little bit below you, but that'll be fine. Better. Yeah, I'm already inside your turn radius, Gracie.
max right here.
Yeah,
This is about as good as I'm gonna get out of it.
Yeah, like
Let's see.
yeah. Now you're slow. I think you're just about fucked. Unless you do one of those. Oh yeah. Could do a bit of that as well. So we're both like real low energy now, right? Yeah, like you stall turning, or do you still have energy? Oh, I've just lost you.
I had to dive. I had zero energy whatsoever.
Yeah, I was like on the stall, it was biting the whole way. I got a couple of sparks off your wing, but that's about it. If you want to reset, we can do it. I'm sea level now and I've lost you. It's just going to take me 10 minutes to find you, so if you want to reset, we can. Save your engine and save your horsepower.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, 1 to 9.
Shit. Yeah, I think you would have been able to outfly me there if you just kept slowing me down. If you had just that little bit more energy, I would have overshot you there. That last bit where you went up and kind of did a bit of a stall turn and dropped your wing, like I would have just flown straight past you there, but I don't think you had any energy to pick your nose up and point it at me.
No, if I would have done that sooner, fine.
Yeah. I'm on the mountainside about a mile from the end of the field at 3,000.
Yeah, technically behind you.
Sorry?
I'm behind you.
Okay.
Just go ahead and go to the other end of the field, and then just come around. A bit of ways yet.
Looking too good for me.
See, you can do a 5G turn really easy. I can't.
Yeah, like I can just pull back on the stick and it will even retain some energy.
5G's right on my limit, so.
I didn't take anything critical out on your aircraft, right? Like you still have full control and all that.
I think you heard something bad. I'm real oh, there we go. Killed my engine. I think I was losing coolant or something.
Yeah, you're leaking something.
Yeah, my temps are slowly rising that whole time. Oh,
Good fight.
The thing is, though, no one picks really the 190 online, right? Like you're not going to fly against. There's a few people that pick them, but I mean, the vast majority of people jump in the 109 and just seal club.
Yeah, there's just white smoke just billowing from my radiators. Unless I perforated both of them.
Alright, I'm set up on the ocean side, 3,000. Okay, yeah, I'm about 90, 120 degrees away. Right, nose is at the field. I'm a little bit off to the sun side of the field, though.
Yeah, my problem was I think I just let you bait me into the Mirage again.
Oh, you got me as well? I think I'm flying at you. There was someone else way out there. No, that's just a random speck on the screen. Where is it at you? I can't even tell. I'm just about overhead the field now. Is that you diving and turning, or?
I'm on glider again.
Oh.
Apparently, I really do like gliders.
Oh yeah, I see. Have some 303!
Nah, I seized it.
Oh, are you just running with bin? It looks like you're running with your radiator closed.
Nah, she's all
stick it.
Weird, it must not be rendering. The old wooden house.
I stuck the landing.
I'm gonna try and make a landing.
Wolfpack, no, go for it, man. Go for it.
High speed, low drag.
About 2 minutes out.
I don't know if you're meant to put your gear down when you go get repaired, if your gear was up, but I'm gonna put it down just in case.
No, it just picks you up. So if you like land on your belly, like when you repair, it picks you up and replaces your gear. So you should have it down.
Well, it seems to me that there's not really a match that's really made in heaven as far as two sides go.
Yeah.
In aircraft.
And the closest would be what, 109.
Yeah, I think there's probably a way to beat the 109, but what it is, yeah, I don't know. I need to spend more time doing it.
I think the only way you'd beat the 109, to be honest with you, that Spitfire, is just zoom and boom.
Yeah, but he does that way better than you.
Yeah, like all the 109 has to do is just go, I'm out, turn and run, do a split S, and you're sitting there with your dick in your hand going, fuck, now what do I do? Like, was someone else up that wanted to fight? Jazzy, are you flying around fighting, or are you fighting?
Yeah, I'll do it right now. I'll landing on film.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm happy to fight.
Alright, I'm pretty low level. 2,500, and I'm on the mountainside.
Yeah, mountainside as well. I'll come oceanside now.
Okay. Even if you just get to the runway and just turn around, it'll be fine.
Okay, yeah, good.
I'm trying to keep an eye out for you and see if I can see you.
I'm gonna grab some food off the other.
Turning now.
At the field, or?
Yeah. Turning towards the mountains.
Oh, okay. I can't see it. Yeah, I'm just off the edge of the mountains now. Trying to see what altitude you at.
About like 1,000.
About 1,000. Right.
Fairly low.
Alright, I'm just pointing at the field now. I still can't see you. Whereabouts are you compared to the airfield? Oh, yep, I see you. I see you. You're straight at me.
Yeah.
You're in a
just
right hand,
behind the
you're a left hand
people.
turn?
No, just behind that plane doing that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm heading towards...
Okay, if you want to fight now, we can, like I'm on your tail, but if you want to go defensive... if you go defensive now, I'll see if I can stay on your tail.
Alright.
Or I'll just get vision loss again and completely lose you. Yeah, GG. I need to turn my fucking size of the, what do they call it? The view range thing. You can make them the size of baseballs, like on the horizon. I need to turn that up.
I have mine all the way up. It's per the host has it down. So
okay.
Most people have it off, but I think you should have it at least on medium. Low.
What is that? Oh, you're talking about the model version? It's
Yeah,
actually,
the model.
it doesn't matter anymore. No matter what setting you have it at, it's just a 1 pixel off.
Seriously? They broke that, or?
No, that's intentional. They changed it. It's much better than it used to be, honestly.
So
It's a step in the right direction. They need to make it so it's not just 1 pixel based on, and it doesn't scale with resolution. So someone at 1920 it'd still be 1 pixel. They keep arguing that they are always right and that they have the correct system and all this. Like,
And they clearly fucking don't. Like, Like, I tried playing on 24-inch screens, and it was near impossible with the 1-inch pixel thing. Like, you can't see anything.
They just implemented that a couple patches ago, in fact, last week. But it's silly. It never scaled well with resolution. Like if you had low resolution, the models would actually get, or not models, the imposters would get. Doesn't help that most of the moderators just seem to delete all dissenting opinions.
Yeah, if it doesn't agree with them, or you even say, "Oh, I don't really like this," they'll instant delete.
That's just phones that work for that.
That just seems to be the case with everything Flight Simulator, though.
It's like it's either their opinion is the right opinion, or you get that.
I really need this fucking mirror on this aircraft to be. It would make my life so much better if this mirror worked. I'd be able to actually look out the back and see what the fuck is happening.
Should work up.
Try pressing M.
Don't do that. Shut your field off.
Oh, is that different in the...
Yeah, I tried it.
I'm trying to use sound at the moment to pick up where this aircraft is.
Wow, they don't even have a keyboard command set for it.
For what?
The mirror.
I wonder if you can click on that. I know some of them you can.
I tried clicking on it before, it didn't work. Yeah, you have to set up an actual command for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, like, I don't know if really DCS World War II could ever be truly fully fleshed out, really, because what do we have? P-51, 190 and the 109, and we have a Spitfire now. And we have a P-40, what, E coming or something?
It's never going to come, in my opinion.
Yeah, even if it does come, it's going to be literally the most worthless aircraft.
Yeah, like it's
any
just...
other aircraft will have no issues, just cluttered, right?
Yeah.
And then what do we have on the roadmap? Fucking who knows? And when is it going to come? It's way too long from now.
Well, you know, I think Spitfire is a great airplane, but I really wish that they would have done the F-47 first, like they told us they were going to.
Who's doing the 47? Is that Eagle Dynamics or is that someone else?
Yeah. They were going to do the 47 before the Spitfire. And then they changed their mind, did Spitfire first. Don't know why, but they did.
They probably got a hold of the Spitfire first, I assume.
Yeah. I don't think they have a 47 in their collection. I don't know, I could be wrong. It's not Eagle Dynamics' collection, the fighter.
Like that turning rate.
Like, if anyone asks me, like, I want to fly World War II planes, what should I fly? I tell them either Flips of Dover or Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah.
Or if you want a really cheap option, just buy. I guess Flips of Dover is cheap, but it's much more.
They have a 47G.
Ugh, it's fucking... They need to do something about the view range. Like, it's... You see the aircraft when it's filling your fucking windshield, and then it's gone. Like, it's a fucking speck on the horizon. And, like, we're within, like, a nautical mile of each other right now.
They refuse to adopt anything but their tree system. Like, if they just kind of did, like, a Falcon BMS-like system, it would be the best thing they could possibly do.
Just have it scale, like you're saying, have it scale with resolution or something, so you have a chance at seeing something.
But Falcon BMS was actually based on real scientific data, and it works incredibly well.
Well, that definitely wouldn't work for Eagle Dynamics. They hate that shit. Like, I've gone to cheat mode here and zoomed out completely so the world looks like a complete fucking orb. Now I've been able to actually spot him. That's such cheat. That's so cheap, but I made it work.
You know how many people fly like that though?
A Probably a lot.
And I'm guilty of doing it because the spotting is garbage. Like,
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? Really?
Leatherneck is supposed to be doing an F4U1.
Hmm.
Sure.
A 0 as well, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering which. Like, they said they had 2 unannounced aircraft that's going to come out before the F-14. I'm not quite sure of that because the Vigan was supposed to come out a while ago, I think.
Yeah, who was saying that?
Yeah, the Vigan will be out soon.
I think I'm out of fuel again.
But
Yeah.
according to this, 2017, some point in time for the F4U and the F14 is supposed to be, what, mid to late 2017 now?
Late 2017.
I'm landing,
early
Jazzy.
2018. I'd say don't expect that
my bad,
until
my bad.
summer.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
2018.
You win. You still had fuel.
They'll be doing the
Yeah, it looks like-
47D30.
Are there any plans to do any Russian aircraft at all right now, or?
You think that would make sense, right? Like a Russian company, or do like a Yak 1 or a fucking 15 or something. Anything that would actually make sense.
I think with the current aircraft,
themselves now.
with the current aircraft, like a Yak 9 or Yak 7, like a later version of those would be ideal.
Yeah. Yeah, a Yak
But
9
it's
would actually be
unfortunate-
good. You have to excuse me
The
while I crash in
unfortunate
front
thing
of
is
you.
they can't really make early war aircraft because they're just not good enough. Kind of sucks.
You know what I would like to have? Is, I don't necessarily really care about the B-17 that much in the sense of, like, flying it on, like, here, because it's kind of, you know, I don't know, I don't know, it's a lot of airplane. But, like a Halifax or something would be really, really good. It's a quad engine. It's no problem.
I've said it before. I think the perfect aircraft they need is they either need a B-25, or I don't think that's quite perfect, but the perfect would be a Havoc, an A-20. I think it'd be perfect. It's fast, it
Yeah.
can carry bombs, it adds the dynamic nature to the game, and then couple that with a HE-111.
Or a
like,
Mosquito.
job done. Well,
I
Mosquito
don't think
kind
they're
of
ever
big.
going to add like heavy bombers, like the 4-inch ones, because honestly, DCS it doesn't work very well for it. I don't think it would fit in very well.
Well, they'd have to make whole new technology for it.
Well, yeah, that's right. And like the A20, but I'm not really happy
Like, some random third-party developer is apparently doing I-16 Type 24.
Sure.
I saw that. I'm like, thanks, but why?
Like, what do we need that for?
It'll just get slaughtered by everything. Maybe
Yeah,
if,
but does it come with the bomber that drops it?
Yeah.
If it did, that'd be great, because then I'd fly it.
the TV on DCS anyway.
JU-87 would be really nice. It's an attack aircraft.
Well, someone's doing that. That's Polychop? Polychop's
Yeah,
doing
Polychop's
87.
doing it. They're also
Yeah.
doing a Horton HO229.
Yeah.
It's planned, mind you. Yeah, let's see here, like A6 Intruder and then also the A7 Corsair. Like, pick one of the two, really, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do them both.
The other thing I think as well is the server limitations, right? They're only allowing, what, 64 people or something like that?
You can have more if you have a powerful server.
Yeah.
Yeah, theoretically you can have infinite people, but good luck running it.
Well, yeah.
Oh, they have a Sea Fury plan apparently.
What? I don't think DCS. Like, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, DCS World War II was a mistake. What we needed was not World War II aircraft. What we needed was more third generation aircraft.
Yeah, but the only reason why they're doing the World War II stuff is because they're honoring the backers. That's all they're doing.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the only
no.
reason why they're
I
doing it.
understand why. I'm just saying like it kind of fell in their laps, and that's unfortunate. But what DCS really needs is more third generation. Because
Well, they do.
they're
Yeah.
not as classified, so you can have easy access to them. There's just shitloads of them just sitting in graveyards everywhere. Like, what is there to really lose? And most of them, there's like some versions that actually went quite far and were quite advanced. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like my dream DCS is just a full fleet of all, like the major third generation aircraft, and we've got a few. We've got the MiG-21, we've got the F5, but we need more.
I think World War II, I honestly think that they need it, but it should be a standalone. Like, don't try and jam it in. Like, if you try to make a sim that can handle props and jets, it's just not going to work well for you. Like, there's so much different physics that they have to try and make a prop or make the aircraft fly, that I think you're right, they may be bitten off more than they can chew, but like all these ideas of all these other aircraft, like how long has it taken for 3 aircraft, right? The 109, the 190, and now a Spitfire. What is that? All those 3 aircraft? I think that's literally 3 or 4 years, right? So there's
I
other.
appreciate the fidelity, but like maybe you should take the Battle of Stalingrad approach. You know, simulate it, but
that
don't.
goes completely against DCS's view.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right. And then at that point, why don't you just go buy Battle of Stalingrad, fly that, right?
If you want to fly World War II, that's
See, like, I don't even care about the combat side of the World War II fighters. I just want to fly them because they're fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. The only thing I care about is just flying the damn things around and enjoying myself. That's it. The combat is quite frankly boring in my opinion. You know, and that even goes for the jet fighters. You know, it's boring.
And there's so many limitations. Like the thing is they've stated, and we've talked about this a lot, is they have no interest in balancing how the aircraft fly.
No.
So there's so many limitations. Like you have dudes in F-15s fighting against Mirages that have real flight models, and F-15s are UFOs. Like there's no.
Oh, the F-15s actually have they have correct flight models, but they don't have any G limit, so they can fly with all 3 tags and pull 15 Gs and nothing happens.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, I just want to say this because you guys might think this is really cool. BBMF is supposed to be doing a Lancaster apparently.
A what?
And apparently a few of these Spitfires in their collection.
What's that?
The RAF BBMF, the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Yeah, because they got I think they got what the last. I can't remember which one it was. One of the something or other airplanes, anyways. Oh, the last. I want to say Hurricane that was built, and then they have one of the Spitfires that fought in Battle of Britain, and then a bunch of other ones. But they're on the list here. Apparently, people planning to do them. But if you look at the list, okay, they have huge potential in the game. The sim, they have a huge potential because they've got like aircraft down here, like you put on an E4, right?
It's going to take them
Wildcat,
10 years to get there.
Well, that's the thing. Like they need to either expand or they need to say, hey, can we get some third-party developers in? Let's help the third-party developers get going.
Yeah.
That way we can punch out these aircraft. Because you know, if you get enough third-party developers, like just the Warbirds collection, which has got like almost 15 aircraft in it right now, could be done in 3 years. You just get some
Just need
third-party
more developers. If they like. As much as we were giving X-Plane shit before the other day, is at least X-Plane, it's like an open slather. X-Plane doesn't hold back on saying, hey, yeah, you can be a developer for us. Like, we don't care. Just make a plane and you can sell it. If it sells well, good for you. Like, if DCS took, if Eagle Dynamics took that kind of approach and said, well, yeah, let's open it up. Let's give some basic data so people can figure out how the fuck to make an aeroplane. And let's just open up our store. We'll take a 20% cut or a 30% cut of everything that gets sold, like Steam. And if it doesn't sell, too bad. It doesn't matter. We didn't lose anything. If it does sell, well, we get 30% and we have more aircraft and the game progresses. Like,
the only problem I see with that is that Eagle Dynamics is obsessed with quality, and that's part of the reason why everything takes so long for them. And if you do that, one, you have a whole thing of like, what's the cutoff point for the quality? Like, can you cut off a video or what?
You know what? On the quality stand, I'm 100% with them on the quality stand, and I'll tell you why. Because I like being able to get in an airplane like the Dora here, and sit in it and go, wow, this looks like the real airplane. I don't want to sit in like the Hawk and go like, This looks nothing like any of the pictures I've ever seen of a Hawk ever. It just looks like shit.
Yeah, but what I'm
So,
saying, though, is not like that they limit, like it just opens up to everyone. Well, I'm saying open it up to everyone, but still have a vetting process where Eagle Dynamics is the store, like Steam. They decide whether they sell it or not. If it's not good enough, they say too bad, go away. But what that means is someone could then develop like an extra 330. You could develop an extra 330, put it on the Eagle Dynamics store, and if it flies like an extra 330, well, someone might buy it for $30 and go flying in it. Eagle Dynamics make money. There's a new developer that's learning shit, and they're going to make other aircraft. Like, I think there's still a way that they can manage the quality that they want to retain with their product, but have it open to developers that can better their program and be like the Steam of flight sim, like the Dovetail sims wanted to be. But
unfortunately, I don't have
Well, I mean, they do have some documentation saying what level your aircraft has to be and how you're supposed to show them that your aircraft is at that level. And when you read through that document and then you look at RASBAM or even VAO, for example, and yes, I'm going to shit on RASBAM for a second, and you look at it and go, well, how come we got a SFM when in your document it says that you're not allowed to basically release an aircraft for DCS with an SFM? It has to be an advanced flight model or a professional flight model.
Yeah.
I think they got away with it because it's early.
They got away with it because A, early access, and B, because they probably had money. You know, RASBAM has been in the flight sim business for a long time. I'm sure they have lots of money sitting around to build, for example, the Mirage 2000. I mean, you look at some of the things that DCS has said to us. They said, yeah, it costs us right around 500 grand to build an aircraft at the level that they build them at, which is honestly understandable. It really is. I mean, they're giving us a ridiculous flight model, and they're giving us super ridiculous 3D. You know, so 500 grand is not stupid, but I think that they should stick to their PDF that they still give out. Yeah, because like
all this stuff, but like, they have some
Heavy Lift said something in chat. It doesn't make much sense. This is like antiquated thinking. He says, okay, dive in first, put in the thousands of hours yourself based on possible sales. Yeah, well, that's literally what happens in the flight sim world. That's literally what happens. I'm one of those people. I've never developed an aircraft. I'm developing an aircraft for X-Plane 11. Never done it before, still going to give it a go. Who the fuck cares? But the other thing is, what we're saying is, that you're not just going to have one dude that's going to go ahead and invest $500,000 in making an aircraft. What this means is small teams of people that are working in the background that maybe have another job and want to put in an hour or two each day making an aircraft. The Reddit example, Reddit's trying to build a A4, right? Is that those guys will then be able to develop something and sell it. The idea of you're putting all this time in for possible sales, that doesn't really, that's with everything. That's with everything in life.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Apple could have been a flop and it never would have gotten to anywhere. So could have Google, everything. But if you don't give it a go, you don't know. So I don't think that's a good enough.
No, it's not, because
it's not a good enough argument.
If you look at it, from a business standpoint, it's an investment, okay? And in order to have an investment, you either got to find money or you have the money. Now, you could spend 500 grand and make it a Spitfire, right? Let's say everybody hated the Spitfire, but you liked it, and you know the people that you've asked like it, and you build it, and then you end up only making maybe 100 grand in sales. Well, then you're in the tank. That's a risk you take with anything in a business.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, you go buy a brand new truck. Okay, it's a risk you take. It might not get enough hours to pay for itself every month. It's a risk you take. So, you know, yeah, that's a very wrong statement.
And I mean, there's big players that might be interested. People like A2A, they could maybe port over some of their models. Yeah, they're going to have to do some math along the way, but they've got 3D, they've got the investment, they've got a lot of the work done, and they know how to make airplanes. And the thing as well, I think, is overstated with a lot of these developments with the planes, as they say, well, it cost us $500,000 to build the P-51. cool. They didn't invest. They didn't start the project and say, okay, we're going to start a P-51 today. We need $500,000. Let's go to the bank. That's not what they did. The way they're calculating this money is saying, okay, we had a team of 5 dudes. They worked on it for 3 years. If we take an average year of we're paying them 60 grand a year, this is how much it cost us, plus the research of flying, maybe putting people in aeroplanes and sending them to see a Mustang and take some pictures, a couple of the fixed costs like that, the website costs, all of these other things they're putting together, and then they come up with a number and say it cost us $500,000 to make this. Same as this aircraft here. They're going to probably say it cost them. They're going to say it cost them like $240,000, maybe $250,000. And hey, it did. It did cost them probably that much. If you take all of the hours combined, put them into an hourly amount, and pushed it outside. But again, this goes against a lot of what flight simming is for a lot of people. Is a lot of people do this as a hobby, and they have another job as a 3D coder or something else. They have another job on the side, and so they do it under the assumption of profit share. So I think majority of the programs that are done for any flight sim are profit share, where you don't know how much money you as a worker are going to get back from the work that you put in. You just don't know. I don't know. No one knows. And so I think that whole argument is not a reason to put up a brick wall and say, well, then we shouldn't have any developers because maybe they won't make money. That's just stupid. I'd rather have the doors open. Like, free economies work. Closed economies don't. They just don't.
And that's the thing with that's a big thing with the flight sim community is most of us that are doing it, at least building in flight sims, aren't doing it for money. We're doing it because we like what we're doing. In the sense that we like aviation, we like to share basically an experience with other people. I mean, that's how it all started. It really did. It started with some guys making free airplanes. There we go. There's some airplanes. And then people were like, oh, let's make some money on it. And then, oh, let's get better and make more money. And I don't know. I think that I think that Dynamics just needs to let a couple of the small guys like me, for example, come in and say and be like, yeah, I do have a quite frankly beautiful model. It's all ready to go, but I'm just a guy, and they won't let you in because you're not, you're not a company.
That actually happened. You see that post?
Polyshop
made. No. Some dude. Well, yeah, that too actually. But some dude made. I think it was actually a team. They made models of the MiG-23 and the MiG-19, I think it was, and they're like aerospace engineers, something like that. And they got hired on by, Razbam, I want to say, something like that. And they're gonna make MiG-23 and the MiG-19 now. But like, if someone came forward with like, oh, I have an A320 that I want to do, like, who the hell is gonna buy an A320 in DCS? Like, I'm sorry, but nobody's gonna buy it. It's the same thing with GA.
I would,
sure, but like,
only,
you're what, one of how many?
Out of the several 100,000 people that have bought into DCS, you're only gonna get maybe a couple hundred of them actually buy that aircraft. And I think the biggest reason why is because our world space is not very big.
No, it's tiny, and it works for the aircraft that are in it, but not for anything like that.
Yeah. So if we had a bigger world, if we took like Nevada and expanded it to the coast, for example, even if we went, even if we just had Vegas to Los Angeles, okay, an A330 would be feasible.
Engine can't support it though.
Yeah, but
the code is far too antiquated. They'd have to redo the entire thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but that's again, comes down to business. That's an investment you would have to take, right?
Yeah.
It's just they don't want that. They don't want those big aircraft because then they would have to change something.
Yeah, well, and like, it doesn't really make much economical sense because what are you really doing? What are you getting money-wise out of an engine upgrade? Sure, for some people might join, but like, the net gain isn't very big, really.
Yeah. See, like, they're doing the train simulator model where, okay, I bought that game years ago, and I've gotten every update for free. They're doing the same thing. But at the same time, would you want to go out and buy because they updated the engine, would you want to go rebuy your
Yeah.
game? No.
Like for
It would
something
segregate the community.
for something niche like this, like the iRacing model, I would be in for, where you pay, what is it, like $20-30 a month or whatever the fuck it is, or a year, or whatever it's maybe $60 a year to keep the game going, and maybe not the whole yearly subscription thing, but not paid updates either. But I don't know. I feel like a monthly iRacing style subscription. I know maybe that won't work because there's not a lot of online players. Like the vast majority of DCS players are offline, right? So there's not a huge market for it. But
I know pretty much everyone in my community anyway that plays DCS. If that happened, we would all probably just quit straight up.
Just quit, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. They either need to employ more people, or they need to open up their doors for other people to be able to develop. And
Well, there should be, I believe there's over 100 people working on DCS World. So I mean, it's not like they don't have people. It's just that, it comes down to every flight simulator business out there. Okay, everybody, PMGG, everybody. I don't want to say the way they do it is necessarily wrong, because it's worked for many years. But what they do is they have a modeler that builds the model for the Spitfire. Okay, and then they have a bunch of coders and whatnot, right? And then they got the people who test it. Okay, once they're done doing the model, either that guy works on something new, or he continues work on the Spitfire, for example, doing touch-ups or some other bullshit, when just finish the model, get it all done at once, and then start working on another one, so that way when the next model's out, then the coding side of the Spitfire will be done.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how I'm doing it right now. So I've already got 2 guys working on our next aircraft, and the external model is just about done. The last message I got 2 days ago was saying the external will be done today or tomorrow. So like our next aircraft, even though we haven't even released our next aircraft's already external is done. Like
that's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
So, and of course you have to go back and iterate though.
Yeah, of course you got to go back and touch up, or you got to move some things around. Yeah, that's fine, but you don't have to have a super skilled modeler to do that. That's the thing, right? They're using their very most skilled people to move a gauge 3 millimeters to the right. You know what I mean? Like they're using people who just have too much experience in the tedious bullshit, basically. I mean, like, one thing that really makes me angry about the Dora, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but when you push the stick full forward, it actually clips through the main panel.
I have not noticed that.
Yeah, this is a fully released airplane.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's something that really annoys me, because if they can let something like that slide, then why can't I, for example, as a developer, go like, hey, I have something I want to build too.
Yeah, I think there's a better way of doing it, and I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for, is do it a better way, and not be like quantity over quantity, but just do it smart. Like our lead coder is working on the release product, and like the other coders are going to get like a base model up and running, and then we pass it over to the lead 3D guy, and away we go. Like you're saying, I don't need to have the world's best 3D guy doing the initial external model. Can we go forward, please, aeroplane?
I think DCS needs 2 main things in my eyes. It needs, one, most importantly, a dynamic campaign. And one that is multiplayer capable.
Oh my god. How?
And like they made this promise, I don't know how many years ago, or not a promise, but they had a poll, and the top result of the poll of what everyone wanted was a dynamic campaign, and we haven't heard a peep from them.
Yeah, but they don't care about the multiplayer community. They don't care at all, because if they did,
I think they care a little bit.
A little bit, but they don't care enough. Because I mean, look at the dedicated server thing. They said, oh yeah, we're going to put out a dedicated server for 2.0, Oh, we're not doing that at all anymore. Sorry.
Copy.
It's like we need that. We need that because, for example, my server doesn't have a video card. Therefore, I can't run this. Why can't we have a dedicated server tool that doesn't require a video card?
Yeah,
You know, a simple command line. Why can't we have that?
There is someone made like a what do you call it? A little script that will kind of act as a dedicated server, but you still obviously need a graphics card.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That to me is not caring about the community because, you know, I can wait till 2.5 to have that. But if it doesn't come out in 2.5, then why even bother running servers? Because
There's a lot of things that need to come out in 2.5 for me to not almost completely give up hope on this game. They need to basically get their shit together, and if it's not, then I don't know if there's really a future.
I wasn't actually
Because
watching.
if it's not, like, it proves to me that they don't really care other than putting out modules and making money.
well, I wouldn't say that. I think that they care about what they're building, but I don't think that they care if people like it. I guess you could say. They just want to build these things because they're really cool. I mean, the D9 is a really cool airplane. The Spitfire is a really cool airplane. The P-51 is a really cool airplane. But really, in reality, we have all these airplanes now. And just like, what? Why?
I mean, look at the like effects, for example. What's changed in the effects? They've changed the smoke trails, and nothing else. The explosions are still from Lock-On 1.0.
Yeah.
And that was in what, 2002, 2001, something like that. Years ago.
Yeah. And I don't think that they'll change it. I really don't think they will.
In the Spitfire trailer, it looked like some better looking fire, so there's maybe hope.
Yeah, that could just be texture.
I somehow just started up there, and within 10 seconds I'd cooked the engine, and I don't even know how, but I don't know.
I did that once too. Fired up and she was done.
I don't know, yeah, I looked down, I was like, why the fuck aren't I taxiing? And like, I was pulling 2,000 RPM, and I looked down, and water temp was at 140 degrees. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Must be those gear carriages blocking the radiators.
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, another thing, if we got the community together to push DCS to do things that we wanted them to do, they would do them.
We tried the poll proves that they don't really care about that.
Poll's a poll. You know, small developers, you know, saying, hey, you know, me for example, I have an MD500, I really want to put in DCS. You know, hey, there's, you know, 6 other developers that want to put something in DCS, and push them hard enough. I think that they would, you know, at least give in a bit.
I think they're making enough money, and they're all just like, whatever. Like I think they're making enough money as is, and they're just like, that's extra risk. We don't need it. We're all fucking making enough money. Who cares?
Yeah, but if Razbam can get in and VAO can get in, why can't I? Right?
Well, Razbam got in because they're already an established.
Yeah, that's true.
Developer, right? VAO, who fucking knows? I think they had contracts or something. The other developers, Polychop, I think they kind of proved their worth, and they put out a good module, which, I mean, it still obviously has its issues. It still has a few things to work out, but for a first module, for such a small team, it's fantastic. So there is opportunities there.
But Polychop had their when DCS finally gave in and said, okay, you can become a third-party developer.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes, I mean, it's hard to say though. It's kind of a gamble.
Yeah,
it is. No. It is, but I don't know. We'll see what the future is, anyways. 2.5. You know, I know they're working really hard on it. I know they're working really hard on the maps right now. So I'm giving them a little bit of slack right now. Maybe a couple years ago I wouldn't have, because they weren't planning on doing any updates to the engine, or well, I guess Edge. But like, I don't know. I'll wait till 2.5 before I really make a serious decision whether or not I want to even attempt to be a developer again with them or not.
Well, you just
But,
make
like,
it for
me-
like Explain 11 or something. Like if you have a 3D model, you just export it as an object, right? Like.
Yeah, but I don't think I can get the realism that I want out of it, out of X-Plane. But I don't know. I've never developed anything in X-Plane, so.
I just, to me, if they focus more on third generation aircraft, this game would just be a fucking dream.
Yeah, I imagine half of their holdups with even the F-14 and it's Leathernecks, but even the F-18
World War II aircraft
is tied up in what they're allowed to actually model, like all of the legal disputes and all that other stuff is probably... Oh, that's a GG takeoff there.
Yeah, they had to straight up delete stuff from the A10C. Even some things after the fact, like the laser guided Mavericks.
Yeah.
The U.S. Air Force was like, "Uh-oh, can't do that. Please remove that."
Yeah. That's the thing. That's why
Yeah.
you're saying like those third-gen fighters. Well, some of them still might be classified, but you know, the second-gen, third-gen
the later
fighters,
versions.
you can have at them.
I mean, anything third gen Russian, you should be able to build to the full extent.
Yeah.
Even early fourth gen, like the MiG-23, would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, one is in development. I hope. I'm not sure exactly. I don't expect to see anything about that for at least 2 years. But it will be.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to building like fighter aircraft or anything, you know, third or even early fourth gen is, you know, I personally won't mind if the radar doesn't work perfectly exactly the way it should in real life. That won't bother me that much. I think that being able to fly the airplane and, you know, all that stuff is more important to me than if the radar works correctly.
I just want the radar to simulate, like, semi-correctly. Even like you look at the MiG-21. It obviously is not a perfect simulation, but it looks right. It feels right. Like, if I had to say, like, that's probably what it'd be like. It's probably not perfect, but it's close enough, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Close enough is good enough when it comes to, you know, a radar system or whatever, right? But when it comes to like the actual airplane, I mean, the data's there, and if the data's not there, you can make the data. You know.
And third gen is one, like they're in, like I said earlier, they're everywhere. A lot of third gen aircraft were mass produced, and like there's so many people that are still alive that can tell you, like, yeah, I flew this aircraft. This is what happened. Like, this is how it handled, etc.
F-104.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love an F-104.
The data for the F-104 is out there. You can get it. It's not hard.
Yeah, NASA actually did a whole bunch of testing with it.
So I mean, like, you know, building an F-104 wouldn't be hard at all. And
There's
in my
actually,
opinion, that'd be a great airplane to have in DCS.
I think there was a dude working on one by himself as like a kind of a mod thing, and he was documenting it as like kind of a here's how to build your own mod, but I don't think he ever kept going with it, unfortunately.
I just gotta jump in here, guys. I'm gonna close up the stream, so I'll say thanks for loading up that server. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for that.
No worries.
What server do you usually fly around in DCS?
Well, maybe on community we usually like post our own private ops missions and all that. But it goes by the name of SimG.
Alright, well, if you want, just sign up here on the Discord thing, and if you're ever online, just give us a shout and we'll jump online. I typically do see DCS at least once or twice a week, but I'll probably do a little bit more while the Spitfire's out now, but yeah, most of the time I'm over on Explain 11.
We don't really fly World War II. In fact, I'm probably one of those people that really flies World War II at all in DCS.
Yeah.
For the even little amount I fly, but for World War II, usually it's like fires too. But yeah, it's mostly just kind of operations that I make or someone else makes.
Okay, cool.
Just kind of go around and.
So funny. Like the three of us have ejected, standing on our wings, looking away, and then there's this one random dude in the middle of the field. Like. It's going to be
There, I thought I
clip-worthy.
could have one prop left at least.
And the other Spitfire on the other side blew up. It had that wolf dude standing on its wing, and then it just went bang, and blew up. That was it. There's a flaming wreck over there. All right, guys. I'll be in Discord in a little while, so if you want to have a chat afterwards, I'll just tidy up the screen. But yeah, thanks, Tyrannic. I appreciate it.
No worries.
All right. All right. So yeah, Japan Flies an ACG. Day flies with us as well. Yeah, I think I will. You guys have your own server, right? DKAU25. I've been wanting to do some flights with Dave for a while, but I just got to get my sleeping schedule right. But I've seen your ACG server a lot, DKAU25. So I'd like to. You could see there when I was flying some of the limitations I get with the view thing. I mean, I can zoom out and it just looks ugly. I mean, if I was watching that in a stream, it would make me feel sick. So I don't know. I just don't feel confident in streaming doing fighting stuff at the moment, just because of the limitations that I have with the eye tracker for the time being. And there's probably going to be settings that I'm going to be able to figure out to be able to move my head around, because the eye tracker is actually tracking my head as well, but it's just the head tracking isn't giving me the full position that I would like. So I'll have a bit of a play with it and see what the hell happens, and give it a go. But yeah, I'd like to come across to your server anytime. But yeah, like even just flying in there, just going for a stooge around, I'd like to. It's doing formation stuff. I come into the aerobatic server fairly often because it seems to be the easiest place to bring people. But yeah, in summary, I would love to. Thank you very much for the offer. I just want to get confident in the aircraft, and for the time being, I don't like flying the Mustang. You just get shat all over by the 190 and the 109, but I feel this thing, once I get a little bit more time in it, then yeah, I'll probably bring it across and fight against 109s. I should be okay. The other big thing about flying online is if you can fly as a pair, like if you can fly as a two-ship, you're going to win a lot. You're going to win a lot. If you have a wingman, you're going to do well online, but if you fly solo, you're going to get shot down really regularly. So ACG, I hear, is good for that. They'll, you guys will, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can. Like, I mean, you can win 1v1s in the 51. I've seen a guy I used to fly with, name is Netman. If you see him online, that's what he flies under. He probably flies in ACG as well. Netman is, he's an amazing online pilot. Really, really good. And he would shit all over the GJ clan, the super duper German clan, and he would just fly rings around them in the Mustang. He was unreal to watch. Yeah, so I'd be interested to see that. See if he's going to get it. Yeah, look at his tail wheel just swinging around. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Oh, GG. I could see it happening way back. I could see it happening. I was like, this is not going to work well. I could see it. I could feel it. I knew it was going to happen. This is not going to go well. It's already pointing towards us. And my prediction came... the only thing to hit on the entire runway, and he taxis straight into all three of us. The only thing. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. He still hasn't respawned yet. He's just sitting in the cockpit like, well, I don't know why. Why is that a 109? There wasn't a 109 here. Oh, there we go. Now he's ejecting. There we go. Jump out as... Yeah, why is the... Like, this is my carcass here of the aircraft. That's me standing on it, pretty happy. That's a 109. That's not a broken Spitfire. Or maybe... No, there was a 109 beside me. Yeah, so where's my Spitfire? Oh, it's... gone. Oh, well. Now, everyone can be really happy about the job that they did. Yeah, we had a Spitfire. No, yeah, that's a 109. There was a Spitfire, Mustang, and a 190. Yeah, and look, even his Spitfire's now turned into a 109. How about that for a placeholder? The broken wreckage is just a 109, not a Spitfire. Can confirm. Yeah, all burnt to a crisp. Got a wing there. Half a wing at least. Yeah, so anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Really appreciate it. And really, really thank you to all of the people in the servers. That was wonderful. Where did we stop off? We're in the aerobatic server, and then Tyrannic made us a server here, and the ACG guys. Thank you so much. We'll come along and try and fly with you guys at some point. DCS, yeah, USRAER, Digital Combat Simulator. For everyone else, thank you so much for hanging around. I think this has been a fucking 10-hour stream. Niet, I see you're in there, my friend. If you want to have a chat after the stream, come into it. And same McTrying, I think you said you wanted to have a chat at some point as well. Let's just see this uptime. Yeah, 10 hours, holy fuck. With about a 30-minute break, of course, so yeah. Yes, Niet, if you want to have a chat, please do. I need to send you some stuff. I need to send you some stuffy stuff. And, yeah, so... That's it. That's it. I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to go to bed. And if any of you guys need to get a hold of me, give me a yell, and we'll go from there. So, peace out. Have a good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And we'll be back soon. We'll be streaming tomorrow. What time? I don't know. Whenever the fuck I wake up. We'll see how bad my sleep schedule is again tomorrow, and we'll go from there. So, Spitfire. There it is. It's finally here. It's finally here. I'm lurking around in 11. 11 minutes? Or I don't get it. Pretty aeroplane. And good model. I'm in. I am in. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream here, and like I said, I'll be in Discord if you need me. I'm lurking around. Explain them. Oh, okay. I was like, you're gonna be in 11 minutes. It's an oddly specific time frame. I was like, 11. You have a plan. You know exactly what you're doing. You've done it before. Anyway, thanks everyone. Have a good night, and we'll see you all soon. See you all very soon.